The wind carries stories no one remembers telling. The moonlight falls on old temples the way silence falls on grief, slowly, softly, without permission. And somewhere between the sound of a stream and the breath you forgot you were holding, you arrived here. Welcome to the empty boat. This is not a place of answers. It is a drifting vessel, hollowed by sorrow, steadied by stillness. A space where old pain may surface like mist over water and dissolve just the same. You may be carrying questions without names, wounds without witnesses, a tired heart that whispers when no one's listening. You're not alone. Here we don't rush healing, we float. For the next few hours, let these Zen stories guide you through forests of memory, across rivers of loss, beside flickering lanterns that remember your name even when you don't. Each story is a mirror, or a doorway, or a hand resting gently on your shoulder. Close your eyes if you wish, or leave them open and gaze at the quiet between words. The journey begins now. Breathe in and let us begin. Story 1. The Man Who Killed with a Signature. The night train coughed once, then disappeared into the valley, leaving me alone on a gravel platform no wider than a monk's mat. Moonlight glazed the steel rails. Pine needles whispered as though relaying gossip too old to matter. I dragged my suitcase up the path toward Lantern Cloud Temple, a place rumored to mend what even medicine does not name. My briefcase, stuffed with contracts and guilt, banged against my thigh like a judge's gavel. I was 39, partner at the largest firm in the capital, celebrated for winning cases that other lawyers were too human to touch. 2 months earlier, I had issued a single injunction, my perfect signature looping across the page like a swan, and froze the assets of a family-run factory. The owner hanged himself before dawn. Everyone called it inevitable. I called it gravity. But gravity follows us into sleep, and my dreams had grown teeth. The temple appeared without fanfare, a weather-beaten arch, a gravel courtyard, lanterns trembling on bamboo poles. Incense drifted in cool eddies, neither welcoming nor repelling me. When the wooden gate creaked open, an elderly abbot bowed lower than etiquette required, as though greeting an old wound rather than a visitor. His robe smelled of rain-soaked earth. He gestured toward a corridor lit by oil lamps, each flame cupped by thin glass, each glass trembling as if reciting sutras in secret. We walked in silence until sparrows began their fragile matins, and I realized a whole night had folded inside that short walk. The guest house is humble, the abbot said at last, voice soft as polished stone. But humility is a roof that never leaks. He showed me a room no larger than my city office closet, tatami mat, straw pillow, low window framing a slice of sky. A single lamp burned beside a writing brush and a square of silk. When the time is right, write, he said, and closed the door. At first light I wandered the grounds. Terraced gardens, a moss-wrapped bell, bridges arching over rills no wider than a teacup. Every surface seemed to breathe. Novices in saffron robes swept fallen petals as if conducting a slow dance with impermanence. No one asked why I had come. Their eyes already contained the answer. During midday zazen, the sun warmed my shoulders, yet inside I froze whenever I felt the weight of that signature. The man's widow had stood at a press conference, clutching a photograph like a life raft. I had watched on television, eating soba as if the salt on my tongue were not her tears. After a week, the abbot summoned me at dusk to the Hall of Lanterns. Hundreds of silk globes floated under the rafters, glowing apricot gold, casting the wooden floor in tides of amber. He placed a blank lantern in my hands, along with a single match. "Write what binds you to the shore," he said. His fingertips lingered a heartbeat, reminding me that compassion can steady even trembling flint. My hand shook as I brushed black ink across the silk. I kill with words. The sentence bled slightly, as though the lantern itself disliked certainty. I touched the match to the wick. Instead of smoke, a cool blue light unfurled inside, and a breeze no one felt lifted the lantern from my palms. It drifted upward, joined the constellations hanging overhead, and began to hum, a low polyphony, more felt than heard, like distant surf. I looked at the abbot in wonder. "Listen carefully," he whispered. Amid the glow, I discerned sorrow-laced syllables, apologies whispered too late, lullabies never finished, a soldier's last letter folded under a bloody shirt. The hall held every lantern left by travelers who had once believed their pain was unique. They glimmered together, not erasing grief, but illuminating its common marrow. Tears blurred my vision. "What are they saying?" I asked. "That your guilt is heavy only because you carry it alone," he said. "When light is shared, it lifts itself." That night I dreamed of water again, but it no longer climbed the sky. It flowed gently downward, accepting gravity, becoming river. I awoke before dawn to the smell of cedar smoke and heard the abbot striking the bell. 7 slow peals that seemed to stretch the moment between inhalation and exhalation. The dream felt like an unspoken invitation, so after chores I found him in the herb garden steeped in mist. He listened as I confessed every detail: the boardroom swagger, the court victory, the widow's press conference, the nightmares of rope-burned necks. I expected reprimand or scripture, but he spoke of the udana. Holding anger is like grasping a torch against the wind. Then he quoted a neuroscientist: "Rumination hijacks the default mode network." 2 lines, centuries apart, braided into one compassionate rope thrown across my private gulf. "Guilt is useful only until it teaches," he said. "Afterwards it becomes vanity, the ego's way of keeping itself in the center of the story." Days folded into weeks. I chopped wood, hauled buckets, sat until my legs numbed, all while the lantern chorus murmured overhead. Sometimes I imagined the widow's voice among them, neither accusing nor absolving, simply present, like rain that falls regardless who first summoned the cloud. On the eve of the full moon, the abbot led a procession to the cliff behind the temple. Each monk carried a long pole topped by a spent lantern whose light flickered as though reaching the end of a slow breath. Wind smelled of distant snowmelt. Cicadas conducted an invisible orchestra. One by one, the monks released their lanterns over the abyss. Each drifted downward, extinguishing itself mid-air, leaving behind a brief afterimage like a memory learning to let go. When my lantern's turn came, I hesitated. Without the blue glow, who was I? The abbot placed his palm against my back. "Let the ink become sky," he whispered. My fingers unclenched. The lantern sailed away, a fragile star surrendering to the dark, and winked out. The cliff seemed to tilt, weight lifted from my spine, replaced by a raw expansiveness I had not felt since childhood's summer fields. Yet emptiness can feel like vertigo. Without my guilt, I asked, how do I make amends? "Begin by unlearning the story that amends are a ledger," he said. "Sometimes the truest restitution is to awaken the courage that prevents future harm." That night, he handed me an unsealed letter. Inside was a newspaper clipping. The widow speaking at a workers' rights rally, her fist raised, her eyes fierce with purpose. She had sued the conglomerate that bought the factory and started a memorial fund for families ruined by corporate malpractice. Beneath the clipping, the abbot had inked a single line: "Her lantern burns too." A realization thawed within me. My signature had ended one life, but sparked a movement I had never intended. Cause and effect were not a straight chain, but an intricate weaving of pain into possibility. Karma was not cosmic vengeance. It was the restless creativity of the universe, forever rebalancing itself through human hands. The following morning, I descended the mountain. At the base road, I paused and looked back. Lantern Cloud Temple blurred in the mist, its bell tolling once, as if nodding farewell. I took out my phone, silent for a month, and drafted an email resigning my partnership. I will offer pro bono counsel to the Memorial Fund, I wrote, and teach law students the price hidden inside every clause. Then I powered off the device, slipped it into my pocket like a seed awaiting spring. I walked toward the village, where children chased kites shaped like carp. Their laughter rose, collided with the lingering echo of the bell, and for a breath, the world became a single, long-held chord. If you are listening now, perhaps you too have signed something, a contract, a lie, a farewell, that tilts your nights into unrest. Close your eyes. Imagine a lantern in your hands, silk thin as regret, ink fluid as memory. Write your burden upon it. Watch the match transform darkness into glow, and feel the wind carry it somewhere beyond the ridge of self-blame. Do not hurry the release. When you are ready, loosen your fingers. Let gravity teach grace. Story 2. Lanterns of the Silent Valley. The train to Moon Willow Station wound through mist-choked gorges like a silver prayer bead slipping between unseen fingers. Outside the window rose terraces of rice, tinged violet by dawn, each blade shimmering with the hush of something unspoken. Maeve Lynn pressed her palm to the cool glass, feeling the land breathe beneath the tracks. She had not spoken aloud in 9 months, not since the night her infant son's lungs refused the contract of life. In her dreams, she still heard the midwife's frantic whisper, "He isn't crying. Why isn't he crying?" Yet in waking hours, on crowded buses, in the neon glare of pharmacies, under the polite condolences of relatives, there was only the vast, stunned silence of a house that never learned a lullaby. She clutched a wooden box in her lap. Inside, wrapped in blue muslin, lay the baby's single pair of socks. Tiny, cloud white, edges trimmed with starlight thread. Everyone else had told her to bury them or donate them or fold them into a drawer and move on. But Maeve suspected grief was not a street you simply crossed. It was a valley where lanterns waited to be lit. When the conductor announced the final stop, she stepped onto a platform no wider than memory. Cicadas thrummed like static beneath the mountains. At the end of a dirt road stood a weather-worn sign, Silent Valley Rehabilitation Retreat. Below, in smaller brush strokes barely visible through moss, where laments become lanterns. Maeve followed stone steps down into a ravine. Bamboo leaned overhead, filtering dawn into green whispers. Halfway down, the path bent around a shale outcrop to reveal a field of white canvas tents clustered beside an ink-black stream. A man in a charcoal robe waited by a low stone bridge. His face was young, yet carried the calm creases of someone who had practiced silence until it became a language. "Welcome, traveler," he said, bowing with palms together. "I am Brother Jun." Maeve tried to shape a reply, but her throat offered only dry wind. Brother Jun's gaze held no expectation. He extended a lantern, unlit, its frame of thin cedar, its silk damask blank as dawn. "Each pilgrim writes a word here," he explained, tapping the silk. "Then, at moonrise, we send them down river." Maeve's fingers tightened around the wooden box. A word? Which single syllable could hold the weight of night-long screams that never came? She shook her head. "The river accepts silence too," Jun said gently, and guided her across the bridge. The Valley of Unheard Cries. The retreat consisted of 6 tents, a circular meditation hall built around an ancient elm, and a cookhouse where steam rose like incense. No walls, no locks, only a constant hush punctuated by birdsong. Residents moved slowly, as if each footstep were a brushstroke on rice paper. One woman watered herbs while wearing headphones that played no music. An elderly man traced sutra characters in the dirt, then smoothed them away with his sleeve before anyone could read. Jun led Maeve to a tent overlooking the stream. Inside awaited a straw mat, a clay water pitcher, and an ink set. "Rest," he said. "The valley will speak when you are ready." That afternoon, Maeve wandered the perimeter. Dragonflies skimmed the water like small blue flames. Across the creek, children from a nearby village giggled as they collected flat stones for skipping. Their laughter struck her chest like a memory denied. She knelt by the water, dipped the baby socks in, and watched them darken and cling to each other, as though still seeking tiny feet. "Is it true," a voice asked behind her, "that the river mourns in echo?" Maeve turned to find a woman about her age, hair shaved close except for one copper braid. She wore a canvas smock stained with indigo dyes. Her name, she said, was Palin, an artist restoring temple murals after a fire had stolen her sight in one eye. The murals portrayed bodhisattvas who smiled despite missing arms or faces, resilience painted in pigment and ashes. "I heard your footsteps," Palin continued, "soft. That usually means someone came with a question." Maeve opened her mouth, closed it. Finally, 2 words slipped out like fragile porcelain. "He never." The rest halted in her throat. Palin's single clear eye shimmered. "Not breathing?" she guessed. Maeve nodded, tears scalding her lashes. "There is a custom here," Palin said. "At dusk we walk to the field of stone bells. We strike them once for every grief that has no sound." Maeve followed her at twilight, socks still dripping in her pocket. The stone bells were weathered stalagmites rising from the grass. With each strike of a wooden mallet, they produced tones so low they felt rather than heard, like the ocean murmuring beneath bone. Maeve counted only 1 strike. Its vibration bloomed through her ribs and settled behind her eyes. She realized she could feel her baby's absence inside that note more vividly than in any photograph. The lantern rite. On the 3rd night, the valley gathered beside the stream. A jade moon hovered above ridgelines, painting the water the color of breath. Lanterns waited in neat rows like pale moons tethered to earth. Jun handed Maeve a brush and gestured to her blank silk. "1 word," he reminded, "but words can be smaller than we imagine." Maeve trembled. Silence? Absence? Blame? None felt right. Then she remembered Palin's tone, resonant, lingering. She dipped the brush in ink and wrote, "Stillborn." A compound, yes, but 1 pulse. Still birth, still death, still heart. Jun lit the candle inside and placed the lantern upon the stream. It bobbed, hesitated, then joined a constellation of others drifting toward the valley's throat. Lantern after lantern set sail, each carrying a word: shame, rage, prison, debt, relapse, war. Their reflections shivered across the water like lines of ancient poetry only the moon could read. When the last lantern disappeared beyond a bend, Jun whispered, "Now we wait." The lesson in echoes. Hours later, a current of air rolled upriver. Lanterns re-emerged, floating back, but now with silk dyed in pale hues, rose, amber, jade, and the words gone. Every resident retrieved a lantern not their own. Maeve's came to rest at her feet dyed lavender, blank again. "Pain travels far enough," June said, "and it returns as compassion." The ceremony ended, but Maeve could not sleep. She carried the lavender lantern to the elm-ringed hall where June sat in candlelight transcribing sutras onto tree leaves. Maeve set the lantern down. "What if compassion is not enough?" she asked, voice cracking like thin ice. "I wake each dawn, and he is still gone. No ritual changes that." June placed his brush aside. In the Samyutta Nikaya, the Buddha meets Kissa Gotami, a mother whose child died. She begs for medicine. He sends her to find a mustard seed from a home untouched by death. She finds none. Her grief widens into awareness. Maeve shook her head. "But awareness does not swaddle empty arms." "True," June said softly. "That's why we add a second medicine, presence. Modern psychology calls it companioning, to sit with another's wound without stitching it shut. When lanterns cycle back, they bear witness that someone, somewhere, has carried your sorrow and returned alive. He lifted Maeve's lavender lantern. Whoever holds this now understands stillborn from within their own marrow. You may never meet them, yet you are already less alone. The psychology of unheard cries. In the days that followed, Maeve attended John's morning talks where he braided Dharma with neuroscience. He spoke of complicated grief, a loop where loss stalls the brain's predictive coding. The world feels perpetually wrong-footed. Traditional mindfulness interrupts that loop by anchoring attention to raw sensation, while communal rites provide social regulation, limbic soothing through synchronized behavior. Maeve tasted these theories as one might taste rain, lips parted, skeptical, hopeful. She practiced body scan meditation, noticing the ache behind her sternum, the tremor in her fingertips whenever a child's laugh drifted from the village. She learned loving-kindness phrases, directed first at the anonymous bearer of her lavender lantern, then at herself. May you feel the pulse of life even in this silence. May you remember that breathing itself is a lullaby. The turning. One afternoon, thunderheads gathered, shaking copper leaves off the elm. John asked Maeve to help reinforce the tents. As they worked, a stray bolt split a cedar near the cookhouse. Flames leapt, licking canvas. Residents panicked until Maeve sprinted to a rain barrel, filled a bucket, and doused the fire with sure, practiced motions she didn't know she possessed. By the time the storm passed, only a scorch mark remained. That night, over simple rice porridge, Pai Lin toasted Maeve with tea. "You moved like water," she said. "Your son would have heard courage in that." Maeve realized her hands no longer shook. For the first time since the hospital, she felt hunger, earthy, honest. Departure. At the next full moon, Maeve stood on the bridge with her wooden box. She removed the socks, now sun-bleached, smelling of river stones, and tied them to the bridge's railing. Wind lifted them so they danced in pair, as if two tiny wings testing updrafts. John approached. "Leaving?" "Yes," Maeve answered, voice steady. "I remembered I have patients waiting." She was a neonatal nurse before grief stole her pulse. "But this place, every night shift, I'll picture a lantern above each incubator." June smiled. "That is how valleys move into cities." He handed her a folded scrap of mulberry paper. Inside, a single mustard seed. "In case someone asks for medicine," he said. Maeve crossed the bridge, turned once more. Lanterns already glowed along the stream, lavender among them. She did not need to know who carried her former word. It was enough to know it floated. She pressed the mustard seed into her palm until it tingled, like a heartbeat too small to name. Closing meditation. Dear listener, somewhere a word inside you waits for its own lantern, perhaps regret, betrayal, exile, or the quiet syllable of a name you can no longer pronounce without trembling. Close your eyes. Imagine a valley that answers sorrow with echo and flame. Feel your word pulse in ink upon silk. When you are ready, set it upon water, real or imagined, and watch it travel beyond the bend. If, one night, a lantern glowing lavender drifts back to you blank and whispering, hold it close. It carries a mother's silence and the lullaby she never sang. Add your breath to its light. Then ask yourself, what current will you trust to carry this shared glow onward? Story 3. Echoes from the Apricot Tree. The first apricot fell long before anyone noticed. It landed in a patch of moss behind the kitchen, bruising against a stone, its pale orange skin bleeding daylight. By dusk, the fruit had vanished, swallowed by a fox or the earth itself. Yet the single thud lingered inside the old wooden house like a premonition looking for a voice. Anne was the first to hear it. At 62, she moved with the velocity of autumn leaves, her back stooped from decades bent over looms. Still, her ears remained attuned to small shifts in the world. The sigh of warped floorboards, the cough of a lantern's wick. Because grief trains us to catch the faintest tremor, as though vigilance might reverse the past. 25 years earlier, her younger brother had climbed the same apricot tree to retrieve a kite and slipped. By morning, he was ashes in a porcelain urn. Since then, every creak in the house had struck her ribs like an echo of that snap. Her younger sister, Lai, returned the following week, carrying a suitcase full of city air and judgments disguised as perfume. Their brother Din came a day later, late as always, parking a new black sedan beside the family well. The siblings had not gathered under one roof in 13 years, not since their mother's funeral, when the estate lawyer mentioned a parcel of hillside orchard no one knew existed, willed equally to all three. They had promised to decide its fate together. Time passed, phone calls thinned, a suitcase of unsaid words grew heavier. Eventually, the orchard became a rumor, living between property lines on a map. Now, rumor had matured into dispute. A developer wanted the hillside, offering figures so large they looked like foreign plates at a village feast. Each sibling had arrived with a different appetite. Anne wished to plant a meditation center. Lai envisioned a boutique eco-resort. And Din eyed the cash like rain in a drought. Their arguments began politely, then sharpened, until even the cicadas outside fell silent, unwilling to compete with angry humans. On the third night, Anne slipped from bed and padded through moonlit corridors toward the back garden. There, the apricot tree loomed, its bark rough as old knuckles, its boughs twisting into stars. Another fruit dangled, swollen, ready to drop. She cupped it in her palm, felt its weight, wondered whose head it might strike tomorrow. In a moment, half dream, half memory, she heard her brother's childhood laughter, high as skylark song, and her heart clenched around marrow that had never forgiven itself for surviving. A match flared behind her. Din squatted at the threshold, shielding a cigarette from wind. The ember pulsed like a small, impatient planet. "You still walk in your sleep," he said. "You still pretend smoke is breath," Anne answered, surprised by the frost in her tone. She broke the silence that followed by whispering a sutra, an old habit she leaned on whenever tempers threatened to burn more than tobacco. Din exhaled, a slow dragon uncoiling. "Tomorrow we sign the papers. Lai's choice, my choice, your minority vote. It ends. We sell, divide, forget." "Nothing ends by division," Anne said. She plucked the apricot and rolled it in her palm. "You can cut a fruit 3 ways, but only one of us tastes the seed." Din ground the cigarette beneath his heel. "Seeds are for farmers, sister. Cities trade in pulp." He disappeared inside, leaving ash stripes on the veranda. Anne stood under the tree until dawn painted the roof tiles pearl gray, her hand clutching the fruit the way some pilgrims clutch rosaries, half in faith, half in fear that letting go might summon thunder. The Tale of the Wandering Monk. That morning a stranger arrived, robes the color of river mud, straw sandals frayed by miles, a begging bowl dangling from a sash. He bowed at the gate, eyes reflecting clouds as though they too bowed back. Villagers called him Brother Hui, a monk rumored to traverse provinces barefoot, trading sutras for stories. Some said he could silence a riot by breathing once. Lai met him first, her polished shoes sinking into soft earth. "We have no alms prepared," she said, glancing at his bowl. "I carry enough emptiness," he replied, voice a reed flute, but the apricot tree beckoned. Lai frowned. In corporate seminars, trees never beckoned, only spreadsheets did. Still, something about the monk's posture, hands loose, shoulders unarmored, unsettled her certainty. She gestured toward the garden and hurried off to her phone's awaiting glow. Brother Hui found An pruning dead twigs. She offered a silent bow, then an apology for the sparse branches. Late frost had withered half the spring blossoms. He studied the tree's bark, tracing cracks that formed a map of storms survived. Without asking, he retrieved a small bundle of pine resin from his sleeve and pressed it into a split. The scent rose, crisp, medicinal. "Trees heal where we have forgotten how," he murmured. An told him about the orchard sale, the developer, the sibling discord. Words tumbled like loose stones freed by confession. Brother Hui listened with the stillness of moss drinking dew. When she finished, he said only, "Come to the river tonight. Bring your apricot." The philosophy beneath fruit skin. Dusk drew indigo curtains across the valley. Fireflies stitched gold thread between reeds as if mending the day's torn seams. At the riverbank, Brother Hui waited beside a bamboo raft no larger than a door. On its planks sat 3 bowls of water, each reflecting the moon's fractured face. Li arrived first, irritation etched on her brow. The monk had texted her from Anne's borrowed phone, an act both anachronistic and strangely obedient to modern etiquette. Din followed, curious rather than convinced, another unlit cigarette twirling between his fingers. Brother Hugh gestured for them to kneel. He placed the apricot in the center bowl. "Water remembers shape but cannot keep it," he began. "Mind clings to bitterness, yet sweetness remains possible. Observe." He pressed the fruit until juice clouded the water. Then, with a reed, he stirred gently. The siblings watched pigment swirl, sunset swaths dissolving into midnight. A faint fragrance rose, tender, mournful. "In the Mahaparinibbana Sutta," he said, "the Buddha likens attachment to a poisoned arrow. We debate who shot first, forget the wound. Modern therapists echo this, naming it content over process. Families argue figures instead of feelings." Li shifted, defensive. "Feelings won't pay for repairs on this house." "Nor will ashes," Hu replied. "Yet we scatter them anyway, hoping grief grows legs to walk away." He lifted the apricot from the bowl. Its flesh sagged, drained, yet a single seed gleamed, unmarred. He placed it on Li's palm. "Your vision seeks profit. Plant this where tourists rest, and you'll remember fruit began as shade." He scooped a second seed from the cloudy water, pressed it into Din's hand. "Your hunger counts coins. Plant this beside ledgers, and you'll weigh success against blossom scent." Then he bowed to Anne. "You kept vigil. Plant the last beneath your silence, and roots will braid memory into ground." With that, he stepped onto the raft, pushed off, and let the river swallow his silhouette. The siblings remained, hands cupped like chalices, each holding a seed warm from shared water. Modern psychology in the orchard of blame. That night, they camped beneath the apricot tree, unable or unwilling to return indoors. Conversation unfolded hesitantly, like petals fearing frost. Lai admitted her boutique dream masked fear of irrelevance after a failed marriage. Din confessed his accounts were bleeding debt. Anne revealed she felt responsible for every sorrow under this roof. Hours passed. Stars blinked like old telegrams. They spoke until words ran dry, then allowed quiet to articulate what syllables could not. The mutual ache of children raised by parents who prized obedience over dialogue. The echo of an uncle's accidental death around which their childhood had orbited like moths around an unquenchable candle. Research in family systems theory calls this triangulation, unresolved tension between 2 members redirected through a third. In their case, the orchard became proxy for grief left unspoken. By naming the pattern together, they enacted reframing, shifting blame into shared curiosity. Cortisol levels drop when conflict is contextualized rather than personalized. The siblings felt it in their lungs, breath deepening, shoulders loosening, an internal climate change subtle but seismic. The turning, seeds choose their soil. At dawn, they hiked to the hillside parcel. Fog draped every branch in wool. Instead of surveyor flags, they carried a spade and silence. Anne tapped the earth where wild mint crept. Lai selected a knoll overlooking terraced paddies. Din found a sunlit patch near a crumbling stone wall. Each dug, placed a seed, covered it, and whispered a private vow. Months later, the developer withdrew. Soil tests revealed a rare fungus lethal to hotel investors but harmless to trees. Lai, ever adaptable, proposed an artist residency. Din managed finances with surprising tenderness. Anne taught visitors walking meditation beneath young apricot saplings whose leaves trembled like small bells. Sometimes, Maeve from Silent Valley delivered lavender lanterns to hang between branches. And the lawyer who once froze factories arrived with law students to study restorative land use. People called the hillside Bin Valley of Even Tones, because wind moving through apricot leaves sounded like distant chimes balancing sorrow and joy. Closing meditation. Listener, perhaps you too guard an orchard of unspoken seeds. Inheritance disputes, sibling grudges, a childhood accident echoing through adult decisions. Close your eyes. Picture a bowl of clear water under moonlight. Drop your sharpest argument into it and watch pigment swirl. Notice how color and clarity coexist. When the swirl stills, seek the seed at the center, small, hard, carrying futures unseen. Ask yourself, where will I plant this seed so that bitterness ripens into blossom?
Story 4. The Monk Who Lit a Cigarette. The rain began as a mist, so fine it seemed the mountain was exhaling. By the time my bus groaned to a halt at the edge of Smoke Ridge Pass, the mist had thickened into silver threads, stitching the pines to the clouds. I was a journalist chasing a rumor that a monk who should have renounced all cravings lit a cigarette every dawn, exactly 7 breaths after the monastery bell. The monastery itself clung to the slope like a hermit crab to its shell, weather-worn teak, prayer flags reduced to faded syllables, roofs bowed under moss. Most temples welcome pilgrims with bronze symbols or saffron-robed novices. This one offered only the smell of wet cedar and the hush of something holding its breath. I crossed a courtyard puddled with moonshapes, reflections of paper lanterns strung overhead. Each bore a hand-painted character for mindfulness, yet rain blurred the strokes until mindfulness looked like wind. Near the bell tower stood a solitary figure, head shaved, robe damp, ribcage rising and falling beneath cotton the color of charcoal. Between his fingers glowed the ember of a newly lit cigarette. He inhaled, slow, deliberate, eyes half closed as if tasting incense, not tobacco. When the smoke ribboned from his lips, it curled toward the lanterns, briefly imitating their glow before vanishing into rain. "Brother Surin?" I asked, notebooks sheltering beneath my jacket. "I've come to learn why a monk smokes." He considered me with a gaze that felt strangely weightless, as though he set me down in the world rather than invited me in. "Labels are heavy," he said, voice low, roughened by ash. "Set them aside, and you may learn something lighter." He stubbed the cigarette against the stone base of the bell and bowed. Rain hissed over the dying ember, like the mountain's amen. The secret room in the lungs. Brother Surin led me through corridors where candlelight quivered against murals of lotus blooms. The air smelled of wet wool and tea leaves. Wind slipped under doorframes, carrying the far-off yelp of jackals, reminding me the world beyond this cedar cocoon still bled and hunted. We stopped before a sliding door. On its surface, someone had inked a single sentence: "Every craving has a cradle." Inside waited a modest cell, straw mat, clay teapot, an altar of driftwood upon which burned a lone stick of incense, its smoke pirouetting with uncanny familiarity to the cigarettes. "I was never ordained," Surin said, kneeling. "I only borrowed the robe after my teacher disappeared." Rain hammered the roof like 1,000 impatient questions. He poured tea into chipped cups. Despite the chill, steam rose, fragrant with roasted barley. "My teacher," he continued, "believed enlightenment hid not in absence of desire, but in clear seeing of it, like holding a snake behind its head. He taught me to smoke 1 cigarette a day, precisely at dawn,
precisely 7 breaths after the bell. Make craving a metronome for mindfulness, he said. Count each inhale, count each release. Watch wanting rise, peak, fade. The whole Dharma lives in those 30 seconds. I sipped tea. It tasted of smoke and soil. And now? Now I smoke because if I don't, I shake, he admitted. Habit calcified into addiction while I wasn't looking. A smile tugged one corner of his mouth, bemused, not bitter. The snake grew while the keeper slept. Thunder grumbled in the valley. Surin produced a battered notebook, pages swelling with damp. Inside, cigarette filters were taped like dried petals, each dated and annotated with weather, dreams, and a single emotion word: dread, tenderness, emptiness. He had kept the log for 13 years. Why catalog ash, I asked. To remind myself smoke was once leaf, he said. Impermanence is not an excuse, it's a compass.
A visitor wrapped in wrestling tape. Before dawn the next day, a commotion rippled through the courtyard. A young man, broad-shouldered, wearing a varsity jacket and fists wrapped in athletic tape, argued with an elderly nun. Wet hair clung to his forehead. Rainwater painted desperation across his face. "I need Brother Surin," he insisted. "He owes me a fight." The nun looked scandalized. "Our halls are for reverence, not brawls." "It won't be a fight," Surin said, stepping from the shadows. "It will be a mirror." The young man, Kai, lowered his fists but not his trembling. "You coached me to breathe through rage," he told Surin, "but last month I punched my father. He's in surgery because of me. I can't breathe at all now." Surin beckoned us both to the zendo, a meditation hall open on 3 sides, rain gusting through bamboo blinds. Instead of cushions, the floor was strewn with sacks of sand. Surin gestured for Kai to lie atop the sacks, face down, arms outspread. Then, from a hook, he took 2 shallow clay bowls and filled them with charcoal ash, cigarette ash. "One for regret," he said, handing Kai the first bowl. "One for forgiveness," offering the second. "Carry regret on your back, forgiveness on your chest. Walk until they balance." Kai strapped the bowls with cloth bands, one between shoulder blades, one over sternum, then began pacing the muddy veranda. With each step, the ash shifted, regret sliding lower, forgiveness tipping to spill. Rain matted his hair, muscles quivered. Surin rang a bell every few minutes, and Kai had to pause, adjust posture so neither bowl toppled. I watched, confused and mesmerized. Surin lit a cigarette, drawing smoke as if punctuating each bell. The ritual stretched hours. At first, Kai cursed, ash streaking his jacket. In time, his breath slowed, shoulders finding equilibrium. By dusk, both bowls sat level. Ash no longer spilled. Surin snuffed his final cigarette on the railing. "Addiction, anger, both are bowls we strap to the body," he said. "Too much shame, they crush the spine. Too much pardon, and nothing steadies growth. Balance is dynamic." Kai collapsed, weeping, rain and ash mingling on his cheeks. Surin knelt, unstrapped the bowls, and emptied both into the garden soil. "Tomorrow," he told Kai, "help me plant chrysanthemums here. Let regret become roots, forgiveness bloom." Philosophy under the ember. That night, Surin invited me to the library, a damp alcove lined with scrolls and psychology journals. By lantern glow, he read from the Majjhima Nikaya. Craving gives birth to suffering. Observe it without judging, and it starves. Then he flipped to a modern study on addiction neuroscience, tracing a diagram of the mesolimbic pathway. Nicotine hijacks dopamine, he explained. But meditation can downregulate craving by reactivating the anterior cingulate, our brain's conflict monitor. My dawn cigarette is both stimulus and subject. "But your teacher's experiment became outside your control," I said. Surin nodded. "That is the second lesson. Even mindfulness can turn to pride, and pride blinds.
When the habit took me hostage, shame kept me silent. Addiction thrives in secrecy like mold in darkness. He handed me a folded letter, a resignation he had written to the monastic council, confessing dependency. "I haven't sent it," he said. "Fear plays gatekeeper." The candle guttered. Shadows trembled on scrolls. Surin's voice dropped. "Why are you really here? Curiosity alone does not cross storm passes."
I hesitated, throat tight. My father died of lung cancer 5 months ago. He was a meditation teacher who hid a lifelong smoking habit. The hospice nurse said his final breaths rattled like dry leaves. I need to understand how wisdom and self-destruction can inhabit the same lungs. Surin closed his eyes. "Then we share a lesson. Let us breathe together at dawn." Dawn of 31 breaths. Rain ceased just before sunrise. Mist clung to tree trunks like memory. The bell sounded, one resonant bronze note rippling across valleys. Surin lit his cigarette, inhaled. 7 breaths. Smoke drifted skyward. Then, without stubbing it, he placed the burning cigarette on a stone ledge and stepped back. 31 breaths, he whispered. The Buddha counted these to notice every stage of inhalation and exhalation. Today, I will watch smoke without touching it. We knelt side by side, eyes half open, tracking coils of smoke as the cigarette burned itself out, an unfurling mantra in gray script. At the 11th breath, my chest clenched, grief rising like floodwater. By the 20th, it ebbed, replaced by a strange compassion for every craving heart in the world. At the 30th, Surin's lips formed the soundless word, release. At the 31st, the cigarette collapsed into ash, embers extinguished. Surin fetched his resignation letter, tore it in half, and fed it to the wind. "Shame is still attachment," he said. "Instead, I will write a program, Smoke Sangha. Chronic smokers join here for dawn meditation, transmuting each craving into 31 mindful breaths. If the cigarette burns out unattended, a bell marks success." He turned to me. "You will film it," he declared, as if reading a headline already written. "Your father's final breaths will teach others to breathe differently." A lump formed in my throat. How do I know hope won't burn away too? Surin smiled, lighter than before. Hope is not the flame, it is the space between embers.
Psychology of craving and compassion. In the weeks that followed, Smoke Sangha took shape. Wooden benches in the courtyard, jars for visitors' cigarette packs, a schedule posted online. Light, breathe, release. Neuroscientists from a nearby university volunteered to study participants' brain scans, intrigued by preliminary reports of reduced craving intensity. Surin used data to refine the practice, merging Dharma with evidence-based protocols similar to acceptance and commitment therapy. Cravings acknowledged, observed, allowed to pass like weather. Kai returned weekly, planting chrysanthemums until a quilt of yellow blossoms covered the ash-soaked soil. He sent his father a photo of the garden. The man replied with a single word, proud. Kai framed the text and hung it by the gate. Visitors trickled in, a widow who smoked through insomnia, a chef whose palate dulled by tar, a young mother embarrassed to hide cigarettes in diaper bags. Each dawn, Surin lit the communal cigarette, placed it on the stone, and rang the bell. 31 breaths later, someone new would crush the stub, recording the craving's half-life in the logbook. Researchers measured cortisol levels. It dropped. Heart rate variability? It rose. But more subtle changes bloomed. Strangers shared coffee after meditation. Laughter echoed among gutters. The monastery, once a hermit crab, cracked open like a shell revealing pearls. One afternoon, a parcel arrived. Lavender lanterns from Silent Valley. Maeve's touch, though few knew. They hung the lanterns across the courtyard, and on each silk panel someone inked a single word once shackled to smoke: grief, boredom, rebellion, companionship. Lanterns glowed at night, reminding all that craving, once named and illuminated, becomes light. Departure and the unlit pack. On my final morning, Soren handed me an unopened pack of cigarettes. "Take this to your father's grave," he said. "Place one cigarette on the stone, count 31 breaths. Leave it to weather. It will teach those who come after." I tucked the pack into my rucksack, feeling its weight both literal and symbolic. As I turned to leave, Soren lit his own dawn cigarette. But after one breath, he pinched the ember and dropped it, unlit, into the ash garden. He bowed to the chrysanthemums. "The trance is broken," he said. "Now my addiction is just a memory of smoke." He pressed a seed into my palm, tiny, dark, fragrant with tobacco leaf. "Plant this near your father," he whispered. "Let the earth decide what rises." Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps a craving curls inside your ribs. Nicotine, sugar, rage, validation, any ember that steals breath. Close your eyes. Imagine lighting it without judgment. Watch smoke write temporary prayers in air. Count 31 breaths, not to banish desire, but to witness its shape, its peak, its fade. When the ember dies, notice the space left behind. Is it emptier or freer? Ask yourself, what craving might become a bell ringing you awake instead of burning you down?
Story 5. The Sister Who Waited for an Apology. A pale saffron moon floated above the salt marshes, and the tide inhaled with the patience of a monk polishing jade. On a rickety stilt pier at the edge of Seagrass Village, Lynn stood barefoot, sleeves rolled to her elbows, knuckles white around a chipped thermos of chrysanthemum tea that had long gone cold. Every night for 7 years she returned to this pier, listening for the engine of a mailboat that might, at last, bring a single envelope addressed in her sister's handwriting. In the first winter, the habit felt almost romantic. By the 5th, it hardened into ritual. Now, in the ragged twilight of the 7th spring, it had become a private liturgy of grief. The betrayal itself was mundane in the way family tragedies often are. The youngest sister, Dao, forged Lynn's signature to secure a loan against their late father's fish sauce factory. When the loan defaulted, the factory, along with the ancestral house, was liquidated in a bank auction. Dao vanished upriver, promising to repay, promising to write. No letter ever came, only rumors. She had married into a timber cartel, she had joined a street theater, she had sailed to Cambodia under an assumed name. Lynn stayed behind to nurse their mother through months of coughing blood, each rattle of the old woman's lungs repeating the same question. Why had the daughters she wove from summer sweat unraveled into strangers? Tonight, a humid wind swelled of brine and burnt sugarcane. The marsh hummed with cicadas so loud the night seemed ready to spill. Lynn traced a thumb along the thermos rim. Beneath the pierboards, bioluminescent plankton flickered like lost letters trying one last time to spell themselves visible. Still, no boat. On the far side of the embankment, a lantern bobbed, revealing a silhouette approaching. Broad hat, weather-slicked robe, gait unhurried as if walking through centuries rather than mud. The figure stopped at the pier's edge, raising a palm in greeting. "Sister Lynn?" The voice, soft yet resonant, belonged to Venerable Tom Min, an itinerant nun known along the Delta for teaching Hugh Long, Echo of the Heart meditation, to fishermen who carried too many ghosts in their nets. Lynn bowed, self-conscious that the salt wind had whipped her hair into tangles. Tom Min stepped beside her, gaze settling on the restless channel. "The tide is high," she said, "good for releasing things one no longer needs." "I need an apology," Lynn replied, sharper than intended. Tom Min's eyes, dark pools reflecting lantern glow, held neither judgment nor pity, only the spaciousness of someone who has outlived several versions of herself. "Perhaps the apology also waits," she murmured, "but in a different harbor than this." They stood in silence until the mailboat's lantern finally appeared, too small, too hopeful, chugging against current. The skipper tossed a canvas pouch onto the pier. Lynn's hands trembled as she opened it. Inside lay bills, a seed catalog, and a single envelope, the address scrawled in a childish script she did not recognize. She tore it open anyway, pulse sprinting. A postcard fell out, a cartoon crab waving beneath the words, "Greetings from Ken Geo." The back was blank. Lynn laughed, the sound brittle, then sank to her knees. Even the universe mocks me with empty words. Tom Min knelt beside her, palms flat on the damp boards. "Empty words are still vessels," she said. "We decide what cargo they carry." The Tale of the Two Oars. Tom Min invited Lynn to the Tide House, a thatched hut perched where river meets sea. Inside, woven mats scented with vetiver covered the floor, and reed walls breathed with each gust. An altar held a broken wooden oar split neatly down the middle, its surface worn smooth by years of touch. "My teacher told this story," Tom Min began, lighting a stub of sandalwood incense. "Two sisters shared one canoe and two oars. One season of floods, the younger grew impatient, snatched both oars, and paddled away, leaving the elder adrift. Months later, guilt stalked her. She tried to return the stolen oar, but found it had long since cracked. She offered apologies carved into driftwood, but the elder, bitter, tossed them back into the current. Only when the elder sister noticed she could guide the canoe by cupping her hands in water, small strokes, steady breaths, did she discover she was never truly oarless. Awakening, she raised her empty palms toward the horizon, and the wind filled them like sails." Lynn stared at the broken oar on the altar. "Is this a relic?" "A reminder," said the nun. "Broken things name the space where healing can land." The philosophy beneath the pier. The next morning, Tom Min guided Lynn through Huolong meditation. They sat facing one another, knees lightly touching, eyes half closed. With each inhale, they traced the sound of a distant bell, a buoy at the river mouth, letting the tone ripple through their rib cages. With each exhale, they imagined the bell dispersing into mist, teaching the body how to release without erasing shape. Between breaths, Lynn spoke her grievance like beads on a mala. The loan, the auction, the mother's hospital bills paid by harvesting clams until her palms split. Each confession fell into the hut's silence like stones into deep water. Tom Min did not offer solutions, only an occasional nod, acknowledging impact without trying to redirect its trajectory. When words ran dry, Tom Min poured rice tea. Steam curled, echoing yesterday's plankton, luminous, fleeting. The Buddha compared resentment to grasping a hot coal intended for another, she said. Modern psychology calls it involuntary rumination, neural loops that reignite stress responses long after the threat is gone. Each night on the pier, your amygdala hears a ghost engine and floods your bloodstream with cortisol. "So I should forget?" Lynn bristled. "Not forget," corrected the nun, "but compost. Let memory break down until its nutrients feed something new." The field of unsown salt. At low tide, Tom Min led Lynn to a barren strip of shoreline where nothing grew, too much salt deposited by the last typhoon. "We call this Dut Mun," she said, "salt land. Farmers say it's dead, but we plant thuibong, glasswort, salt-loving succulents. Their roots drink what others reject, restore balance." She handed Lynn a burlap sack of glasswort cuttings. "Plant these each dawn just as the mailboat returns upstream. Every sprout is a syllable of the apology you wish to hear. Water with river brine, speak the words aloud even if no one answers."
Lynn scoffed, but accepted the task. That dusk she gathered driftwood, marking out rows in the sandy soil. She knelt, palms gritty, placing each sprout as gently as a prayer, whispering a single line over and over. "Tao, I hurt too." Moonlight silvered the tiny stalks. In their fragile uprightness, Lin felt a pulse of something not yet forgiveness, but less than fury. Modern psychology in a tidal heart. Weeks passed. Dawn after dawn, Lin carried pails of brackish water, chanting her one-line confession, sometimes sobbing, sometimes laughing at the absurdity. The practice mirrored exposure therapy. By stepping onto the salt land, literal reminder of betrayal, and performing compassionate acts, she rewired her brain's association network. Neurobiologists call it long-term potentiation, new circuits laid by repeated aligned thought, speech, action. In the evenings, Tom Min taught the village children calligraphy on banana leaves. Lin watched, realizing that each brushstroke began with a pause, dam zung, a mindful halt so ink could gather courage before flowing. She practiced, painting the character Nyun, patience, until its curved spine no longer quivered. One monsoon afternoon, thunder cracked the sky like crockery breaking. Lin sprinted to the shore, frantic that wind would rip the young glasswort from their beds. Instead, she found them swaying, supple, their roots anchored by salt they had turned into flesh. Kneeling, drenched, she felt laughter rise, not brittle, but buoyant, as if borrowed from a version of herself she barely remembered. The turning, stones in the net. Fishermen once taught Lin that trawl nets catch more than fish: rusted anchors, bones, messages in sealed jars. One sunrise, a neighbor hauled a dripping net onto the pier, cursing at its weight. Inside lay a woman, half-conscious, clothes tattered, clutching a ledger of water-smeared bets. Lin recognized the scar above the woman's left eyebrow. Tao. Shock froze Lin's limbs. A crowd gathered, whispers rippled. Rumor said Tao's latest business collapsed, that she'd fled collectors, leapt from a ferry into the tidal void. Now the void had returned her. Tao's eyelids fluttered. She saw Lin, chapped lips shaping a single word, sorry, before fainting. Lin's pulse roared like typhoon surf. Yet something beneath the roar, the echo of the heart meditation, whispered, every craving has a cradle. Every apology, too. She lifted Tao with the help of 2 villagers, carried her through rain to Tom Ming's hut. There, by lamplight, Lin washed river silt from her sister's hair. She discovered calluses that mirrored hers, ribs sharp from hunger. Tao woke at intervals, mumbling figures she owed, names of creditors. Lin fed her spoonfuls of warm sweet potato congee. On the 3rd night, Tao fully surfaced, gaze clear yet haunted. Tears sluiced down her cheeks as she recounted years of running, loan sharks pressing, dignity pawned. I forged that signature believing I could triple the money, pay mother's medicine, win your praise, she sobbed. I kept failing. Shame grew fangs. Every day I waited to feel worthy enough to write. Worthy never came. Lin listened. No tidy forgiveness blossomed, but the glasswort rose flickered in her mind, plants that thrived on salt. She realized grief and regret, too, could be nutrients. She spoke slowly. Mother died thinking she'd lost both daughters. Let's make sure her ashes aren't lonely. Tao wept harder. Lin's shoulder grew wet, but she did not flinch. Lanterns in the mangrove. When Tao regained strength, Tom Ming organized a hoi den, lantern rite in the mangrove channels. Villagers paddled low boats at dusk, hanging lanterns shaped like glasswort stalks. Each carried a slip of paper on which participants wrote either an apology they owed or one they awaited. Wind rustled mangrove leaves like pages turning in a hidden sutra. Tao and Lin shared a boat. Tao wrote, I stole our home. Lin wrote, I clung to hurt until it became my name. They folded the slips into their lantern's base. At the drum's soft roll, they released the lantern onto dark water. Its green silk glowed, drifting among dozens, until individual lights blurred into a trembling avenue of forgiveness and plea. Mid-channel, a lantern caught on a root. Lin reached to free it and noticed the slip inside read, I won't write, but I'm sorry." She recognized her own early grief disguised as sarcasm. She set it loose, whispering, "Float on."
Psychologists call such ceremonies externalized dialogue, symbolic acts that allow safe expression of conflicting emotions. The ritual lowers defensiveness, activating the ventromedial prefrontal cortex, seat of empathy. In that floating forest of lanterns, Lynn felt neural thunderclouds dissipate, replaced by a monsoon of quiet understanding. Departure, salt into blossom. The next spring, the Tide House became a small mindfulness clinic. Tao managed ledgers, transparent this time, while learning to fish for glasswort seeds. Lynn taught Hue-long breathing to trawl crews before dawn departures. The salt fields shimmered green and crimson. Chefs from Ho Chi Minh City arrived to harvest, paying fair prices. Proceeds rebuilt the ancestral house's foundation. Its walls would soon host travelers seeking stillness by the marsh. On Lynn's last official night of pier waiting, she carried no thermos, only a sachet of dried glasswort to mail to other villages wrestling with restitutions. The mailboat came, slower than usual. The skipper handed her a single envelope bearing Tao's new, careful script. Inside was a pressed sprig of glasswort and 3 words, "I am growing." Lynn smiled, folded the sprig into her journal beside the blank Kanjio postcard. She found Tom Min on the Tide House steps, polishing the broken oar. Without speaking, they set the 2 halves into wet sand, where river met sea. Tide lifted them, aligning splintered ends so perfectly that for a breath they looked whole. Then currents carried them apart, each piece gliding eastward under the same moon. Closing meditation. Listener, perhaps you too wait on a pier for a letter that may never come. An apology, recognition, closure. Close your eyes. Hear the engine of an unseen boat. Feel your pulse match its chugging. Imagine in your palm a seedling that drinks salt. Place it in the ground of your waiting. Water it with whatever brine remains: anger, longing, exhaustion. Watch slender stems rise, transforming bitterness into sap, sap into leaf, leaf into quiet nourishment. Ask yourself, if the apology never arrives, what might you plant in its place so your heart does not stay fallow?
Story 6. The Rice Bowl of 3 Generations. The village of Trafong clung to the foothills like a line of hand-stitched silk, its terraced patties descending toward the river in green, breathing steps. At dawn, the horizon glimmered pearl blue behind the pagoda spire, and from every kitchen rose the same thin spiral of wood smoke and jasmine rice, an unspoken anthem older than drums or flags. Nok Lon had returned after 22 years away, carrying a handbag full of airport dust and a heart crowded with deadlines. In Ho Chi Minh City, she was praised as a food stylist. She made bowls of soup look like soft lanterns for glossy magazines. Yet none of those bowls ever steamed in human hands. They were painted with oil to keep reflections perfect. She had come home because her mother's voice on the phone sounded smaller than the click of the international line. "Ba's rice bowl cracked. It will not hold water." Lon assumed her mother meant the ceramic heirloom that passed from grandfather to father to son. She pictured a fissure running across blue-white glaze, an object worth repairing by kintsugi perhaps. Only when she stood once more in the earthen courtyard did she realize something else had shattered, her father's mind. Alzheimer's, the district doctor said, fractures in memory, not porcelain. Ba sat beneath a lychee tree, cupping the empty rice bowl in both hands, tilting it as if listening for ocean echoes. Rain's soft eyes drifted to Lon without recognition. A small part of her cracked soundlessly. That evening, the monsoon arrived early, sheets of slate-colored rain drumming on corrugated roofs. Lightning forked over the patties, turning scarecrows into silhouettes of startled saints. Lon helped her mother, Bic, seal windows with bamboo slats. Candlelight jittered across old family photos where smiling faces had begun to fade like wet ink. When the storm quieted to a drizzle, a knock sounded at the gate. A monk in travel-stained robes bowed, palms together. "Peace to this house," he said.
"The bridge washed out. May I shelter until dawn?" Bick welcomed him with tea and a mat near the hearth. The monk introduced himself as Brother Minchiet, one who seeks wisdom, and unstrapped a weather-beaten alms bag. From it he produced a bundle wrapped in banana leaves, glutinous rice cakes perfumed with ginger. "For those who feed wanderers," he smiled. Ba shuffled in, bowl still in hand. He eyed the monk's cakes, then held out the bowl, childlike. The monk bowed to him deeply, then filled the bowl with fragrant rice. Steam coiled up, catching candlelight like ghost scripture on the air. Ba tasted one bite, sighed, and for a heartbeat his gaze sharpened on Lan. "Kongai? My girl?" he whispered, the old nickname he used when teaching her to winnow rice as a child. Tears blurred the single syllable into mist before comprehension slipped away again. Lan's lungs tightened. The monk watched silently, eyes reflecting both grief and permission. The tale carved in steam. Later, as rain slowed to a whisper, Brother Minchiet told a tale. "Long ago," he began, "in the kingdom of Vun Sun, a farmer inherited a single porcelain rice bowl from his grandmother. She taught him, 'This bowl is emptiness made visible. Fill it with gratitude, never greed.' The farmer obeyed, eating only enough to quiet hunger. Famine struck the valley, yet the farmer did not starve. Each dawn, the bowl refilled with fresh rice. Word spread. Neighbors begged to borrow the miracle bowl. Some returned it empty, some chipped its rim, some hid it away. The bowl lost its shine. Cracks webbed the glaze. Eventually, no rice appeared. The farmer, heartbroken, carried the broken bowl up the mountain to a hermit sage. 'Why did it fail?' he cried. The sage poured water into the fractured porcelain. It leaked onto the rock. 'Bowl and valley share one marrow,' said the sage. 'When neighbors forgot gratitude, they fractured the very vessel they sought to feed them.' The farmer spent years mending friendships, sharing seeds, songs, and shelter. Piece by piece, the cracks aligned. The glaze brightened. One spring day, the bowl brimmed again. This time, not with mere rice, but with the fragrance of harmony itself." Lan listened, fingers tracing the hairline cracks swirling around her father's bowl. The monk's voice settled over the room like warm broth in the belly. Philosophy woven through grain. When Mother slept, Lan remained by the fire with Brother Min-treat. "Is my father's memory like that bowl, beyond repair?" she asked. The monk stirred embers with a twig. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the Buddha compares mind to a field. Seeds of mindfulness, weeds of delusion. Alzheimer's uproots many plants, but the soil, the capacity for present moment feeling, often stays fertile longer than we assume. He spoke of Western research, music therapy sparking hippocampal activity, scent and taste triggering autobiographical recall. Rice, he smiled, is a fragrance sown through every memory he ever harvested. Lan admitted she felt guilty for fleeing to the city, polishing artificial food while mother and father weathered real storms. The monk quoted Thich Nhat Hanh, "If you are cutting carrots with mindfulness, that too is meditation." Then he added a neuroscientist's footnote, "Focusing attention on mundane tasks entrains the brain's default mode network to quiet rumination, reducing anxiety." "My work chases aesthetics, not mindfulness," Lan muttered. "Perhaps," said the monk, "it's time to let aesthetics chase you here." The field of borrowed dawn. At first light, mist waltzed above emerald terraces. Brother Min-treat offered to teach Bat Hung Tha, the incense bowl of breathing, a practice pairing sensory anchors with mindful steps. He led Lan and Bick into the paddy, where young rice shoots trembled under dew. Each exhale, they bowed, fingers brushing water, noticing reflections ripple. Each inhale, they straightened, collecting dawn inside ribs. Ba shuffled along the dike, still clutching his bowl. The monk produced a small bamboo ladle, scooped paddy water, and poured it into the bowl.
Sunlight struck the surface. White clouds floated in that tiny sky. Ba stared, entranced. "Water reflects even fractured porcelain," Min Chiet whispered. For breakfast, Lan suggested cooking rice the old way, in the outdoor clay pot, over wood, no timer but the whistle of first steam. As grain simmered, she crushed ginger, lemongrass, a pinch of sea salt. Aromas curled through the courtyard. Ba inhaled, pupils widening. He shuffled to the stove, tapped the lid like a familiar drumbeat. Lan lifted it. A plume of steam billowed, obscuring them before clearing. Ba whispered, "Nya nya kwa," smells like home, then laughed, a sound untouched by disease. Lan's throat ached with wonder. Mother's eyes shimmered. The monk simply nodded, as though ticking another stitch in invisible cloth. Psychology of intergenerational bowls. That afternoon, Lan explored the attic for relics of aroma and touch. She found Ba's bamboo lunch basket, lined with aged cloth still smelling faintly of sesame oil. Her own childhood mortar where fragments of star anise clung. She arranged these objects on the kitchen table. The monk explained, reminiscence therapy, using tactile cues to scaffold identity. Research shows such multisensory memory tables can spark neural networks bypassing damaged regions. Each item is an oar paddling across forgetting, he said. Mother added her wedding scarf, still perfumed with camellia. Ba caressed the silk, humming a song. The melody had no words left, yet its shape curled through the room like incense. Lan felt something shift inside her, guilt composting into intention. She reached for her phone but stopped. Instead, she fetched her design sketchbook. She began roughing plans for a community kitchen studio. Villagers would cook heirloom dishes. Lan would photograph them unstyled, steam-soft, honest. Profits from prints could fund dementia support. Brother Min Triet watched the pencil dance. "A bowl becomes miracle not by perfection," he said, "but by carrying the warmth of 3 generations." The turning, crack filled with gold. On the eve of the full moon, the monk prepared to depart. Rain had washed the bridge clear. Before leaving, he suggested a final rite, kintsugi, not with lacquer and gold dust, but with sticky rice paste and sunlight. They placed Ba's cracked bowl on a low table under the lychee tree. Lan mixed glutinous rice flour with warm water, stirring until it shone like pearl milk. She brushed the paste along the crack, pressing edges together. Mother held the bowl steady. Ba watched, bewildered but calm. The monk positioned a hand mirror to catch moonlight and direct it onto the seam. "Rice once nourished your blood," he told Ba. "Now let it mend your vessel." They sat in silent meditation. Crickets serenaded. Gradually, the paste dried, translucent. Lan imagined each starch molecule weaving across porcelain like villagers repairing dikes after storms. When the moon reached zenith, the monk lifted the bowl. The seam glimmered faint opal where rice paste met glaze. Ba blinked, then, miracle of moments, he traced the seam and said, "Dep, beautiful." The single word rang across the courtyard like a bell with no tower. Tears welled in Lan, mother, even the monk's eyes. Departure and the traveling bowl. At dawn, Brother Min Triet slung his alms bag. Lan offered fresh rice cakes wrapped in lychee leaves. Ba surprised them by placing the mended bowl inside the monk's sack. "Take," he said, "for hungry roads." The monk hesitated. Mother nodded. Lan clasped the monk's hands. "May our father's bowl feed others when memory is thin," she said. Min Triet bowed low. "Every grain will carry your family's fragrance," he promised. Then he walked toward the rebuilt bridge, his silhouette small against the riot of green. Weeks later, Lan's community kitchen buzzed with children pounding rice, elders telling jokes scented with fish sauce. Photographs of wrinkled hands shaping dumplings hung on walls. Tourists bought prints, funds flowed to buy mnemonic gardens, plots of herbs selected to trigger memory through scent. Ba's lucidity flickered like dusk fireflies, but whenever fresh rice steamed, he smiled as if clouds parted. Sometimes he uttered Lan's name, clear as temple bells. On those days, she felt that even if tomorrow erased him again, the fragrance of rice would remain, stitched into the air between heartbeat and breath. Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps you too hold a vessel with hairline cracks, a parent's fading eyes, a friendship chipped by time, a self-image fractured by regret. Close your eyes. Imagine warm rice paste, humble, nourishing, seeping into every fracture, knitting porcelain to pearl. See moonlight shining along the seam, not hiding the crack, but gilding it with tenderness. Ask yourself, what simple fragrance from your lineage might you use to mend the bowl you fear is beyond repair?
Story 7. The Well Beneath the Divorce Court. The courthouse in Fongsan Province was an austere cube of gray concrete perched above a sun-blanched plaza, its square windows staring at the river like lidless, accusing eyes. Few visitors knew that decades earlier, the colonial administration had covered, but never filled, a centuries-old communal well that once provided water to the entire town. Builders capped it with poured cement, sank iron beams through the soft throat of earth, and raised hearing rooms upon the cavity. Every afternoon, when proceedings paused for lunch, a faint drip echoed under the floorboards, unnoticed by litigants whose thoughts broke louder than water. Attorney Mai Tan Trang heard those drips the first day she came to argue a routine separation. She was 43, famous in Ho Chi Minh City for negotiating clean exits from messy marriages, and infamous for the rumor that she charged extra if clients insisted on revenge clauses. Her own marriage had dissolved 12 months earlier, signed, stamped, and processed by a colleague behind an identical mahogany bench, yet the ache still prowled her ribs like a caged fox. The case in Fongsan should have been simple: a rice mill owner and his wife dividing acreage, custody, and guilt. But during preliminary statements, the husband hurled a ledger at the judge, the wife spat rice husks onto the polished floor, and Trang felt the courtroom tilt as if the whole building leaned toward the river. Over the din, she sensed that subterranean drip, one bead landing upon another, steady as breath. For a blink, she imagined the sound was a pulse, and that the courthouse itself was a heart beating beneath quarrel-stained robes. That night, she booked the last room at a weather-warped guest house across from the plaza. Unable to sleep, she walked the courtyard's perimeter. Moonlight illuminated a circular seam in the paving stones, a hair-lined fissure where grass sprouted like green whispers. Kneeling, she placed her ear to the crack. The drip sounded clearer, accompanied by a hollow sigh, as though someone exhaled into an empty amphora. When she rose, a figure stepped from the arcade's shadow, a janitor in faded blue overalls carrying a wooden bucket and a coil of hemp rope. "Ma'am," he said with a bow deep enough to scrape moonlight from the tiles, "the courthouse keeps late sorrows. Best leave them sleeping." Trang straightened. "I thought I heard water." The man's smile was a door left slightly ajar. "Some call it water, some call it memory. Either way, step lightly." He shuffled past, leaving a faint scent of camphor and burnt tea.
The drop of silent ink. Proceedings continued through the week, each day swelling with subpoenas and stalled negotiations. Whenever tempers flared, Trang's attention drifted to the drip ringing beneath her soles. At recess on Friday, she followed the janitor through a maintenance stairwell into the courthouse cellar. There, cradled between foundation pillars, gaped a stone-lined shaft no wider than a kitchen table. Steel rods crossed the opening like prison bars, but between two bent rods yawned enough darkness to swallow a human secret. The janitor set his bucket beside the well's lip. With a brass ladle, he scooped water from the darkness, clear, cold, faintly luminescent, and poured it onto cracked tiles that steamed in the subtropical heat.
The water traced hairline fractures in the floor, revealing a map of invisible stress spreading under courtrooms above. This well is called Gyeng Chen Yun, the well of true endurance, he said. Villagers once gathered here to settle quarrels before they grew teeth. Each party drew a ladle, tasted, and spoke their grievance into the water. If the other drank without spitting, harmony was restored. He peered at Trang. Now the well listens to paper verdicts and unspoken regrets. Trang reached for the ladle, hesitated. What if the water tastes of bitterness? It reflects the tongue that meets it, he replied. But reflection is not condemnation. She drank. Coolness cascaded throat to belly. For a heartbeat, she tasted jasmine from childhood afternoons when her mother brewed tea over backyard coals. Then salt. No, tears ghosted the edges of her tongue and vanished. The Tale of the Two Buckets. The janitor, whose name was Brother Phop An, though he called himself only caretaker, recounted an old parable. 2 wooden buckets served a mountain monastery. One bucket was whole, the other leaked through a knothole. Every dawn, a novice fetched water. By the time he reached the kitchen, the cracked bucket was half empty and apologized. The whole bucket boasted of its fullness. An elder overheard the exchange and told the cracked bucket, "Look along the path you travel." There bloomed a ribbon of wildflowers watered only by its leaks. The elder said, "Both buckets serve life. One fills pots, the other paints the world." Trang felt the story lodge in her chest like a seed searching fertile ground. Law, karma, and the neural loop. That evening in the guest house kitchen, Brother Phop An brewed lotus root tea over a single charcoal ember. He spoke of pratitya samutpada, interdependent origination, and its counterpart in modern psychology, systems theory. In a divorce, he explained, we believe 2 people break apart, but truly an entire web of relations adjust. Children, in-laws, the village economy, even the food vendors outside the courthouse. Suffering is seldom singular, healing neither. He cited research on emotional contagion, how anger in court raises cortisol in observers. Judges retire with enlarged hearts, he said softly, but seldom from love. He handed Trang a folded diagram sketched on rice paper, concentric circles labeled self, partner, family, community, biosphere. Arrows flowed both directions. At the bottom he had written, "Break the line anywhere and water finds another channel." Trang stared at the drawing, recalling how her ex-husband had uprooted to Bali after their split, how her own mother took blood pressure pills double-dosed, how the family dog refused food for days when suitcases appeared. The leak of pain had watered weeds wider than she'd admitted. The day the gavel shivered. On Monday, the rice mill couple reached final hearing. As accusations rose, ceiling lights flickered, power grids strained by an early heat wave. Suddenly, a crack thundered through the room. Plaster dust rained from a hairline fissure that snaked across the floor directly above the well shaft. Panic fluttered. The judge called evacuation. In the corridor, Brother Phop An appeared, urging calm. "The foundation seeks attention," he murmured. He led Trang, the husband, and the wife down to the cellar where the fissure cut deeper into mosaic tiles, stopping at the well's rim as though the earth itself had signed a ceasefire line. The couple, Bao and Kiu, stared at the chasm. Bao's hands, rough from grain sacks, shook. Kiu hugged her ledger of debts like a life vest. "The court above is silent," Phop An said, "but the well below still listens. Would you speak here?" Bao scoffed. Kiu's eyes brimmed. Trang found herself stepping between them. She withdrew the brass ladle, filled 2 porcelain cups kept on a ledge. "Drink," she said, "to hear yourselves." Hesitant, they sipped. Silence pooled. Then Kiu whispered, "I feared telling you the mill defaulted because I hid my father's gambling losses." Bao closed his eyes, tears brimming. "I feared telling you I'd mortgaged the tractor to pay for our daughter's surgery." Each confession dripped like water into a new cavity, but the floor above stopped groaning. Trang felt her own throat open. "My marriage ended," she said quietly, "because I negotiated for clients but never negotiated for love. I poured myself full and leaked all tenderness along the way." No one replied, yet something softened around them, like steam easing tight grain in rice. Fop-on knelt by the fissure and dabbed it with well water. "The ground will mend," he said, "if its residents do." From drip to spring, applied therapy. In the weeks that followed, the courthouse remained closed for repairs. Trang postponed city clients and stayed, establishing sessions at the well, informal mediations held in the cool cellar. Couples, siblings, debtors, and creditors descended steel stairs, tasted the water, and spoke grievances. In psychological terms, the ritual combined exposure, somatic anchoring, and dyadic active listening. In Dharma language, it was simply sharing the bowl. Local university researchers measured cortisol in participants. Levels fell an average of 28%. The provincial judge observed outcomes. 70% of cases settled before trial. Villagers planted flower beds around the plaza. Leaks from temporary gutters watered the blooms. Bao and Kyo agreed to joint ownership under a cooperatives model, splitting profits and responsibilities. They hosted a harvest festival where sacks of rice were stacked beside a wooden plaque, 2 buckets, 1 path. Trang, meanwhile, drafted a manuscript titled Wellspring Jurisprudence, Restorative Law in Communal Space. She planned to present it at an international symposium, but delayed submission, sensing one paragraph remained unwritten, her own reckoning. She found it one humid dusk when she descended alone, ladle in hand. She drank, recalling the janitor's tale. Into the echo of dripping limestone she spoke. "To my ex-husband men, I leaked love by withholding wonder. May the flowers along my path feed strangers." The sentence was imperfect, cracked. Yet as she released it, the walls felt less like stones and more like ancient ears. The turning, uncapping the plaza. Engineers offered to seal the fissure with epoxy, but Trang proposed a circular skylight of tempered glass, revealing the well as a public feature. Children could toss paper boats inked with prayers. Litigants waiting upstairs could watch ripples instead of scrolling spiteful texts. The county accepted. Opening day drew monks, judges, market women, and teenagers on motorbikes. Brother Fop-on unveiled a bronze plaque. "When words fall, listen for water." He handed Trang a coiled hemp rope. "Shepherd the bucket," he said, bowing out of official duties to return to monastery travels. Trang lowered the bucket, drew water shining like molten moonlight, and poured it into 50 small clay cups. She passed them among the crowd, not communion of creed, but of capacity. Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps a courthouse lives inside your chest, chambers echoing with past verdicts, a hidden well dripping beneath sentences you declared final. Close your eyes. Feel floorboards tremble with each breath. Sense the faint drip beneath grievances you rehearse. Lower a bucket. Taste what waits. Is it brackish with blame, sweet with forgotten lullabies, or simply cool with possibility? Ask yourself, if the foundation of your argument cracked today, which secret water would you dare to share before the ceiling collapses? Story 8. A Corpse in the Lotus Pond. A single heron stood sentinel on the stone balustrade, its white feathers the lone bright syllable and sentence of dusk. The pond below, broad as a muted bell, lay quilted with lotus leaves so thick that even the wind seemed unable to part them. Villagers of Hamtien called this place Heaven's Mirror, yet on that midsummer evening the mirror swallowed light rather than reflecting it. Somewhere beneath the layered lily pad roofs, a body waiting for discovery, already turning the water's hush into an unspoken plea. I arrived just before nightfall, drawn by a telegram from Abbot Huen Phap of Bikvan Monastery. "We require a witness who can listen for more than words." I was no detective. In another city, I lectured on trauma psychology, teaching students how memory clings to neurons like moss on old walls. But the abbot knew my childhood. My first meditation was with him after my mother's funeral, and he knew the pond was more than crime scene.
It was the monastery's oldest koan. Where does reflection go when the water is stirred? The abbot met me at the cloister gate, robe the color of evening ashes. He spoke softly, as if every syllable might ripple the pond anew. They pulled the corpse from the lotus at dawn, he said. No wounds, no witnesses, only a string of jade prayer beads wrapped twice around the throat. Suicide, I ventured. Perhaps, he replied, or a final sermon no one has yet interpreted. He led me along lantern-lit corridors where incense drifted like half-remembered lullabies. Novices whispered sutras, their voices featherlight against the weight of what floated in memory's dark shallows. At the end of a wooden walkway, we reached the meditation hall that overlooked the pond. Candle stubs trembled in iron bowls. The scent of beeswax mingled with the heavy perfume of night-blooming lotus. On a low table lay the belongings recovered from the body, the jade mala, a charcoal pencil, and a folded scrap of rice paper. I unfolded it. On the inside was sketched a single character, lung, to listen deeply, drawn so lightly it seemed scraped into the fibers rather than written. The pencil lay beside it, shaved to its final inch. Whoever drew the character had done so with the last breath of graphite. I felt the stir of an old impulse, to frame the problem, label the pathology, isolate variables. Then the abbot laid a hand on my arm. "Tonight," he murmured, "let us first hear the pond." The listening vigil. We sat on the veranda, the pond breathing beneath us. Beneath the lotus mats, koi stirred, soft, low knocks against water's interior door. Crickets tuned their wings, composing a percussion of patient time. Somewhere in the bamboo groves, a bamboo flute, or perhaps wind through hollow culms, keened a note that reached deeper than the ear and lodged behind the heart. In trauma therapy, I tell clients that the body keeps the score. Tonight, my skin was the drum on which the pond drummed. Every sense vibrated with the corpse's residual story. Yet the abbot sat steady, palms open, as though cupping moonbeams. He whispered Agatha. Listening is the bridge, sorrow is the river, compassion the far shore. Midnight spilled ink across the sky. Clouds parted. The moon's disk floated directly above the pond. Its reflection scattered across leaves into 100 trembling coins, then recollected in the dark water toward the center, one luminous path pointing nowhere and everywhere. "Do you feel it?" the abbot asked. I nodded, uncertain what "it" was. He explained. Lotus roots weave a lattice beneath. When one leaf is disturbed, the whole pond listens. Trauma travels alike inside a family or a village. His words opened a memory from my clinical charts. Vicarious trauma, the way sorrow spreads by proximity. I wondered whose pain the dead carried, and whose pain now carried the dead. The tale of the whispering carp. At dawn, the abbot told a parable. In Emperor Li's era, he said, there lived a fisherman who claimed to hear carp reciting sutras beneath the royal lotus lake. Curious, the emperor commanded the lake be drained. Workers uncovered not chanting fish, but a submerged pagoda with carvings of Avalokiteshvara. The emperor realized the sutras had always been within the stone. Fish merely carried echoes. Ashamed, he ordered the pagoda reflooded, declaring, "Some teachings are meant to be heard only through water." The abbot's eyes glimmered. So, with the corpse. If we dissect too quickly, we may silence what the water is still amplifying. Psychology beneath petals. That morning I interviewed villagers. A tea seller spoke of a widow, Ha Mai, who wandered nights along the bank humming lullabies. Her husband had drowned 5 winters before. A schoolboy said a traveling artist sketched lotus studies daily, leaving charcoal flakes on the pier. A rice farmer swore he saw a novice monk at moonrise, standing knee-deep among the leaves as if seeking something dropped. Each story fragmented like mirror shards. I returned to the hall, cross-referencing details. One convergence emerged. Every witness heard gentle splashes. Never thrashing, no struggle. The corpse had slipped into water as a sleeper slips into dreams. From a forensic view, I recalled research on psychogenic drowning, suicide by passive submersion, often chosen for its perceived gentleness. Under stress, the vagus nerve can slow the heart. In cold water, a mammalian dive reflex accelerates surrender. Yet the pond was tepid, the night warm as breath. Choice, not physiology, had guided the body downward. I needed to identify the choice's seed. The jade mala offered a clue. Its beads were carved from Hua Bin jadeite, rare and costly. Monks rarely own such. One bead held a crack darkened by ink. I pried it gently. Inside, rolled tight, was a hair-thin strip of paper bearing one line. "Your voice is safe here." Sudden thunder cracked in my chest. I understood. The pond was confession booth. The water a keeper of last words when humans proved unreliable. To know whose words, I had to know who had been silenced. The novice of swallowed songs. At twilight, a young novice named Fook approached, eyes red-rimmed. He held a bamboo flute. "Brother," he whispered, "I played this to guide her." "Her?" "The widow Ha Mai. She came nightly to sing. Voice kept her husband alive," she said. 2 evenings ago, she asked me to teach her the lotus step, how monks wade without bending leaves. I thought she wanted to place floating candles for the Hungry Ghost Festival." He pressed the flute to his lips, released a trembling note. I saw her glide among blossoms, humming. Then she stopped, turned, and bowed to the moon. A moment later she disappeared beneath. Fook shook. I wanted to dive after her, but the abbot's teaching held me. Compassion without clarity may drown 2 instead of 1. I waited. When she did not rise, I ran for help. His tears glistened. I placed a hand on his shoulder, feeling how guilt tangled with fidelity. We spoke of moral injury, the psychic wound that arises when one fails to prevent harm. I guided him through box breathing. 4-count inhale, 4-count hold, 4-count exhale, 4-count stillness. Gradually, the storm inside him eased. He offered the flute. She said the water would echo this note until someone heard. "Will you play it?" I lifted the flute and let a single breath become sound, low, plaintive, circular. The pond answered. Faint ripples quivered outward, touching leaf after leaf until the entire surface shimmered. Above, unseen owls gave muted replies. The turning, lotus roots of loss. Before dawn, the abbot, Fook, and I carried a sampan to the pond's center. Mist skirted the waterline, pearl gray. We dropped a weighted lantern, silk painted with the character lung, and watched it descend until light pulsed faintly beneath the surface, marking the death place. The abbot knelt, chanting verses from the Metta Sutta. May all beings, whether seen or unseen, be happy. I recited aloud the modern corollary, that unresolved grief propagates through neural networks and social lattices, yet shared ritual can reseal the breach. Fook scattered petals. I spoke to the water as therapist, as daughter to grief itself. Your voice is safe here. With that sentence, tears spilled, not just mine, but Fook's, the abbot's, even the heron's silent vigil seemed a tear held in feather. When the sun lifted, the lantern's glow succumbed to daylight. Only faint gold threads remained where water remembered light. The abbot turned to us. This pond will keep her song, he said, but the village must keep her lessons.
Ripples of integration. In the weeks that followed, I stayed to help forge those lessons. We hosted evening gatherings on the veranda. Villagers practiced active listening circles. Each participant held the bamboo flute, blew one note, and shared a memory of sorrow. Others echoed the note softly with humming, signaling presence without interruption, a communal embodiment of Lung. Neuroscientists from Hui University volunteered sleepy EEG headsets. During circles, participants' brainwaves synchronized, alpha rhythms rising, a physiological choir. Depression scores in widowed elders dropped. School children sketched lotus mandalas for homework, shading ripples in graduated tones to show feeling lines. I drafted a guide, Lotus Listening, Community Grief Rituals Rooted in Zen and Polyvagal Theory. The abbot affixed his seal, two koi circling the character Tum, heart-mind. One dawn I walked alone. Fog coiled low, lotus blossoms yawned open, exhaling anise-sweet scent. I thought of Ha Mai, of the note promising safety, of the choice to sink. I realized safety had arrived, but after she'd gone. The pond's silence was both failure and vow. At the edge, Fook practiced flute scales. Each note glided across water, and for the first time, the pond reflected sky without swallowing it. Healing, too, is interdependent origination. Closing meditation. Dear listener, somewhere within you a pond waits beneath layers of daily noise. Perhaps an unsung song drifts under its surface, words never voiced, grief never witnessed. Close your eyes. Picture lotus leaves interlocking above dark water. Inhale slowly, and in the space between heartbeats, hear the faint pluck of a drop, a story calling to be heard. Exhale, and let one note rise, a whisper, a hum, a confession. Imagine it echoing leaf to leaf until the whole pond trembles with soft consent. Ask yourself, which unsounded note in your life longs to be placed upon water, trusting the ripples to carry it farther than the tongue can?
Story 9. When the Sun Didn't Come Home. The train station at Dean Ting had no loudspeaker, no electronic boards, only a brass bell that chimed whenever a train approached. On most days, only the local rice freighter passed through. But on the first Sunday of each month, an outbound train from the city arrived just before sunset. Its whistle a long, aching cry that rolled over fields and temple rooftops like someone calling out a name they hadn't dared speak in years. Every month for nearly 6 years, Mrs. Truk stood at the platform in her best aozai, pale violet, gently ironed, and always paired with a green umbrella regardless of the weather. Her neighbors had learned to stop asking. At first they'd offered rides, updates, condolences. Later they offered only silence, sometimes a nod, sometimes nothing. The town had come to accept that she would be there, waiting for a son who left and never returned. Not in a coffin, not in handcuffs, not in rumor or rage. He had simply vanished. His name was Hui, her only child, born during the late rains of 1996. He had been the kind of boy who asked strange questions, who played with shadows as if they were animals, who once tried to return a frog to its mother cloud by placing it on a lotus leaf in the rain. As a teenager, he painted murals on school walls, scenes of rivers that flowed backward and birds with doorways in their wings. When he left for art school in the city, Mrs. Truk worried he'd forget the rhythm of wind through bamboo. But every Sunday, like clockwork, he sent her a hand-drawn postcard. Until one day, the postcards stopped. And then the calls. And then time, heavy as wet linen, began to settle around her shoulders. That Sunday evening, as the last orange fingers of light brushed the rooftops, the station bell rang. The inbound train exhaled a sigh of brakes, and for a moment Mrs. Truk held her breath, because even a mother's knowing heart cannot fully extinguish its own fire. But when the passengers thinned and the dusk reclaimed the silence, she remained alone, umbrella unopened. At that moment, a stranger approached. He was tall, wore linen, and carried a small tin case. His face bore that city-hardened look of someone trained not to flinch, but his eyes softened when he saw her. "Are you Mrs. Truk?" he asked, voice careful. She nodded slowly. He opened the tin case and produced a rolled canvas. Inside, a single painting, a lotus pond at night, with a single boy knee-deep in water, reaching for a door made of moonlight floating on the surface. It was unmistakably Hui's work. "I found this at a hospice," the man said. I volunteer there on weekends. An artist left it behind. Said it was meant for his mother. He passed 2 months ago. No name. But we traced his old sketchbook back to a gallery. They gave me your address." Mrs. Truck said nothing. She took the painting into her lap like a bowl full of snow. Her fingers touched the brushstrokes as if she were learning to read again, relearning the syllables of grief. But there were no tears, only stillness. She asked the man if he could accompany her home. The empty bowl on the altar. Her house sat on the outskirts, among pepper trees and wind-dented fences. Inside, the ancestral altar held 3 bowls, one for her husband, one for her parents, and one she had kept empty since we disappeared. It wasn't proper, the neighbors said. You don't place an altar bowl for someone without proof of death. But Truck never claimed it was a death bowl. She called it the return bowl. Each morning she filled it with rice, hot steam spiraling upward like a calligraphy stroke drawn by breath. That night she placed the painting beside the bowl. The lotus pond in the image shimmered under candlelight. It no longer looked like a fantasy. It looked like memory returning from exile. She turned to the stranger. "What else do you remember?" He paused, eyes flickering. The nurses said he barely spoke, but he would hum the same tune every night, soft, like something his mother sang. Truck stepped backward, as if touched. Hui never learned lullabies, but when he was 6, he made up a song to help the frogs sleep. She hummed the melody. The stranger blinked. "That's it," he whispered. "That's the song." The Tale of the Frog and the Full Moon. After he left, the stranger returned the following week with a monk. The monk, tall and spare, wore glasses thick with time. He bowed gently to Mrs. Truck and asked if he might speak to her about Hui. "I knew him," the monk said. "He came to our retreat 3 years ago, said he wanted to become a river. We didn't understand then, but we let him stay. He swept the courtyards, painted our tea-room walls, taught the children to see music in shadows. He rarely spoke of family, but one day he told me the story of a frog. He recounted it slowly. There once was a boy who found a frog crying in the dust. He promised to take it to the moon where its real family lived. But the river was too wide. So every night he built a raft from fallen petals. When he finished, the frog had grown old and died, and the boy buried it in the riverbank, promising, 'When I become the river, I'll carry you there myself.'" The monk paused. I asked him, "Do you still want to be a river?" He smiled and said, "Not anymore. Now I want to be a bowl, just something that can hold another's breath for a while." Mrs. Truck lowered her eyes. "That was his way," she said. "He never wanted to run away. He just didn't know how to stay." The psychology of disappearance and return. Grief researchers call this kind of loss ambiguous loss, when a person is gone but not confirmed dead, when the mind grieves while the heart waits. It is a paradox that erodes identity, relationships, meaning. Some families build altars, others erase photos, but the mind, always faithful to its longing, searches. Neurologically, ambiguous loss suspends closure. The prefrontal cortex keeps replaying scenarios. The amygdala remains hyper-alert, scanning for resolution. And the heart, less a muscle than a weather vane, keeps facing the storm. But something softens when there is a gesture, a letter, a painting, a single voice saying, "He remembered you." That gesture restores narrative. Narrative restores place. And place allows the grieving to move, not forward, but deeper. Mrs. Truck began to repaint the walls of her house. She chose soft blue. She added a lotus mural in the back room. She wrote letters to Huey in a leather journal and placed the journal beside the bowl. "I don't write to the dead," she told the monk. "I write to the part of him still echoing." The turning, the lantern and the frogs. On the anniversary of his birth, the monk and the stranger returned with lanterns. Dozens, hand-folded from banana leaves, painted with ink. Each bore a message from a villager. Come home. You are remembered. The bowl is full now. At dusk, they gathered by the edge of the old irrigation canal. Children stood barefoot in the mud. Old men lit matches with reverence. Lanterns floated out, flickering. Suddenly, a chorus of frogs erupted, loud, bright, uncoordinated. And in that song, some swore they heard Huey's lullaby, the one without lyrics. Mrs. Truck released her lantern last. On it she had written, "When you become the river, remember, your bowl is still here." Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps you have waited for someone, a child or a friend, who vanished not into death but into silence. Perhaps there is an empty bowl on your altar, real or imagined, waiting to be filled not with food but with memory, scent, or song. Close your eyes. Picture a canal at dusk, the sky heavy with frog song. In your hands, a lantern made from words you never sent. Place it on the water. Watch it drift. Now ask yourself, if the person you wait for could hear just one breath from you, what would it carry? Story 10. The letter she burned in front of the altar. At the edge of Kamvan village, where the bamboo thins into reeds and the river slows to a murmur, there stands a house that no longer casts a full shadow. The roof sags at one corner. One shutter hangs loose like a wounded wing. Yet the altar inside is always clean, always lit, always waiting. The villagers call it the House of the Burned Letter. They whisper that on the first full moon of each year, a woman with silver hair and bare feet kneels in front of the ancestral altar at dusk, lights 3 sticks of agarwood incense, and burns a single folded envelope. She does not cry, she does not pray. She watches the flame eat the paper like someone watching a wound close without healing. No one knows what the letter says. No one asks, but they all know who she is. Her name is Madame Zhang. And the story, at least the part they dare to tell, begins with a wedding that never was and a betrayal that never ended. The house that waited too long. Zhang had once been the village jewel. In her 20s, her beauty was quiet, not in the shape of her eyes, but in the way she listened. She could sit beside a grieving woman for an hour and never speak, yet leave behind the feeling that something inside had softened. Her parents owned the rice mill. Her dowry was already the stuff of whispers. But she had eyes only for Hai, a boy from the riverbank, son of a fisherman, whose hands always smelled of wet rope and sun. They met when Zhang was 16. Hai saved her when her foot slipped at the river crossing. He didn't smile when he pulled her up. He only nodded and walked away. She fell in love with that silence. Over the years, they met in twilight intervals, at the footbridge, the bamboo grove, behind the village pagoda. He brought her broken shells he found along the tide. She once gave him a pair of sandals sewn from rice straw that lasted 2 summers. They made promises. She would wait. He would build. When she turned 24, her parents demanded a formal decision. Hai had gone to the city to find work. His letters came once a month, thick with sketches, boats, windows, always open. Then the letters stopped. Weeks passed, then months. People murmured. He forgot. He's found a city girl. No one marries a fisherman's son. Then, one evening, an envelope arrived. It bore Hai's name, his handwriting. She read it once, and the next morning she burned it in front of the altar. The tale of the lantern that floated upriver. Decades later, when Brother Thum Yun, a traveling monk, stayed in the village during his water pilgrimage, he asked to meet Madame Zhang. He had heard about the letter,
about the ritual, about the house that waited. He found her sweeping the temple steps. Her back curved, but her motions were precise. "You still light incense for someone who isn't dead," he said. "Isn't that what we do with the living?" she answered. He asked about the letter. She shook her head. "Some things are clearer in ash than in ink." That night, he told her a story. In the Duan River, there was once a man who lit a lantern and set it afloat for his wife, who had left him. The river flowed east. The lantern, inexplicably, floated west, upriver. Villagers called it a sign of unresolved karma. The man built a shrine at the place where the lantern returned. Every year he sent another, and every year it came back. Zhang looked out over the river. "Maybe the lantern didn't return," she said. "Maybe the river turned around." Brother Thumb Yun bowed. "Or maybe the shrine became a mirror." The philosophy of the burned word. The monk stayed for several weeks, and each evening he sat with Madame Jiang under the banyan tree. She would prepare lotus tea. He would recite sutras not from memory, but from his breath. Gentle, slow, like someone learning to live again with every verse. One evening he asked, "Why do you still burn the letter?" She smiled. "Because the first time I burned it in anger. Now I burn it in understanding." He nodded. "Then the fire has become your ink." Jiang poured more tea. "People think the letter said he betrayed me, that he married someone else. I let them think that." "And did he?" She looked up at the full moon. "He asked me to come with him, to leave. He said, 'Let's run before the world names us wrong.' But I was too afraid to break the life my parents built, too afraid of shame. I never answered. He wrote again, 'If you don't reply, I'll go alone, not because I stop loving you, but because I no longer know where love can live.'" She tapped the rim of her teacup. "I never replied, and I never forgave myself." Psychology in the altar's shadow. In trauma therapy, we call this complicated grief, when mourning intertwines with guilt, identity, silence. The loss remains unprocessed because the grieving process was never allowed to begin. In Jiang's case, the funeral never came. There was no grave, only a house full of questions and a letter turned to ash. The brain stores such grief like a closed loop. The default mode network replays the narrative over and over, searching for a different ending. But without externalization, without ritual, story, witness, the narrative calcifies into identity. Jiang, unknowingly, had crafted her own ritual, a single act repeated each year, transforming the same moment through shifting emotion, anger, denial, sorrow, acceptance. Over time, the burning became not a refusal to remember, but a way to remember differently. Brother Tom Nyund recognized this. He explained to her the Buddhist concept of dukkha, not just suffering, but the ache of something unresolved, incomplete, and how ritual, when practiced mindfully, becomes a vessel for release. Fire, he said, is not just destruction, it is also transformation. In your hands, the letter becomes a bridge. She looked at the flame that night, and yet, she said, the bridge still doesn't carry him home. The turning, ashes in the river. On the 7th year, something changed. That full moon, Madame Jiang folded not one, but 2 letters. The first she placed before the altar, burned as always, then swept the ash into a small lacquer bowl. The second she sealed, tied with a strand of her own hair, and walked to the riverbank. There, beside the reeds, she found a bamboo raft, folded from childhood memories. Brother Tum Yun stood nearby, saying nothing. She placed the letter on the raft, lit a match, let the edge catch, then pushed it into the current. This time, the fire didn't devour it. It burned slowly, smoke trailing into stars while the raft drifted east. As it rounded the bend, the flame went out,
And the raft continued, dark and floating. She turned to the monk. It didn't return. No, he said. Does that mean he forgave me? No, he said again. It means you have. Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps you too carry a letter you never sent, a decision you never made, a goodbye you never spoke. Perhaps it waits in the folds of your ribcage, or beneath your pillow, or tucked inside a silence you've learned to call your own. Close your eyes. Imagine an altar. Place the letter upon it, not to erase, but to rewrite in flame. Watch the ash rise, become wind, become breath. Then ask yourself, if you could release one word tonight, what would it be? And would you burn it or send it downriver?
Story 11. The Forest Where They Buried the Guilt. The road to Keilau snaked uphill in wide, breath-stealing curves, its asphalt glazed with recent rain. From the bus window, the forest looked like an ancient sea frozen in mid-wave. Teak and ironwood trunks rising, bending, dipping out of sight. Min kept his forehead against the glass, counting the kilometer stones the way a penitent might count rosary beads. Each one carried him closer to a place he had spent 15 years avoiding, and to the brother whose name the family now spoke only in past tense. The driver eased to a stop at a clearing no larger than a courtyard. End of the line, he called. Trail starts where the shrine bells rusted. Min hoisted a canvas pack, feeling its weight not in his shoulders but in his lungs. Inside lay a single item, a tarnished harmonica wrapped in oilcloth. It had belonged to Vin, the brother who never came home from that final field exercise. Officially, it was an accident, sudden flood, swept away, body never found. Unofficially, the platoon whispered a darker story, one that involved Min's voice shouting the wrong coordinates into a handheld radio. He had never played the harmonica. He had never returned it to the family altar. Instead, he stored it in a drawer, as though hoarding evidence of a crime no court would ever try. Now, at his mother's dying request, "Bring your brother's breath back to the mountain," he walked toward the tree line, the forest swallowing the sky behind him. The hook in the air. The first 5 minutes on the trail smelled of wet bark and old smoke. Somewhere ahead, water drummed, a cascade falling into a hidden pool. Min's boots slipped on moss-slick roots. With every misstep, an old radio hissed in his memory. "Charlie 3, mark new grid." Static carried Vin's laughter, then the sudden ragged silence when the gorge gave way beneath him. Min's heartbeat synced with the forest's pulse. The drip from fern fronds, the pulse of cicadas, the distant call of a barbet. He tried matching his breath to the rhythm, but guilt stuttered like a skipped vital record. At a hairpin bend, he nearly collided with a woman in saffron hiking pants. She carried a bamboo staff and a small lacquered bowl slung from her hip. "Pilgrim?" she asked, tilting her head. Her voice was soft, edged with mountain wind. "Just returning something," he said.
She pointed at the bundle in his pack. Sometimes what we carry is already returning us. Without another word, she continued uphill, footsteps feather light. On her back was stitched a single character, ding, silence. The clearing of stone bells. By noon, Min reached a clearing where sandstone slabs jutted from the earth like weather-beaten teeth. Each carried a bronze eyelet and a mallet carved from jackfruit wood. Someone had etched words on a sign, "Strike only what you are ready to hear echo." He swung at the smallest bell. The note emerged low, resonant, lingering in his ribs like an unwanted confession. Out of nowhere, the saffron-clad woman reappeared, touching the bell with 2 fingers to hush its ring. "This forest remembers every sound," she said. "Better choose your first carefully." He swallowed. "What if the sound is blame? Then you must strike until blame learns a new name." She motioned to a weathered bench beneath a banyan root. They sat. She introduced herself as Sister Hung, an itinerant nun collecting oral histories of lost soldiers. Min felt his throat tighten. There was no battle here, just an exercise that went wrong. Accident is still a kind of war, she replied, fought between intention and outcome. He unwrapped the harmonica. Tarnish clouded its chrome plates. A single reed rattled loose. Hung examined it, then produced a tiny screwdriver from her staff. Within minutes, she adjusted the reed, wiped the mouthpiece with a square of silk, and handed it back. "Breath is the oldest instrument," she said. "Play, and the hills will answer." Min lifted the harmonica. Air tripped over rusted reeds, sour, uneven, but soon found a fragile melody his brother once favored. 3 notes rising like daylight above mist. The tune hung in the clearing, and something unexpected happened. A second melody echoed, clear, distant, played on another harmonica deeper in the forest. Min froze. Hung only smiled. "Follow," she whispered. The Valley of Shadow Ferns. They descended a fern-choked ravine where light filtered through leaves in green shards. Every so often, Min played a fragment. Every time, the forest returned it, cleaner, like water polished by stone. Finally, they found a cave mouth veiled by lianas. Inside, a candle burned in a clay niche, illuminating a makeshift altar. Dog tags, field notebooks, torn patches of camouflage, and at the center, a stack of handwritten letters bound with twine. A man knelt before the altar, harmonica in hand. His hair had grown into silver waves. His face bore the map of many winters. Min's breath caught, then realized it wasn't Vin, couldn't be Vin, but something in the posture was painfully familiar. The man stood, nodded to Hung, then turned to Min. "Name's Dao," he said. "Caretaker of the Echo Shrine. We keep the songs of those who never left." Dao explained. "Every year, families sent mementos to the mountain. Harmonicas, canteens, lighters, unfinished letters. The shrine kept them until someone with rightful sorrow came to claim or contribute." A man knelt before the altar, harmonica in hand. His hair had grown into silver waves. His face bore the map of many winters. Min's breath caught. Then realized it wasn't Vin, couldn't be Vin, but something in the posture was painfully familiar. The man stood, nodded to Hung, then turned to Min. "Name's Dao," he said. "Caretaker of the Echo Shrine. We keep the songs of those who never left." Dao explained. "Every year, families sent mementos to the mountain. Harmonicas, canteens, lighters, unfinished letters. The shrine kept them until someone with rightful sorrow came to claim or contribute." Ripples of integration. In the weeks that followed, I stayed to help forge those lessons. We hosted evening gatherings on the veranda. Villagers practiced active listening circles. Each participant held the bamboo flute, blew one note, and shared a memory of sorrow. Others echoed the note softly with humming, signaling presence without interruption, a communal embodiment of Lang. Neuroscientists from Hui University volunteered sleepy EEG headsets. During circles, participants' brainwaves synchronized, alpha rhythms rising, a physiological choir. Depression scores in widowed elders dropped. Schoolchildren sketched lotus mandalas for homework, shading ripples in graduated tones to show feeling lines. I drafted a guide, Lotus Listening, Community Grief Rituals Rooted in Zen and Polyvagal Theory. The abbot affixed his seal, 2 koi circling the character Tum, heart-mind. One dawn I walked alone. Fog coiled low, lotus blossoms yawned open, exhaling anise-sweet scent. I thought of Ha Mai, of the note promising safety, of the choice to sink. I realized safety had arrived, but after she'd gone. The pond's silence was both failure and vow. At the edge, Fook practiced flute scales. Each note glided across water, and for the first time, the pond reflected sky without swallowing it. Healing, too, is interdependent origination. Closing meditation. Dear listener,
Somewhere within you, a pond waits beneath layers of daily noise. Perhaps an unsung song drifts under its surface, words never voiced, grief never witnessed. Close your eyes. Picture lotus leaves interlocking above dark water. Inhale slowly, and in the space between heartbeats, hear the faint pluck of a drop, a story calling to be heard. Exhale, and let one note rise, a whisper, a hum, a confession. Imagine it echoing leaf to leaf until the whole pond trembles with soft consent. Ask yourself, which unsounded note in your life longs to be placed upon water, trusting the ripples to carry it farther than the tongue can?
He placed the harmonica at the bottom, laid the sapling atop, and filled the grave with dark earth. As he patted the mound, Hung struck a handheld bell, one clear peal that curved through twilight. Min felt something shift, subtle as sap moving inside bark, but real. Dao handed him an ironwood tag etched with Vin's initials. Together, they hung it from the sapling's tender trunk. Echoes return. Back at the stone bells, Dao gathered villagers and monks who had arrived with dusk to pay respects. Each struck a bell once. The forest replied with distant thunder. No storm, only resonance. Min played the harmonica's melody on his lips alone, no instrument. The clearing held the hum, and this time no echo answered. Instead, silence did, rich, layered, forgiving. Closing meditation. Listener, perhaps a map in your memory still marks the place where guilt was buried, yet you've never visited. Close your eyes. Feel forest loam under your knees, damp and fragrant. In your palms, imagine a sapling, the living counterpart to what you lost. Whisper the mistake you've rehearsed in darkness. Scoop soil over it, pat gently. Hear a bell ring, maybe real, maybe pulse. Notice the air afterward, thinner or clearer. Ask yourself, what seed could you plant in the very ground where your regret once took root? Story 12. His name was never on her tombstone. The cemetery at Dongthink rests on a hillside washed in salt wind. From its highest ridge, you can see fishing junks drift like slow bruises across the dawn. The stone markers here are modest, slabs of river-quarried granite no higher than a knee, except for one whose marble shines like a slice of trapped moonlight. The villagers call it the Nameless Grave, though it bears an elegant epitaph for Madame Bacqua, beloved matriarch, teacher of orphaned girls, keeper of the town's first lending library. What draws whispers is not the name carved there, but the absence beside it. Hua's husband, Captain Chun Hai, perished at sea 32 years ago when his trawler vanished in a sudden storm. Bodies were never recovered, yet insurance officials insisted on issuing a death certificate. Custom dictated the widow carve Song Chung Mot Mo, one tomb for both. Hua refused. She buried only herself in stone, reserving the blank half for a future ever receding like tide from a broken pier. Her daughter, Lei, was 8 at the time, too young to grasp why a man's disappearance can eclipse a family's seasons, too old to forget the taste of fish broth her father brewed at sunrise. After the storm, she watched her mother tape the boat's weather-stained blueprints above the altar, as though schematics could anchor the lost. Each year on the memorial date, Hua spread a silk cloth beside the tomb, poured 2 cups of rice wine, and folded a letter that she alone had written. Then she set the letter aflame, letting ash swirl into the offshore breeze. No one knew what the letters contained, not even Le, who stood 3 steps behind, clutching marigolds as if worry beads. What she did know, the blank space on that marble grew heavier each year, bending light, bending talk, bending her own spine under questions of inheritance and unfinished farewell. When Hua died of a quiet stroke, the town assumed the next generation would finally inscribe the captain's name. Le, by then a family court magistrate in the provincial capital, returned for the funeral. But after cremation rites, she ordered the tombstone left unchanged. Workers protested, a wife and husband share eternity. She shook her head. Not when eternity misplaces its coordinates.
Behind her calm verdict churned a private burden. A shoebox in her apartment contained her father's sea journal, mailed anonymously 5 winters earlier. Its final entry did not describe waves or catch. It chronicled fear, of smuggling debts, of violence brewing among deckhands, of a choice to sail beyond patrol lines. The reveal upended Lei's childhood myth of heroic loss. She kept the journal hidden from Hua, fearing it would devour what little peace her mother wrung from daily charity and silent letters. Now, with Hua gone, Lei carried both the journal and an ocean of unspoken truths. The tombstone's blank half glared like an unfinished verdict, and for a magistrate accustomed to closure, the glare cut bone deep. A return written in salt. 7 months after the funeral, Lei's court granted her a sabbatical. She drove south toward Dongthing, the sea beating the horizon like a slow drum. In the passenger seat lay the shoebox and a small chisel wrapped in linen. She had planned a simple mission: carve the captain's name, read the journal aloud, burn it, and let both her parents rest. But at the town entrance, a hand-painted sign announced Annual Festival of Empty Nets. She had forgotten. Each spring, fishermen whose catches failed gathered to trade blessings rather than fish. The custom dated back to a famine when faith alone lubricated lean gears of survival. Crowds lined the pier beneath ribbons of eelgrass. Vendors fried squid cakes, children folded origami boats. At the far end, a temporary stage held a single chair and a bamboo flute. An elderly monk sat there, eyes closed, fingers exploring silent notes. Lei felt a tug below her ribs. She parked and approached the stage. "Are you performing?" she asked. He opened one eye. "I am waiting." "For what?" "For the tide," he said, "and those who carry stories too heavy for water." He introduced himself as Brother Niem, keeper of the House of Tides, a floating hermitage moored upriver where travelers confessed to waves. He listened more than spoke, measuring sentences as monks measure breaths. Lei told him she sought only the cemetery. He nodded, as if mapping unseen currents. "There is a detour you might consider first," he said. "It begins at a drowned village 2 coves east." She frowned. Drowned villages were legend, stories of coastal hamlets swallowed by cyclones. "It exists," he said. "Low tide will reveal its foundations at dawn. Some walls still stand, painted with the names of those the sea borrowed, but never receipts." The idea unsettled her, yet something in his cadence, a tide's hush, urged assent. Ruins beneath the moon. At 3 a.m., low tide peaked. Guided by moon and monk, Lei rowed a skiff across glassy shallows. The drowned village emerged. Roof stumps, barnacle-crusted windows, a temple gate half buried in silt. Crabs scuttled across ceramic floor tiles once polished by barefoot toddlers. They anchored beside what had been a primary school courtyard. Brother Niem lit an oil lamp. Its glow refracted across waterlogged desks. On one wall, white chalk remained, an unfinished arithmetic problem. "The sea can't solve some sums," he murmured. From a pouch, he produced thin, waterproof rice paper and a brush. He wrote one word, "Hua," promise. He weighted the slip with a shell and let it sink between classroom planks. "Every vow left unmet finds its way here," he said. "Tide will read them." He handed Lei paper and brush. "What promise floats inside your chest?"
Her pulse quickened. She thought of the journal, the blank tombstone, the letters parent to child across decades. She dipped brush, hesitated, wrote truth. Then she pressed the paper into water. It fluttered down, luminous. In that dimness, she felt her father's voice. Not heroic, not villain, but fragile, managing deaths, fearing mutiny, slicing choices small as fish gills until a storm seemed refuge. She began to cry. The monk's silhouette waited, silent as anchor. Psychologists call this ritualized self-disclosure. Writing a hidden truth and physically releasing it triggers limbic calming, integrating left brain narrative with right brain emotion. In simpler language, sorrow finds a drain. The tombstone revisited. Sunrise smeared coral on the horizon. At the cemetery, Lei unpacked the shoebox. She laid the journal on her mother's half of the marble. Pages smelled of kelp and diesel. She read passages aloud, her voice faltering yet firm. 25 May, creditors circling dock. 27 May, if I don't return, tell Ha the debts were paid by moonlight. Words mingled with bird call atop tamarind trees. At last she reached the final sentence. Whatever name they carve, let silence carry the rest. She closed the cover. Rather than burn it, she slid the journal into a cavity at the tombstone's base, sealing it with a tile, offering the mountain of context her mother never saw. She unwrapped the chisel, knelt, and poised at the blank half. But her hand stalled. Steel touched stone without striking. Brother Neum, who had followed at a respectful distance, approached. "What halts you?" he asked. He asked for silence, yet silence buried us both. "Silence is not always absent," the monk replied. "Sometimes it is the bowl that keeps soup warm until someone hungry arrives." He knelt opposite, produced a stick of charcoal, and shaded the blank rectangle lightly. "Names hold wind," he said. "Wind erodes marble. What if the true memorial is the listening it evokes?" Lei closed her eyes. She pictured festival lanterns, drowned classrooms, her mother's annual ritual. She realized the half-blank stone had gathered more stories than any engraved name, inviting questions, caution, empathy. Carving now might fossilize a tale still unfolding. She lowered the chisel. Instead, she placed a small bronze compass, her father's, on the tomb's ledge. Its needle, long corroded, no longer pointed north. It spun gently with each sea breeze. She smiled. A memorial that moved. Letters that become bells. That evening, back at the pier, Lei joined the festival of empty nets. Fishermen floated bamboo cages filled with driftwood scraps and unsellable shells, symbolic offerings for meager harvests. She folded a letter of her own. "Mother, I freed the truths we both carried. Father's compass spins for you now. I am learning to fish for wind, not ghosts." She set the letter atop a cage, lit a candle, and watched it drift seaward. Children clapped as waves lapped the seawall. Brother Neum played a single flute note, low, endless. Somewhere behind her, someone chimed a bell. Then another. Soon the harbor rang with spontaneous bells. Glass bottles, bronze gongs, even the hull of a decommissioned trawler struck with knuckles. The cacophony felt like a village exhaling. Lei let tears blend with salt air, realizing grief, given song, could become not burden, but buoy. Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps a blank space waits beside a name in your life. A silence heavy with questions, an epitaph unfinished. Close your eyes. Imagine kneeling before that stone. Feel the weight of a chisel in one hand, a compass in the other. Which do you set down? Which do you leave for wind to spin? Inhale, gather the untold pages. Exhale, let tide read them. Now ask yourself, is the story you carry craving inscription or listening? Story 13. The Child Who Drew Circles. A single dirt lane winds through the border hamlet of Suigang, bending at such improbable angles that visitors joke the road was sketched by a child's unsure hand. At its farthest crook stands a thatched schoolhouse no larger than a fisherman's shed. The blackboard lists 3 arithmetic problems, each answered in a looping scrawl of chalk circles, circles inside circles, paths that never exit themselves. The teacher, Miss Thao, erases them each morning, By afternoon, they return, unbidden, drawn by a boy who never speaks. His name is Lum. He is 8 years old, slight as bamboo, with eyes the color of monsoon water pooled in shade. No one in Suigang recalls when he arrived. Legend claims he wandered out of the jungle after a landslide, barefoot and silent, holding a broken compass. Since that morning, he has uttered 5 words: "The world goes around again." Yet he draws tirelessly. In notebooks, on dusty floors, in condensation on window glass. Always circles, perfect concentric rings as steady as a calligrapher's moonstrokes. Villagers fear the boy's loops the way sailors fear whirlpools, mysterious, inescapable. Except for Miss Thao. She too arrived by accident. A city volunteer teacher whose 1-year post stretched into 4 because every time she prepared to leave, the road washed out, or her mother fell ill, or the civil service lost her papers. She would joke, "Suigang won't release me." Then her smile would falter, as if she sensed larger circles trapping them all. On a late summer dawn, heavy with dragonfly haze, Thao pedaled her rusted bicycle past rice paddies glowing like tarnished bronze. At the schoolhouse door, she found Lum already inside, crouched on the floorboards. Chalk dust floated around him like slow snow. Instead of circles, he was drawing a single spiral, wide at the edges, tightening toward a dot no bigger than a seed. He looked up, but his gaze drifted behind her, as if measuring wind currents unseen. Then he placed the chalk at the spiral center and whispered one syllable she'd never heard from him: "Here." The letter with no sender. That evening, Thao stayed late grating in the lamplight. Cicadas hurled static against the shutters. A knock startled her. At the threshold stood Brother Zak, a traveling monk known for carrying a prayer drum fashioned from an oil can. He bowed. "My road ends at your chalkboard tonight," he said. He explained. 2 villages north, someone pressed an envelope into his palm. No name, only a charcoal circle sealed in wax. Inside, a note read, "Take this to the teacher who waits among spirals." The monk had walked 30 kilometers, trusting the circle to guide him. He handed Thao a folded page. It contained a map. Suigang rendered as a series of circles, the schoolhouse dead center. Beside the map, a single sentence: "Only a spiral can lead out of a circle." The handwriting matched Lum's. The monk asked nothing in return, only permission to sleep on the veranda. At dawn, he was gone, leaving behind his canned drum and the faint scent of sandalwood. The forest of echoing footsteps. Thao confronted Lum after morning lessons. "Did you send the letter?" Lum looked past her again, eyes flicking to the hills. He pointed at the spiral now chalked onto the entire back wall. Where the lines met the center, he had drawn a doorway. "Road inside road," he murmured. Thao's pulse quickened. She decided to follow whatever magnet pulled the boy's gaze. After dismissal bell, she asked him to guide her. He took her hand, first time he accepted touch, and led her along buffalo trails, over a bamboo footbridge, into a forest dense with incense cedar. The sky shrank to blade-shaped slivers. Cicadas fell silent. Only their footfalls thudded the loam. Hours passed. Then the trees parted, revealing a circular clearing. At its heart stood an enormous silk cotton tree with buttress roots fanning like ocean fins. Around the trunk, someone had carved hundreds of rings, decades of tally marks orbiting upward. Lum walked to the tree, touched each ring with a finger, counting under his breath. He stopped at a freshly carved circle, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. Thao knelt beside him, panting. In that hush, she heard an odd echo. Each exhale returned not from the tree, but from her own chest, as if the clearing were mirrored inside her ribs. She recalled a neuroscience lecture, cardiorespiratory synchronization in meditative environments.
The lecturer claimed certain acoustic geometries could entrain the vagus nerve, stilling fight or flight. Thao wondered if the boy's circles were soundless diagrams of that geometry. "Why here?" she asked. Lum opened his eyes. "Because circles break themselves." He pointed to a notch in one carved ring, a tiny gap. Regard the tree long enough and you saw that every ring had a breach, like a breath skipped in a sentence. Imperfection by design. Thao remembered a Zen koan. The perfect circle contains the crack through which light enters. She placed her palm on the tree. Bark warmth pulsed. She felt a sob rise. Childhood grief for a father lost to landslide. Sorrow she had plastered over with diplomas and lesson plans. Tears slipped before she could hide them. Lum rested his forehead against her shoulder. They sat until dusk diluted the sky into ink. The grain of the unsaid. Back at school, Thao could not sleep. She studied the spiral on the wall. Each ring held countless breaks, subtle fissures like hammock strings cut mid-weave. She realized the spiral was not a trap, but a path. Breaks created openings to the next, drawing inward, toward a center that might, paradoxically, lead out. She thought of her stalled life, the unfiled resignation letter, the monthly calls to her mother that always ended with, "maybe next term." She felt like a river eddy, swirling without progress. At dawn, the monk's can drum still lay on the veranda. She struck it once. The can's hollow boom rolled across the playground, bounced off rice terraces, and slipped into the forest. Moments later, from the hills, a softer echo replied, another drum, or perhaps a stone cavity tuned by rain. Children arrived, enchanted by the new ritual. Lam smiled, a brief sunrise across his face. "We will learn circles today," Thao declared. She handed out twine and sticks, guiding pupils to draw loops in sand. Then she asked them to cut a small gap in each loop. They hesitated, so used to teachers marking errors. She assured them, "A circle that never opens cannot breathe." That afternoon, parents arrived to fetch children and found the yard etched with incomplete rings that shimmered gold under sunset. Some muttered of bad omens. Others stood silent, as if confronted by a language their grandparents forgot. The Spiral Walk. 3 days later, Brother Jacques returned with 2 visiting neuroscientists from the Coastal University, intrigued by rumors of the child who draws therapy. Portable EEG headbands dangled from their packs. They proposed an experiment. Record villagers' brainwaves while they trace Lam's spiral path in the forest clearing. Word spread. At dawn, fishermen, rice mill workers, even the skeptical headman trekked behind Lam, who led them single file along routes worn smooth by rainfall. Each participant donned a headset as they entered the clearing. Researchers stood by with tablets collecting live data. Alpha, theta rhythms flickered like auroras. One by one, villagers walked the spiral carved on the ground, feet finding gaps to step through. Some laughed at first, self-conscious. Midway, their laughter fell into breaths. Shoulders unclenched, eyes softened. By the final loop, many wept. Some quietly, some with wails gnarled by years of drought and debt. Afterward, the scientists displayed color plots, before and after scans showing limbic deactivation, prefrontal coherence, patterns typical of deep meditation yet achieved by illiterate farmers in minutes. Miss Thao watched, awed. Lum traced a small circle on her palm with his fingertip. She understood. Healing need not wait for credentials. The turning, circles as letters. The headman approached Thao that night. "You'll leave us soon," he guessed. "City will claim your discovery. We'll be article footnotes." She shook her head. "I only discovered my own stillness. The rest belongs to the village and to Lum." Lum sat nearby, drawing circles in lantern light. On impulse, Thao asked him, "Who taught you?" He looked at the sky. The moon. He drew a larger circle, then tapped his chest. And here. It clicked. He was autistic, pattern-minded, word-shy, but the forest had attuned him to geometry in sound, breath, grief. His art was translation. The research team suggested relocating him for advanced study. Thao refused. His classroom is already shaped like his mind. Instead, they trained her and local volunteers in circle walking protocols. Begin at sunrise, enter with a question, pace gaps, exit with silence. They named it the Spiral Sangha. Word rippled beyond borders. Patients with anxiety trekked to Swangong. Donations fixed the school roof, bought solar panels. But the village kept the practice simple. No fees, no cameras after dawn, only bamboo flutes and can drums marking sessions. Leaving the loop. 1 year later, Thao stood at the lane's final bend, suitcase in hand. She had accepted a posting in the provincial capital to open a spiral center, replicating the forest model for urban youth. The village gathered at dawn for farewell. Lum approached with a notebook. On the first page, he had drawn a single circle. The gap formed an arrow pointing outward. Underneath, he wrote, carefully, 5 new words. Teacher, road keeps going out. Tears blurred her vision. She hugged him, felt his stiff arms slowly soften. Then she walked until the lane lost its bends and the village shrank behind rice mist. At city orientation, officials asked for mission statement. She drew a small circle on the whiteboard, left a gap, and wrote, "A place where every loop breathes into a path." Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps you trace loops in your mind, recurring worries, rehearsed arguments, childhood laments. Close your eyes. Imagine placing a tiny break somewhere on that loop, like opening a window in a sealed room. Breathe through the gap. Feel the circle shift into a spiral, still familiar, now leading inward toward a center spacious enough to exit on the other side. Ask yourself, where can I cut one forgiving gap in the circle I tread each day? Story 14. The Widow Who Kept Praying for His Karma. The village of Nui Tak lies where the limestone cliffs collapse into a delta of silt and wandering creeks. At dawn, the karst spires put on golden robes, and at night they huddle like dark monks around a single flickering hamlet. In one of the clay-walled cottages lives Ba Vun, a widow whose hair has turned the color of moonlit ash, whose spine bends as if honoring a secret altar no one else can see. Her cottage stands apart from the others, halfway up the slope on a terrace of abandoned rice plots. A brittle footpath leads to her door, bordered by marigolds she tends with the devotion of a novice trimming lamp wicks. Every evening at the first cricket cry, she lights a stick of sandalwood and begins to chant, not for her departed husband's peaceful rebirth, as villagers assume, but for his karma. They do not realize there is a difference. They do not know that behind the low bamboo fence, prayers coil around a history of betrayal sharp enough to draw blood even after 20 years of weather. A marriage written in smoke. When she was still called Miss Vun of the Riverbend, men traveled from 3 districts to watch her perform fan dances during Tet. She moved like water slipping through lotus stems. But it was Duck, eldest son of the wealthiest salt barge owner, who asked for her hand. He arrived with a dowry of silk bolts and a jade hairpin. Her parents said yes, villagers applauded the match, and she, though more in love with wind than with men, bowed to filial tide. At first, Duck was generous. He built her a stilt house above the floodline, stocked the granary, hired an old musician to serenade her with Don Bao during the monsoon. But wealth soon fermented into gambling, and gambling into debt. 2 seasons after their vows, creditors demanded payment.
Duck signed away parcels of land that had belonged to her family for generations. When that proved insufficient, he struck a deal with smugglers who ran rare hardwood downriver under cover of fog. The night the patrol boats caught them, Duck fled alone, leaving his crew to interrogation and his young wife to gossip's rust. By sunrise, he had vanished into the limestone labyrinths, carrying nothing but a silver lighter she gifted him on their first festival together. For months, the commune police questioned Vun, suspecting she knew his hideouts. She answered each visit with tea and silence. By the time word arrived that Duck had died in a cave collapse, body unrecovered, face unredeemed, her name had grown mossy with rumor, her dowry pawned for court fees, her wombs still empty. She moved uphill to the terrace plot her grandmother once farmed, traded silk robes for hemp, and learned to hear stories in the wind again. The bellmaker's visit. One November afternoon, as the sky wore the pewter hue of unfinished rain, a stranger climbed the footpath carrying a bronze bell no bigger than a grapefruit. He introduced himself as Master Chung, a bell founder from Bindin, who wandered from pagoda to pagoda, recasting cracked bells into instruments of clearer prayer. "I followed the scent of marigold and incense," he said. "Someone here is asking for a tone I haven't forged yet." Vun invited him inside, served rice flour tea in chipped cups. He placed the bell on her table, struck it with a fingertip. The note trembled somewhere between cry and caress. "What karma do you pray for?" he asked gently. She told him parts of the story, gambling debts, missing husband, village murmurs, leaving out the undercurrent of raw rage that still flashed beneath her breath. She admitted her nightly chants were not to pacify Duck's spirit, but to urge the universe to complete its arithmetic. Let every stolen log return as termites in his coffin, every broken promise as echo in his skull. The bellmaker listened, eyes pools of hammered bronze. "Karma," he said, "is not a debt collector. It is a sculptor. It shapes us with whatever clay we give it." She stared into her tea. "Then I have given it knives." He smiled sadly. "Knives can carve flutes." He asked permission to stay a week and study the wind through her marigold hedge. She nodded, unsure why. The geometry of ashes. Each dawn, Master Chuang paced the terrace, holding thin strips of paper over plumes of incense smoke to visualize air currents. He muttered about eddies of blame and vortices of grief. Meanwhile, Vun resumed her chores, yet found her attention pulled toward the rhythms of his work. The metallic whispers of his tuning fork, the soft hiss when he heated wax molds over a charcoal brazier he set up by the garden. One late afternoon he beckoned her. On a plank lay fresh bell molds shaped like unfurled petals. In a crucible he melted scraps. His traveling bell, bronze filings, and, to her shock, the silver lighter Duck once carried, which she had retrieved from a black market trader years ago. She had kept it locked away, unable to burn it, unable to break it. "How did you—" "Wind tells many things," he said, "especially when it circles an object humans refuse to touch." He poured the molten alloy into the molds. "Tomorrow, at dusk, strike whichever bell calls your breath." That night, sleepless, Vun sat by the coals and reread a letter Duck had left, the one confession he mailed before the mountain took him. In messy charcoal he had written, "I wished to build a road back to us, but each plank was made of trees I'd stolen. Forgive the carpenter, not the thief." She had never decided what to do with those words. She fed them to the dying embers. Paper curled, glowed, vanished. The bells that breathed. Sunset painted the cliffs in persimmon and wine. 6 newborn bells hung from bamboo poles. Master Chuang gestured for Vun to choose. She closed her eyes, inhaled incense, listened. Faint tones, almost below hearing, vibrated against her chest. One bell seemed to pulse at the tempo of her grief-quickened heart. She struck it gently. The sound emerged clear but contained a second resonance, a trembling harmonic like 2 notes locked in argument. It throbbed into the valley, bounced against limestone walls, returned softer, resolved. She struck again, harder. This time the two notes parted, the first pure, the second rough, as though the bell voiced both wound and balm at once. Tears welled. Master Chuang bowed. "Your heart has begun to retune itself," he said. "Now retune the prayer." That night, when the first cricket sang, Vun lit sandalwood and knelt. But instead of chanting curses wrapped in scripture, she rang the new bell once and whispered, "May all debts find their own accountants." Another ring, "May all thieves awaken to what in them was stolen first." Third ring, softer, "May I no longer farm gardens of revenge." The valley held her words like fertile soil. She slept dreamlessly for the first time in years. The psychology of rewritten ritual. Weeks passed. Each evening, Vun replaced a fragment of her old prayer with an inquiry. Instead of demanding karmic punishment, she asked what unanswered hunger had carved duck into a gambler, what fear turned love into flight. Psychologists call this reframing, yet in the language of bells it felt like striking from a new angle. Same metal, different music. Nightly EEG studies conducted at distant universities show how forgiveness reconfigures the brain's default mode network. But in New Thuk, the evidence lay in simpler metrics. Marigolds bloomed brighter, the path lost its brittle, lonely aura. Children again dared to chase dragonflies near her fence. Some evenings, villagers came to join the bell ritual. They brought their own burdens, jealousies, unpaid dowries, miscarried hopes. Each found a bell whose tone mirrored their ache. Each rewrote a prayer. Master Chuang remained only long enough to train her in wax casting and overtone listening. Before departing, he left a final gift, a hollow cylinder etched with swirling cuts. "A Chuang Jia," he said, "wind chime. Let breezes strike your prayers even when words fall asleep." The storm and the compass. One monsoon night, a storm bullied the cliffs. Rain hammered tin roofs. Winds howled like unpaid debts. Lightning severed a tamarind tree by the main road. Beside its roots, rescue teams found a jeep overturned, the driver unconscious. They carried him to Vaughn's cottage, the closest shelter uphill. By oil lamp glow, she cleaned his wounds. He woke, delirious, muttering about smugglers pressuring him to map secret creek routes. Amid his pocket contents, she discovered a waterproof pouch containing old navigation charts, inked with smuggling paths identical to those Duc once used, and a silver compass, cracked. Her pulse stumbled, history circling back. Could karma indeed drag broken patterns across generations? The thought tempted her old rage. She gripped the bell. The two resonant notes trembled. She breathed, remembered her new prayer. Instead of condemnation, she stitched his forehead, fed him ginger broth. When he stabilized, she rang the bell and whispered, "May the river of choices widen before him." In the morning, she walked him to the police outpost, compass in hand, but no anger in her gait. She had become a bridge, not a judge. When he left custody months later, having cooperated to dismantle the smuggling ring, he returned to Nui Thuk to volunteer on terrace repairs. Villagers credited Vaughn's bell with redirecting the storm inside him. Departure of the bellmaker. News of the widow's bells traveled beyond district borders. Monks came to study overtones, tourists to purchase peace of mind. Vun accepted donations only in the form of seeds, which she planted along the footpath. Sunflower, amaranth, blue butterfly pea. The lane turned into a palette. One spring, Master Chung returned. He listened to the valley's hush, struck Mun's bell, smiled at its matured clarity. "You have done what smiths cannot," he said. She bowed. "You brought the tools." He handed her a scroll, his entire treatise on Nyak Nyep, karmic acoustics. "Now you are caretaker." That night they rang all bells together. The valley answered with cicadas, rain, distant laughter, an orchestra of reconciled timelines. Closing meditation. Listener, perhaps you keep a bell inside, a memory that rings two notes: grief and blame, love and loss, wound and weapon. Imagine heating those alloys in a crucible of honest breath. Pour them into a new mold shaped by inquiry, not indictment. Strike. Hear the overtones settle, a harmony where former enemies share one resonant body. Ask yourself, what prayer might change if, tonight, you rang its bell from the other side of the bruise?
Story 15. Behind the Curtain of the Shrine Maiden. Mist settles over the mountain pass like pale silk being drawn across a sleeping face. Halfway up the slope, the cedars part to reveal a moss-covered torii gate guarding a shrine so small it could hide beneath the shadow of its own lantern. Travelers seldom stop here. The more famous monastery perches higher, promising panoramic sunsets and Wi-Fi. Yet villagers of Awakusa swear that if you stand before the humble gate at midnight, you'll hear a bell that no one has ever found. 3 tones, soft as wet paper tearing, and the faint rustle of a curtain stirred by a hand you cannot see. For years, the bell meant nothing to Kiyomi Saito. She was too occupied dragging her city-hardened feet through every shrine on the island, researching a doctoral thesis on the neuropsychology of ritual trance. The topic sounded glamorous in faculty lounges. In reality, it meant drafty guest houses and endless surveys about goosebumps and heart rates. Awakusa's nameless shrine wasn't on her list until an email from her advisor arrived. Villagers report nightly auditory hallucination, no known bell, possible liminal hotspot, suggest investigation. A liminal hotspot. Funding agencies loved such phrases. Kiyomi packed her EEG headband, a portable breath sensor, and her skepticism, then boarded the slow train north. The Shrine Maiden who never aged. Her guide from the local tourism board, Mr. Takano, met her at the station with an umbrella and a shy bow. He spoke little on the serpentine drive, pointing only to weathered milestones etched with poems about clouds vanishing into pines. When they reached the hamlet, evening rain ticked against the van roof like loose beads. Takano parked beside a footpath that tunneled into cedars. At the end, he said, you'll find Miss Ume. He paused, as if rehearsing subtext. Some call her the Miko who never ages. A shrine maiden? Kiyomi checked her notes. There had been no mention of resident clergy. She slid on boots, followed the path, and soon saw a low building of charred wood, its eaves stitched with spider silk. Smoke curled from a bronze censer, and there, kneeling by the entrance, was Ume.
She might have been 25 or 45. Her face carried the agelessness of rice terraces at dusk. She wore a faded red hakama and a white haori patched at the elbows. In lamplight, her hair shone silver, though her eyes were clear pools of ink. She bowed so deeply that rain rolled from her sleeves in rivulets. "Welcome, researcher-san," she said, voice neither young nor old, but tuned like a bamboo flute. Just enough breath to bow each syllable. Kiyomi, startled that the woman knew her purpose, returned the bow. "I hope my work will not disturb your shrine." "Disturbance is simply movement wearing new clothes," Ume replied. She pulled aside a Norin curtain embroidered with a single chrysanthemum. "Please enter. The bell will soon begin." The chamber of paper moons. Inside smelled of cedar resin and something fruit-sweet. Candles floated in brass bowls, their flames mirrored by dozens of thin paper discs, full moon silhouettes, hung from the rafters with silk threads. Each disc bore a charcoal sketch, waves, cranes, a persimmon blown open. They rotated slowly, stirred by currents Kiyomi could not feel. Ume produced a clay teapot and poured plum blossom tea into cups the size of walnuts. Drink before you hook yourself to your machines, she advised. They prefer calm currents. Kiyomi hid a smile. Villagers often fetishized her gear. But she obeyed. The tea tasted of childhood New Year mornings, an echo so vivid her chest fluttered. She shook it off, fixed electrodes along her scalp, clipped a pleth sensor to her finger, and tapped her tablet. Baseline recording begun. Ume extinguished the lamps. Darkness folded over them. Kiyomi counted heartbeats, breath steady. Then it came, 3 bell strikes, distant yet inside her skull, high, low, high, followed by the whisper of fabric sliding aside. On her tablet, heart rate leaped, alpha waves dipped into theta. Auditory cortex lit like a lantern. She opened her eyes. No bell, no curtain movement, only Ume kneeling, palms upright, eyes closed. "Where is the bell?" Kiyomi whispered.
Ume's lips moved but formed no sound. The paper moons began to rotate faster, though no wind stirred. Kiyomi's mind flashed. Microseismic vibration? Autokinesis? She sensed an eerie swell in the room, as if her own thoughts inflated to brush the rafters. For a moment, she glimpsed herself kneeling inside one of the paper moons, staring out through charcoal waves. Tremor spread from jaw to spine. She yanked off the electrode cap. The bell ceased. The moon stilled. Ume opened her eyes, sadness flickering across them like rain across a pond. "You tried to weigh a song," the maiden said softly. "Songs escape nets." Kiyomi packed in silence, throat tight. Outside, the rain had stopped. Stars twitched among racing clouds. She thanked Ume and promised to return at dawn. Walking back, she felt her skepticism erode like chalk in downpour. Yet professional instinct argued, auditory hallucination triggered by subaudible infrasound, visual misperception, psychophysiological priming. She clung to those hypotheses like handrails across a swinging bridge. The funeral she forgot to attend. At the guest house, she opened her email. Among the usual faculty memos was a notice forwarded from her estranged sister. Their mother's first death anniversary ceremony would be held next week. She had known the date, yet buried it under drafts and datasets. Now the subject line, "It would be good if you came," pressed into her chest like a cold coin. Her mother used to sketch paper moons during power outages, taping them to the ceiling so the sisters could dream under recycled light. The memory pinched. She closed the laptop, unable to breathe. Neuroscience recognized such moments, a sudden fight-flight sympathetic surge from unresolved grief. Kiyomi labeled it, but the label offered no salve. The bells echoed behind her ribs. A tale of silent drums. Next morning, she found Ume sweeping fallen cedar needles. "Tell me the shrine's history," Kiyomi requested. Ume rested on the broom. "Centuries ago, this was a bandit's lookout. They robbed pilgrims on the main pass. One snowy night, a young minstrel lost her way and wandered into their den. She carried no coin, only a drum of willow wood. The bandits demanded gold. She offered a song. They laughed, but allowed her to play before killing her." Ume's eyes glimmered. She struck the drum 3 times, high, low, high. Then she sang of all lives the bandits had lived before, and all deaths they would endure. Her voice drew circles upon circles, weaving their crimes into constellations of consequence. Terror softened their greed. When dawn came, they dissolved the gang, built this shrine, and buried drum and blades beneath. She pointed to the floorboards. But regret lingers. Each night, the drum seeks a throat, so it borrows the bells that craftsmen bring for offerings. The brass near corrodes, yet the song persists. Kiyomi folded arms. "Legends metabolize trauma into folklore. I study that process. But last night, why did my body respond before belief?" Ume replied, "Because truth uses whatever door you leave unlatched. You opened grief." Biofeedback on the edge of a knife. That afternoon, Kiyomi set up equipment outside.
A geophone for ground vibration, an ultrasonic microphone, even a vanadium accelerometer taped to a bell suspended in the cedar. She sought hard data to wrap around her soft disquiet. The sensors detected faint infrasonic pulses at midnight, around 17 hertz, just below hearing, potent enough to rattle ossicles into phantom sound. Source, wind tunneling through the cliff cleft above. A natural pipe organ. She smiled. Mechanism found. Her paper would stand. But the physiological mystery remained. She listened again without instruments. The 3 pulses tremored, cloth rustled. This time she repeated a breathing mantra to stay detached. Yet a second auditory layer bloomed, her mother's voice calling childhood nicknames, syllables dissolving in static. Heart rate spiked, tears dripped. She fled outside, sat on damp earth, and wept storms. Ume appeared carrying the bronze censer. "Wind borrowed your mother's register," she said. "Borrow it back."
She taught Kiyomi a mogugyo rhythm, wooden fish drum used in sutra chanting, 3 beats and a breath. They practiced until the cadence steadied Kiyomi's pulse. Through the forest pipe, infrasonic gusts hit the shrine, but her heart now rode a counter-rhythm. The hallucinations ebbed. Science called it respiratory and trained vagal tone variance, breath-pacing neuroception. Kiyomi called it surviving. The curtain drawn aside. Before dawn, Ume gathered the paper moons, cut each string. "It is time for them to swim," she said. They carried the stack to a mountaintop pond still silver with stars. Ume placed the discs on the water. They spread, rippling sky like milky koi. "Write 1 circle," she told Kiyomi. Kiyomi knelt, dipped brush in inkstone, painted a ring on the final moon. She left a small gap, remembering a story from Swainang she'd once read, how circles breathe. In the gap, she wrote her mother's given name, Michiko, then slid the moon onto water. The discs spun gently, drifted toward the pond's far lip, where they would flow into an underground stream, lost to caverns. Ume said, "Now the bell will change pitch." They returned. Kiyomi struck the shrine bell. The tone emerged clearer, less tremulous, like morning sparrows after typhoon. Later, packing her equipment, Kiyomi realized her dataset remained valid. Wind resonance, infrasonic priming, but her thesis outline now felt incomplete. She drafted a new chapter proposal, Transformative Coupling of Folkloric Ritual and Autonomic Regulation, Case Study of the Aokusa Pipe Organ Phenomenon. She added an appendix plan. Distribute simple breath drum exercises to rural schools coping with earthquake PTSD. She emailed her advisor. Hotspot verified, submission delayed, found something better than data. Departure and the unfinished spiral. At the station, Mr. Takano handed her a small parcel from Ume, the chrysanthemum norin, neatly folded. Pinned to it, a note. Every curtain waits for the hand that dares draw it. May yours remain steady. As the train curved down valley, Kiyomi watched fog swallow the torii. Bells, or wind, rang 3 times. She tapped the wooden fish rhythm on her thigh, breathed, and felt the tones pass through without snagging grief. In the reflection of the window, hills bent into a slow spiral, road inside road, leading, she sensed, not back into loops, but into an ever-widening question large enough to house both microscope and moon. Closing meditation. Listener, perhaps you hear bells that others call wind, echoes of regrets, half-finished farewells, syllables wearing masks of coincidence. Close your eyes. Track the sound to its threshold, then offer a counter-rhythm, 3 beats and a breath. Feel your pulse slip from predator to pilgrim. Ask yourself, what curtain waits within you, and what name needs painting in the small gap of a circle before you can draw it aside? Story 16. The Phone That Rang After the Suicide. The night train coasted into Loknath Junction 10 minutes behind schedule, its steel wheels squealing like paper lanterns dragged across gravel.
From the last carriage stepped Dr. Han Kwang, carrying a suitcase full of lithium batteries, crumpled case notes, and one unanswered text message. The station clock read 11:47 p.m., 13 minutes short of the first anniversary of his friend's death. Lin had jumped from the cantilever bridge outside town at precisely midnight. The police report called it death by asphyxiation and blunt trauma. The local paper softened the language, a tragic fall. But every psychiatrist knows words bruise differently depending on who is holding the stethoscope. And Kwang, psychiatrist, lecturer, survivor of too many patient funerals, had never examined a corpse that mattered as much as Lin's. He had been her classmate in medical school, her confidant during residency, her emergency call number on forms she never used. Except once, on that final night, when she rang his phone at 23:59:07 and he, halfway through a conference lecture in Tokyo, pressed mute to finish a PowerPoint slide about the protective power of social connection. By the time he returned the call, her pulse was floating downriver with the moonlight. The guilt had followed him through 12 months of conferences, each podium another scaffold made of data, each applause a thud of dirt on a coffin only he could hear. Tonight, he had come back because Lin's parents had decided to sell the family house and needed someone to box up her belongings. "Throw out whatever is too painful," her mother had whispered over the phone. "But if you find her phone, please tell me if it still has, you know." She couldn't say last words. The House of the Unsent Drafts. The Gwen house clung to a hill at the edge of sugarcane fields. Kwang hiked the winding path, cicadas hissing around his ankles. Keys under the flower pot, just as the parents promised. Inside smelled of dust and a sweetness like forgotten persimmon. Lin's bedroom remained untouched. Desk stacked with neurology journals, post-it notes quoting Sylvia Plath, and the phone, a scuffed black model plugged into a wall charger that no longer had electricity but still played the role of lifeline. Sliding the phone into his palm felt like lifting an urn. The screen woke. 0% battery. He rummaged for a portable charger, connected the cable, waded through the white-on-black logo swirl, then the lock screen. No pin. She had never hidden things from him. Home screen, 2:16 a.m., battery 3%. One unread text in the drafts folder, dated the night she died. He opened it. 2. Han Hong, 22:59. If a phone rings after the body falls, does karma pick up? Beneath it, no send arrow. She had typed, saved, but called instead. He looked at the call log. Outgoing, 23:59:07. Duration, 0006. 6 seconds of ringtone inside which the universe rearranged itself. Kwang's fingers trembled. He opened the voice memo app. One file, time-stamped 23:50. He pressed play. Static, Riverwind, then her voice. Steady, almost clinical. Patient LN, female, 33, diagnosis, major depressive disorder, treatment resistant, prognosis unknown. Intervention attempt, final phone call. Her breath hitched. 2. Demonstrate whether love still changes outcomes after statistical significance fails. Silence. Wind. A sob cut short by a nervous laugh. File ended. Battery 1%. Phone shut down. The charger blinked. Malfunction. He cursed. Outside, thunder rolled beyond the cane stalks. The phone that refused to die. At dawn, the power returned. He charged the phone fully and began scrolling through Lin's notes. Some were patient reflections, others surreal fragments. Toe tags are paper neckties. Do diagnoses dream of free men? But one folder named Gate held only audio files numbered 1 through 30. He listened. File 1. Lin reading the Metta Sutta in a whisper. File 2. A guided diaphragmatic breath cycle. File 3. Her voice. If I cross tonight, let this bridge become not an exit, but a handrail for someone behind me. Silence. Wind. A sob cut short by a nervous laugh. File ended. Battery 1%.
Phone shut down. The charger blinked. Malfunction. He cursed. Outside, thunder rolled beyond the cane stalks.
Each file layered Buddhist loving-kindness on cognitive behavioral mantras, as if building a rope out of braided disciplines. File 28 ended with coordinates, GPS digits matching the bridge. File 29 was silent. File 30 contained only her slow inhale, never exhale. Kwong understood. She had been constructing an audio intervention for suicidal physicians, a protocol she never finished. He pictured her at the bridge railing, phone recording, river roaring below, physics calculating final velocities against frail bones. He felt her ghost beside him. Finish the protocol. Meeting the nun of second chances. He needed help. He remembered a rumor, a riverside pagoda where a nun counseled jump survivors. He followed a dirt path along the dike until he saw saffron flags. Inside, Sister Diohua sat under a Bodhi fig tree, shelling peanuts for breakfast. She spoke before he could. "You've brought a phone that doesn't know its owner is gone." He knelt, offered the device. She placed it on a stone slab, lit incense. "Electrons remember grief longer than humans," she said. He told her the story, the missed call, the draft text, the unfinished files. She listened with physician-grade focus, then responded. "The Buddha taught that when you strike a bell, its echo travels farther than the metal. Your friend's voice is still traveling. Let us tune it." The lab among lanterns. That afternoon, Sister Diohua led him to a side hall converted into a modest studio. Floor cushions, a condenser microphone, a second-hand laptop. Survivors came weekly to record messages for their own past selves. She played some. A man apologizing to the train conductor who braked too late. A teenager comforting the image of herself on the window ledge. "These are bridge backwards," the nun explained. "Spoken from the shore you reach after not dying." Kwong proposed merging Lin's files with new testimonies, neuro-reparative audio therapy. He drafted modules, ground in breath, invoke compassion, recount survival narratives, then a final chime and silence. The nun approved. But one component was missing, Lin's last file, the exhale she never recorded. Without closure, the soundscape felt like a door that jammed half open. Sister Diohua handed Kwong a tiny bell, bronze, hairline crack. "A cracked bell reminds us completion is illusion. Record it." They struck the bell. The note wavered, fell, rose, two tones dividing like a cell. He layered it atop file 30's inhale. The composite sounded like lungs accepting both fracture and breath. Launching the gate. They named the program Karma Gate, guided audio for traumatic emergencies. On Lin's death anniversary, they uploaded it to a physician support network. Kwong hesitated, finger hovering over submit. Sister Diohua placed her palm over his. Together they tapped. That night, the phone rang. Caller ID, unknown, 00 hours exactly. He answered. A recorded voice, male, shaky, said, "Dr. Kwong, I found your number embedded in a file called Gate. I was on a hospital roof. The bell stopped me. I don't know why I'm calling, except someone should know the protocol works." He promised to send data logs, then hung up. Kwong stared at the dead screen. Outside, the river glimmered prism green beneath moon shards. The phone rang again, another survivor. Then another, each at midnight in their time zone. Over weeks, the calls formed a constellation of near deaths overturned. Every saved breath tethered to a bell cracked yet resonant. The psychology of echoes. In journal articles he later wrote, Kwong coined a term echo efficacy, the therapeutic impact of posthumous intent. He cited Buddhist interbeing, deeds ripple beyond mortality. Western trauma theory, post-traumatic growth via narrative surrender. He presented EEG graphs showing reduced amygdala reactivity in users after the crack bell segment. But in conference halls, he carried the phone like a talisman, knowing science danced only at the rim of what Lin's message truly did. It turned personal extinction into communal immunity. The final draft. Months later, preparing for a memorial symposium, Kwong noticed one unopened voicemail on Lin's phone. Timestamp: the minute his train arrived that first night. He played it. Silence. Then her voice, faint, as if calling from the far bank of water. Kwong, if karma picks up, tell it, I forgive the mute button. He exhaled a grief he hadn't realized he still held. Then he recorded a reply. Lin, karma picked up. It's putting your breath into 1,000 lungs. He saved it as File 31 and added it to Karma Gate. That night at the pagoda, Sister Dio Hua hummed the cracked bell beside hundreds of saved voicemails. Evening wind nudged clappers. Notes rose like lanterns untying themselves. Closing meditation. Listener, perhaps a call went unanswered in your life, a ring lost in subway din, a text opened too late, a goodbye swallowed by pride. Imagine holding the phone of that moment. Inhale as if to speak. Hear the space between ringtone and response. Into that gap, let a cracked bell sound, one part sorrow, one part grace. Exhale and picture the echo traveling farther than regret knows how to measure. Now ask yourself, what unfinished breath could become a bridge-back word for someone you'll never meet? Story 17. The Boy Who Dreamed of Fire. The first rumors blew in on Harmattan winds. A barefoot boy wandering the Swidden fields at dusk, palms cupped around invisible embers, whispering to flames no one could see. By the second week, villagers along the Red River Delta began locking their rice straw sheds, for in the mornings they found blackened circles in the dust. Tiny hearths burned cold and perfect, as if a match had kissed the ground only long enough to prove a point. Nguyen Hui Trin, district fire marshal and reluctant mystic, heard the stories while repairing roof tiles on the municipal pagoda. He dismissed them at first as dry season jitters, until the night a storeroom behind the communal hall ignited without spark, fuel, or footprint. The blaze danced in a contained ring 1 meter wide, melted no beams, scorched no offerings, only etched a chrysanthemum on the packed earth floor before snuffing itself out with a sigh. It was like the fire remembered manners, whispered the abbot, wiping sweat from his shaved brow. It bowed and left. The next morning, Trin announced he would track the boy. He packed a coil of hemp rope, a clay jug of river water, and an oiled canvas satchel containing the worn field manual his late wife, Lin, had annotated with Zen koans about impermanence. He hoped her marginalia would soothe whatever he faced. The boy at the edge of the orchard. Trin found him 3 hills south, kneeling beside an abandoned lychee grove. The child was perhaps 12, hair singed in small crescents, eyes ember-bright. He traced spirals in the dust, humming a lullaby whose melody tugged memory without revealing its name. Trin approached slowly. "Kanoi, does the heat hurt you?" The boy glanced up. In his pupils flickered lamplight, though the sun was high. "Fire never hurts where it's invited," he said. "What's your name?" "A little before ashes," the boy answered cryptically, returning to his spirals. As his finger moved, smoke curled up, thin, fragrant, colored like dusk. Trin's breath caught. He unslung the water jug, poured a cautious stream over the pattern. The water hissed, but never reached the dust. It vanished mid-air, devoured by unseen sparks. Yet the earth remained unburned. The boy sighed. Water is thirsty. It drinks itself. Trin's training offered no protocol for metaphysics. Remembering Lin's notes, he tried a koan. If fire drinks water, who washes the cup? The boy smiled. First warmth Trin had seen. Maybe you do, uncle. The candle that refused to go out.
Trin coaxed the boy back to the village, promising steamed sweet potatoes. The lad followed, barefoot, singing to grasshoppers. The elders gathered in the communal house, fanning themselves with worry. Trin set a brass candle holder before the boy and handed him a match. "Show us." One strike. Nothing flashy. A candle flame rose, steady. The boy whispered. The flame lengthened, split into 2 tongues, 5, each a lotus petal. Room temperature climbed, yet the wax did not drip. People gasped, half bowed. Trin raised a palm. The boy exhaled. All flames snapped back into one timid wick. "Where did you learn this?" Trin asked. "My dreams," the boy said. "A woman in gray robes lights lanterns inside my chest so I don't fear dark rivers. She says I must practice until the lanterns know their own names." Trin exchanged a glance with the abbot. A woman in gray robes? Could it be Sister Diot-Hua, the counselor at the Riverside Pagoda, whose cracked bell had saved jumpers? The timelines tangled. Diagnosis beneath the banyan. Trin borrowed the health clinic's pulse oximeter, EEG headband, even a thermal camera left behind by researchers studying heat stroke. Under the banyan, he measured the boy's vitals while the child ignited a ring of dust around them. Core temperature, normal. Skin radiant heat, ambient +1 degree C. EEG, high amplitude theta bursts, a trance profile similar to monks in deep anapanasati. "This is controlled self-hypnosis," Trin muttered, awe shading into paternal fear. But whose hypnosis? Calling in Sister Diot-Hua felt inevitable. When she arrived by river skiff, she recognized the boy immediately. "My dream student," she whispered. She placed her cracked bell in his hands. He rang at once. The note bloomed into warmth rather than sound. Nearby torches spontaneously lit, then guttered gently, as if bowing. Diot-Hua explained. Months ago, her bell's overtone appeared in shared dreams of orphaned children along the delta. She believed communal trauma, floods, displacement, the silent toll of suicides, had kindled a collective Tathagata-garbha, a Buddha spark manifesting through sensitive minds. Psychologically, the boy exhibited signs of an idiogenic trance, an internally generated altered state used for self-regulation after prolonged adversity. His village had burned during a refinery accident 2 years earlier. He alone emerged unscathed but silent. Since then, he had wandered, practicing unconscious fire rituals to externalize survivor guilt. "Fire is his language," Diot-Hua said. "We must teach him grammar before someone misreads his poems as threats." The firewalk of reframing. They devised a ritual in the abandoned lychee grove. Villagers piled green bamboo into a walkway, lit it at sundown. Flames crawled over the stalks, chewing sugar from sap, glowing cobalt and jade. Diot-Hua coached the boy to pace the path slowly, chanting "Niet do la Nieptiem," heat is heartbeat. Trin led townsfolk to follow, one by one, barefoot. The boy walked ahead, palms outward, cooling the embers just enough. No one burned. At the center, the boy stopped, raised Lin's battered field manual. Trin had brought it, unsure why. He tore out the margin where Lin had once scribbled. "Anger is grief wearing armor." He fed the scrap to the fire. The page curled into a luminous feather, lifted, disintegrated. The boy whispered, "Her armor is light now." Trin wept, not from smoke. The science of combustion compassion. Weeks later, researchers from Hanoi University documented the phenomenon. They confirmed minute surges of ionized air around the boy, correlated with heart coherence data. A cardiologist proposed his autonomic rhythms in trains surrounding observers, reducing pain perception during firewalk. Diot-Hua smiled. Science translation, compassion as thermal regulation. The boy, now called Niem, Mission, began formal schooling in the village, studying both physics and meditation.
His penchant for fire evolved into controlled experiments on biomass briquettes, designing smokeless stoves for flood relief camps. Trin stored the phone with Lin's text beside Niam's first bamboo charcoal prototype in a shrine above his desk, tokens of two flames, one extinguished, one transformed. The Festival of Lantern Ash. On winter solstice, the hamlet celebrated its first Anj Tro, Ash Light Festival. Families wrote regrets on rice paper, folded them into lanterns coated with fire-retardant clay slip. Niam ignited each with a kiss of flame. As the lanterns lifted, they burned slowly, releasing thin trails of silver ash that glittered under moon rays. The ash settled over fields, fertilizer for next season's seedbeds. Trin addressed the crowd. We do not fear what burns, only what does not nourish after burning. Above them, the lanterns curved like a slow constellation, circles turning into spirals toward the sea. Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps you too carry embers of a loss so fierce it keeps rekindling. Anger, guilt, survivor's why me. Close your eyes. Picture a barefoot child cupping that ember, whispering it cool until it glows without consuming. Watch him place it beneath green bamboo. See the stalks flare, color night with jade warmth, then settle into charcoal ready to cook a humble meal. Ask yourself, what sentence of grief is still wearing armor inside you, and how might you feed just one torn word of it to a fire that knows its manners?
Story 18. A Tear on the Blade of the Bodhisattva. Moonlight seeped through fractured clouds, silvering the rice fields outside Tam Thuan the way memory silvers old hair. The village lay half asleep, yet in a shack behind the bamboo cemetery a hammer rang, slow, deliberate, as though striking time itself. Those who lived near the paddies knew the sound belonged to Vo Tui, the one-armed sculptor who forged small Buddhas from war-scrap steel. They also knew he had not spoken in 7 years, ever since the night he buried his ceremonial officer's sword beneath the Bodhi fig and sealed his voice beside it. That sword, rumor said, once held a tear at its tip, an opalescent bead no larger than a raindrop, fused to the cold iron the moment Tui cleaved through a guerrilla fighter who looked too young to shave. How a tear could harden into glass, no one could explain, but every soldier in his unit swore they saw it that night, gleaming like frozen mercy. When the war ended, Tui deserted the city, taking nothing but the blade. For decades he melted shattered helmets, rusted gun barrels, shrapnel the color of dried blood, fashioning them into serene faces that seemed to breathe away their own violence. Pilgrims called them bodhisattvas of shattered iron. Monks placed them on altars. Yet Tui never accepted payment. He merely bowed, mute, and returned to his forge, as if waiting for sparks to spell an absolution he could not read. But absolution, like moonlight, travels in circles. The Girl Who Spoke to Statues. One rainy afternoon, a bus coughed into Tam Thuan and disgorged a single passenger, a girl of 15, hair cropped short, eyes fierce with sleeplessness. She wore a hospital bracelet around her wrist and carried a canvas bag stitched with the logo of the Smoke Sangha, the dawn meditation program Sister Dio Hua and Dr. Han Kuang had launched by the river months earlier. Her name was Foon. 3 weeks prior, she had tried to swallow a handful of analgesics after her mother died of lung cancer. At the hospital, a volunteer played her Ling's Karma Gate audio file. The cracked bell's double tone coaxed her back from the rim. Now, discharged but still raw, she had come searching for the sculptor whose Buddhas the nurses said could hold pain without breaking. Feng found Tui hammering beneath a corrugated tin awning, sparks leaping like startled fireflies. She cleared her throat, but the hammer never paused. Finally, she lifted a half-finished Buddha from a bench. The metal face held a micro-fracture across one eyelid, a fault line glowing ember red. "It's crying," she murmured. Tui froze. He looked at her as though someone had read aloud a sentence he'd hidden in steel. She set the Buddha down, reached into her bag, and pulled out a thin, unused razor blade. "This," she whispered, "is my sword." She pressed its edge against her forearm, not cutting, just reminding. "I want to melt it. Will you teach me?" He watched a bead of rain slide from the awning onto the blade, magnifying the steel shimmer, a miniature echo of his old tear. His lips parted. The hammer dropped. For the first time in years, words rose like smoke through a sealed chimney. "Fire first," he rasped, voice rust rough. "Then, breath." Forging the tear. They built a charcoal pit behind the shack, feeding it wind-dried sugarcane husks. Dwayt taught Fung how to pump bellows with her feet, rhythm steady as a monk's wooden fish drum. 3 compressions, 1 breath, 3 compressions. Each cycle flushed her lungs with new oxygen. Each exhale pared the tremor from her wrists. When the coals glowed white, Dwayt placed her razor on a crucible spoon alongside fragments of his own sword. The once feared blade had been sawed into shards years earlier, but one splinter remained, its tip beveled, still bearing the faint milky hue where the tear had fused. Metal met metal. Together, they liquefied into pewter-bright broth. Fung wept silently as the spoon tipped, filling a mold shaped like an open hand. Dwayt quenched it in a basin of river water. Steam curled skyward, carrying the metallic tang of regrets turning into vapor. He handed her the cooling casting. She touched it, warm, alive, and traced the faint swirl where the tear's essence merged with the razor's steel. "Now what?" she asked. "Give it a task," he said. The Bodhisattva with one hand open. 3 days later, Dwayt unveiled their collaboration. An iron bodhisattva seated on a lotus made of shell casings, one hand resting in Bhumi Sparsha Mudra, earth-touching, while the other reached forward, palm up, ready to receive. Embedded in that palm, the alloy tear, polished into a small mirror. Villagers gathered. The abbot from the municipal pagoda arrived with the same koan notebook Lin had once scrawled in. He read aloud, "A sword that cuts hatred also cuts itself." Children gasped when they saw their faces reflected in the mirror tear. Elders bowed, some dropping silent offerings of cigarette packs, symbols of vices they longed to melt. Fung stepped forward. She recited the mantra from Karma Gate. "May every blade remember its sheath is compassion." Her voice shook, but did not fracture. Dwayt's eyes glistened. He turned to the abbot. "I buried my voice with a sword," he said. "She forged me a new one." The abbot nodded. "Then let the village carry it." The psychology of redemptive craft. Neuroscientists who later studied Dwayt's workshops coined the term transmutational kinesthesis, the process by which traumatized individuals convert sensory motor memories of violence into precision-based artistry, rewiring the amygdala's fear loop through repetitive, intention-laden movements. Just as smoke meditators reframed craving and the fire-dreaming boy turned guilt into fuel-efficient stoves, Dwayt and Fung repatterned their neural imprints with the rhythm of forge and breath. In community practice, villagers brought rusted machetes, spent fireworks, even shards from domestic quarrels. Together, they melted these into garden bells and street corner wind chimes. Research teams observed drops in cortisol among participants, elevated heart rate variability, and a spike in oxytocin whenever the cracked bell, loaned from Sister Diohua, signaled the pour of a new mold. Dwayt, once silent, now led nightly discussions on Shokin Mitsu, seeing the sword 3 ways, as harm, as tool, as mirror. Fung kept the forge ledger, documenting each transformed object and the story it surrendered. Their motto, etched above the doorway in both Vietnamese and English, "Heat is only half the fire, witness is the other half." The tear's final journey. One monsoon sunset, the river swelled beyond memory, threatening to flood Tom Thwant. Villagers stacked sandbags, but the current chewed through dikes like hungry ghosts. Dwayt suggested a radical plan: plant iron bodhisattvas along the embankment.
The statues, dense and stable, could disrupt the water's torque while their lotus bases diffused flow. All night they carried statues to the river wall. At dawn, the flood crested and held, slowed by the iron line. In the first light, water lapped against the bodhisattva with the mirrored tear. Fung watched as the rising river kissed the alloy, dulling its gleam. She felt panic. Was the tear dissolving? But when the water receded, the mirror shone brighter, washed clean. She realized the tear was never meant to stay on land. With Tui's blessing, she pried the mirror from the statue, walked to the bridge where she once considered ending her life, and dropped the tear into mid-current. Sunlight caught it for a heartbeat, spark on water. Then it sank, a seed in the moving earth. Tui stood beside her. "Fire travels even underwater," he murmured. She breathed the river's damp incense and believed him. Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps a blade, literal or secret, rests somewhere in your past, edge stained with deeds or thoughts you wish had never cut. Close your eyes. Picture lifting that blade into a forge stoked by steady breath. Feel its metal soften, surrendering old shapes. Pour it into a mold shaped like an open hand. Watch a tear of shimmering alloy settle in the palm, reflecting a face that knows both harm and healing. Now ask yourself, what object from your own history is ready to be melted into witness? Story 19. The Drunkard and the Moonlight Nun. The river town of Bakjiang sways on stilts above muddy water, its houses leaning toward one another like conspirators trading secrets. Lanterns strung across balconies quiver in the evening breeze, reflecting half-hearted moons on the ripples below. And every night, half an hour after the taverns douse their lamps, Chern Thong, village drunk, former poetry prodigy, stumbles along the bamboo boardwalk, reciting unfinished verses to anyone willing to barter a swallow of rice wine for a fragment of rhyme. No one remembers the last poem he completed, but everyone knows the first line of his nightly litany. The moon invents new rivers for the lost. He repeats it until syllables slur into water. On the opposite bank stands Nguyet Kwang Yi Te, Moonlight Nun Temple, so small it looks like an afterthought of prayer. Its only resident is Sister Mingwet, a 40-year-old nun rumored to have been a royal court musician before shaving her head. She ferries fresh vegetables to the market at dawn, returns before heat rises, and spends afternoons playing a single-string danbo that hums like dusk inhaling. By local logic, these two souls, one drowning in fermented forgetfulness, the other floating on disciplined silence, should never meet. But rivers braid opposites. A night of mirrored water. One monsoon evening, a typhoon's tail lashed the delta. Wind snapped bridge ropes, shutters flew like startled bats. Villagers quenched lanterns early, yet Thong lurched out anyway, bottle clutched like a talisman. Rain blinded him, boardwalk planks slicked to glass. One misstep pitched him into the current. The river, swollen and irritable, spun him toward the far bank. He clutched a floating palm frond, sputtering half-poems between gulps of silt. Lightning frayed clouds, revealing Moonlight Temple's modest pier. There stood Sister Minwet, lamp in hand, as if expecting a delivery from the storm. She extended a bamboo pole. Poet grasped the line between breath and story. Thung, delirious, obeyed. She hauled him up like a netted carp, rolled him onto the dock, and pressed his stomach until he retched river water and jagged stanzas. Then she carried him, bird-light despite his bulk, into the shrine's single chamber. The rice wine koan. He awoke wrapped in a coarse blanket. Incense curled from a clay censer, lotus tea steamed beside a flickering candle. The nun sat cross-legged, plucking the danbo. One note rose, wavered, divided into harmonics. It sounded like water remembering its source. Thung muttered apology and reached for the bottle. Empty,
thank the Buddha. The nun poured tea. Rice becomes wine when it forgets itself, she said. Can wine become water by remembering? He laughed, a rusty hinge. Water is too honest for me. She tilted her shaved head. A good koan prefers an unwilling student. Lightning blinked. Thunder receded. The storm smoldered into drizzle. Thung, shivering, clutched the cup. The tea tasted of roasted rice and something older, maybe compassion. He dozed. The song hidden in silence. He stayed 3 days, too ashamed to return to town, too entranced by the nun's wordless lessons. Each dawn she handed him chores: haul water, scrub algae off boat planks, recite blessings while sweeping rain-loosened leaves. No sermons, only tasks stitched to breath. In the evenings she played danbo. After each melody she plucked the string once, then held the whammy rod so the final overtone trembled long, fading into night frog song. She called this the listening interval. He found his lungs sinking to that vanishing tone, lengthening exhale, quieting the tremor that usually begged for liquor. On the 4th night, she invited him to strike the string. His hand shook. He produced a sour twang. She neither praised nor corrected, only motioned him to close his eyes and pluck again, softer. The note slipped like moonlight between fingers. In that moment, a half-line of verse surfaced. Moonlight erases the noise within ink. He gasped, sober shock. She merely nodded. The temple's secret wall. Midweek, Sister Minguet led him behind the altar to a concealed wall. Thousands of rice grains were glued there in tight rows, each painted with microscopic characters. He leaned closer. Poems, sutra snippets, villagers' wishes, entire anthologies inscribed on rice. She handed him a fine brush, a single grain, and a dish of lampblack. "Write what you still owe the river," she said. His debt felt oceanic, but brush and grain allowed only brevity. He wrote one word: return. She affixed the grain beside the others. "A wall grows from smallest hungers," she whispered. "When full, we grind it into flour, bake it into communal bread." He stared, bewildered. "You'd eat words?" "We must digest what possesses us, or it ferments." Neuroscience in the bell tower. Dr. Han Kwong, now leading a research team on post-traumatic ritual, arrived to study the rice wall practice. Portable EEG strapped to Thong's scalp showed limbic downregulation during grain inscription, mirrored by spikes in frontal coherence, markers of self-distancing. Kwong's papers would later label it microscript exposure therapy. Thong called it feeding ghosts enough syllables so they stopped rattling bowls. The relapse and the mirror flood. Progress wasn't linear. One humid dusk, the scent of ferment from a fisherman's hut triggered a craving tsunamis couldn't drown. Thong stole a jug, staggered to the riverside. Halfway through the first gulp, he saw torchlight, Sister Ming Wit rowing across, carrying a small mirror. She sat on the bank, placed the mirror on her lap, said nothing. In the reflection, he saw himself, bloated, eyes ember dull. Behind him, river water glimmered, moon carving silver runes across night. He wept, poured the jug out. The nun finally spoke. "When thirst sees its own mouth, it chooses rain." She smashed the empty jug, handed him a shard. "Write tonight's poem on glass." He scratched 2 lines with trembling hands. "Shattered moon, every piece still reflects." The shard joined the rice wall. The Festival of Returning Rivers. Months later, the temple hosted the first Lei Cha Song, Festival of River Repayment. Residents wrote apologies or vows on leaves, weighted them with rice grains from the Wall-Now mill, and floated them downstream. Thong recited a completed poem, 20 lines, lucid, sober. Villagers cheered, some wept. He no longer needed the bottle. He carried a bamboo flute carved by the nun, its single note bending like moonlit water. Research teams recorded decreased alcohol sales in Bakjiang, elevated communal cooperation scores. But statistics failed to capture the hush when lanterns drifted, carrying rice ink prayers toward dawn. Departure of the moonlight nun. One morning, Thung found the shrine empty, Danbo resting on the mat, single string vibrating though no hand touched it. A note on rice paper. Rivers remember their sources, so do wanderers. She had gone, perhaps to another town where cravings needed a mirror. He rang the temple bell thrice, bowed, and ferried to the marketplace. People greeted him by name, not epithet. He opened a small stall, moon breath poems written while you wait. Payment accepted in rice grains or stories. At night, he rose across to relight the temple lanterns. Sometimes, while sweeping leaf litter, he senses her presence in the listening interval after a bell tone. Silence taut with possibility. Closing meditation. Dear listener, maybe inside you lives a drunken poet, an appetite spiraling through the same unfinished verse. Imagine a nun of moonlight sitting across from that hunger, offering neither lecture nor judgment, just a silent mirror and a brush delicate enough to fit a sentence on one grain of rice. Inhale, exhale, let your craving write its truest word. Place the grain on the wall of your own remembering. When the wall is full, bake it into bread and share it with dawn. Ask yourself, what single word could begin paying your debt to the river of your days?
Story 20. The Bamboo Bridge Between Two Wars. Night arrives in Donghua like a hush of wings. The river Yen, glazed with moon milk, widens just north of the village where a bamboo bridge, thin as a reed's promise, stretches from bank to bank. By daylight, it looks fragile, lashed together with rattan, creaking beneath even a bicycle's weight. But at dusk, the bridge becomes something else. A line of pale ribs floating in darkness. A single sentence written across water by hands that remembered both hunger and salvation. Every villager knows its maker. Lei von Fuch, the limping carpenter who speaks with a wheeze and laughs as though each syllable might burst a hidden seam in his lungs. They also know the one condition he set when the commune elders asked him to build a crossing after the flood. At first light on the 7th day of every month, no one may step on the bridge until the drum sounds from the river shrine. None questioned him. They owed him too much. Some for roofs he mended for free, others for coffins he carved with lotus motifs after storms took their kin. Still, many whispered that the rule was not about wood or water, but about ghosts. For nearly a decade, the custom held. Travelers arrived, waited for the drum, then crossed. Until an early autumn morning when a taxi from the provincial capital delivered two unexpected passengers, Corporal Daniel Reyes of the Philippine military and Sergeant Akira Mori of Japan's self-defense forces, both wearing UN disaster relief insignia. They had come to assess post-flood infrastructure for a joint training exercise. Maps showed only one crossing into Donghua, the Bamboo Bridge. They were unaware of its taboo. Fuch saw them at dawn as he boiled cassava over a clay stove outside his shack. Reyes, all extroverted warmth, took one step onto the bridge. Mori, precise as a clock's tick, followed. Fuch's spoon clattered. In the silence before his roar could reach them, the river drum sounded its single bone-deep note, 3 breaths too late. By then, both soldiers were halfway across, boots clanking against bamboo slats. Nothing cracked, no phantom rose, but Fuch's face drained to ash. He dropped the ladle and hobbled toward the riverbank, shouting in a voice neither soldier understood. Villagers emerged from houses, horror coiling in their throats. Yet Fuch stopped short of the water, palms up, eyes rimmed crimson, as if an invisible wall fenced his final steps. When the soldiers reached the far side, bowing in apology for the commotion, Fuch turned away and vanished into the trees.
That evening, a drizzle ghosted over the rooftops, lanterns flickered, and the bridge, solid at sunrise, whispered loud complaints with every crossing, as though bamboo fibers had aged 10 seasons in one day. The elders convened. Someone must fetch Fook and ask what curse had awakened. A carpenter's war. They found him deep in the bough forest, seated before a half-finished coffin hewn from jackfruit wood. He sanded the lid with fierce strokes, sending pale dust swirling like souls released too soon. When the headman delivered news of the bridge's sickness, Fook dropped the plank. His wheeze was sharper now. "I warned you," he rasped. "The bridge drinks memories at dawn. It was thirsty. Your strangers fed it wrong memories." No one grasped his meaning, so he told them a story. During the Vietnam War, Fook served as a sapper for the North Vietnamese Army. He built bamboo footbridges by moonlight so troops could cross marshes unseen. He also learned how to rig them to detonate should retreat become necessary. One night in 1972, he was ordered to collapse a bridge just as enemy soldiers advanced. He lit the fuse, then noticed a figure among the enemy ranks, a young woman in civilian clothes, newborn swaddled against her chest, following the platoon seeking safety. He ran to warn her, but the charges blew early, hurling him into mud, shearing his right leg at the knee. He never learned if she and the child survived. War ended. He returned to find his village flooded by progress, his memories knotted with guilt that did not drown. Years later, when the Yen overflowed and washed away the only concrete bridge, the commune begged him to build a new crossing. He agreed on one condition. At dawn on the 7th day, the bridge must gather memory in silence. Every month, he walked the span alone before the drum signaled safe passage. In those moments, he offered prayers to the ghosts of all who had crossed bridges he'd built in war, friend or foe, mother or soldier. He believed the bamboo absorbed the prayers, storing them like sap. When foreigners broke the silence, the bridge regurgitated its stored sorrow, weakening toward collapse. The elders exchanged uneasy glances. The headman asked if Fook could mend the structure. He shook his head. "It can heal only if the strangers return at dawn, lay down their own memories, and step aside before the drum." 2 wars, 1 dawn. Reyes and Mori listened, perplexed, to the translator's summary. Reyes said the story reminded him of his grandfather, whose village bridge in Luzon had been mined by Japanese forces. Mori bowed, mentioning his grandmother, who once ferried rice to Viet Minh guerrillas during Japan's brief World War II presence in Indochina. History's loops startled them. They agreed to the ritual, if only to respect local custom and quell guilt they did not know they carried. At first light the 7th morning, mist braided itself around the river. Villagers lined the banks in hushed rows. Fook stood at the bridge's midpoint, hands pressed to bamboo rails. Reyes approached first. In his palm he carried a medal his grandfather received for civilian bravery during the Japanese occupation. He placed it on the bamboo, whispered words in Tagalog, and stepped back. Mori approached trembling. He laid down a paper crane folded from his military briefing sheet. "For all folded pages of history," he said in Japanese. He too stepped away. Fook lifted the medal, the crane, and tied them with reed fiber to the bridge's central arch. He raised a wooden mallet. From the shrine, the drummer struck once, deep enough to ripple stomach linings. The bamboo groaned, then settled. Silence pooled, thick yet forgiving. Finally, Fook turned, gestured the soldiers across. They walked heel-toe, feeling each slat accept their weight without protest. On the far bank, the villagers exhaled collectively. The headman rang a cowbell, signaling daily life may resume. The neuroscience of ritual load balancing. A month later, Dr. Han Kwong and a team of engineers installed strain gauges under the bamboo decking. They recorded micro-deflections that peaked precisely at dawn on 7th days, then normalized after the drum strike.
a physical testament to psychosocial load manifesting materially. Kwong coined ritual load balancing, communal ceremonies distributing emotional weight into shared infrastructure, which, like wooden beams, must be maintained lest collective trauma collapse in unpredictable ways.
The bamboo bridge became a living lab. Researchers discovered salt crystals forming around the metal and the crane, diffusing stress along fibers, literal crystallization of memory. They published papers linking zeros and ones measurements to intangible reconciliation. Fuchs' final span. The following rainy season, Fuchs' lungs surrendered to decades of sawdust and guilt. On his deathbed, he asked for no coffin, only to be buried under the eastern piling. Reyes and Mori returned, carrying cedar planks smuggled from their own service bases, peace lumber. Fung, the recovered poet, carved a verse onto a crossbeam. Water teaches bridges the shape of forgiveness. At dawn after burial, the bridge thrummed once, unprompted, like a distant gong. Some claimed it was wind. Others said it was Fuchs' final breath traveling through bamboo. The bridge's new custodian. Sister Minuet arrived by boat soon after, carrying the cracked bell. She offered to oversee monthly rituals. Villagers happily ceded responsibility. On the first dawn, she tied her bell beside the metal and crane. When the drum sounded, the bell rang in sympathetic vibration, 2 tones, soft and high. Bamboo slats shimmered with dew, strong as ever. Mori and Reyes exchanged salutes, then bowed low. 2 wars behind us, Mori said. Reyes replied, but one bridge ahead. Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps you too carry memories engineered like explosives hidden under wooden slats, decades old but wired to detonate at the wrong footfall. Picture a bamboo bridge in fog. Imagine placing one object of inherited pain on its center beam. A medal, a paper crane, a crumpled photograph. Let dawn's drum, your heartbeat, sound once. Feel the bridge settle, redistributing weight into water's patient understanding. Ask yourself, which memory is ready to become part of the structure rather than the sabotage? Story 21. The Woman Who Never Grew Old. The provincial road to Truklum curves like a gentle scythe between Tea Terrace and Cloud. Travelers who follow it often pause at the 9th kilometer marker, where an earthen foot trail descends through bamboo groves toward a forgotten hamlet. There, beyond a moss-skinned gate, stands a timber house with plum blossom shutters that have never been repainted, yet never seem to peel. On the veranda, a woman in an indigo albaba sits each evening, embroidering cranes onto silk that glows even after lamplight dies. Her hair is black, her posture upright, her eyes bright as the day the French left. Every generation of villagers calls her by a different honorific, Ko, Chi, Ba, but no one quarrels over her apparent age because no one can remember a time she was not exactly as she is. The gossip keeps changing, though. Some say she buried a jade amulet that steals the years of anyone who envies her. Others whisper she drinks moon dew distilled in prayer bowls. Children swear that if you watch from the footpath at midnight, you'll see her shadow ripen and fade through decades in the span of a single breath. What everybody agrees on is the name she answers to, Mai. Plain, like early blossom, transient, like snow on petals. And everyone agrees on what she does each spring equinox. She walks to the old village well, lowers a bamboo bucket, whispers a single sentence into the dark, and pours the drawn water onto the roots of a dead banyan that never sprouts, yet never rots. Then she returns home and stitches another crane onto silk, always the same altitude, always the same unfolding wing. No one asks why. Until this March, when a young gerontology researcher named Dr. Serena Huynh arrived from the National University, armed with EEG caps, telomere-length assay kits, and an irrepressible certainty that biology eventually tells all secrets. A scientist looking for clocks. Serena had built her career mapping the tempo of aging in centenarian clusters across Southeast Asia.
When an anthropology colleague emailed a grainy photograph of Mai at a 1985 funeral looking identical to a photo taken in 2015, Serena smelled either a hoax or the story that would crown her postdoc. She convinced her department to fund a 3-week field study, sample local water, test mitochondrial DNA, capture high-resolution facial scans to feed algorithmic age predictors. She arrived on the last bus before the equinox storm, dragging 2 suitcases of equipment and a duffel of sterile vials. The hamlet lent her an unused rice store loft. That night, thunder rehearsed just beyond the eastern ridge. Lanterns swayed like hesitant questions. Serena's data-hungry mind simmered.
First glimpse. At dawn, she walked the footpath, rehearsing polite Vietnamese sentences. She found Mai barefoot on the veranda, threading indigo through silk. Up close, Mai's skin stunned her. Not porcelain smooth, but lined the way riverbeds are lined, etched by movement yet refusing collapse. Serena introduced herself, explaining the study. Mai smiled, neither wary nor flattered. "You wish to weigh time," she said, placing the embroidery hoop aside. "Time is lighter than you think." Serena asked permission to take non-invasive measurements. Mai shrugged. "You may try, but be gentle with your nets." She extended a wrist. Serena wrapped a blood pressure cuff, attached a pulse oximeter, clipped an age estimation camera to her tablet. Readings perfect, pulse steady as a metronome in slow adagio. Skin age algorithm predicted 42. Villagers claimed Mai had attended their great-grandparents' weddings. Serena requested a small blood draw for telomere testing. Mai agreed on one condition: Serena must share tea first. They sat inside a room framed by cedar beams dark with centuries of smoke. Mai brewed lotus seed tea over charcoal. No hurry. Steam rose between them like a veil that insisted on ritual before fact. As Serena filled the vial, Mai asked a question that derailed the scientist's tempo. "Do you age by curiosity or by proof?" Serena, startled, replied that proof is curiosity's elder sibling. Mai chuckled. "Or its premature funeral." The Banyan and the Whisper. 2 evenings later, Serena followed Mai, tactfully distant, as the woman carried the bamboo bucket to the bone-dry well. Moonlight clung to unbudging banyan bark. Mai lowered the bucket, though every villager knew the well had been empty since the American bombardments fractured its spring. Yet when she hauled it up, water sloshed. She pressed her lips to the lip of the bucket and whispered a sentence Serena strained to hear. Only one word reached her: "Deep. Continue." Then Mai poured water onto the banyan's roots. The soil drank greedily. Petals of white fungi pulsed and vanished. The scientists noted temperature, humidity, soil composition. Nothing explained liquidity in a dry shaft. Mai saw Serena's perplexity. "The well listens," she said. "It returns what is still moving." A wall of photos. Determined, Serena interviewed elders, scanned archives, traced property deeds. The house had belonged to Mai's family for 4 generations. Census ledgers listed Nguyen T. Mai, born 1899, occupation teacher, marked missing 1945. Next decade's census listed Nguyen T. Mai, born 1921, widow, tailor. Subsequent ledgers repeated the name, shifting birth dates like migrating swallows. Either clerical decay or a trickster's dance across registries. One dusk, lightning cut power. Bored, Serena explored the house's back corridor and discovered a door ajar. Inside, rows of shelves crowded with lacquer boxes. She opened one. Photographs. Mai beside soldiers in French uniforms. Mai carrying a flag in the Diem era. Mai in black pajamas tending wounded Viet Cong. Mai wearing platform shoes at a disco bar circa 1978. Same face, different epochs. Always a crane stitched on her collar. Below each photo lay handwritten notes recording the deaths of children under her care. Orphans of war, malaria, famine. At least 100 names. Dates spanned 80 years. Serena's throat locked around grief uninvited. She pocketed one photograph,
a 1954 image of Mai nursing a boy in a refugee convoy, to analyze age markers. Guilt pricked, but science required evidence. Dreams under lotus steam. That night, Serena dreamt of a river of doors. Each door bore a crane. When she pushed one open, she saw Mai kneeling beside a dying child, cupping an invisible clock and blowing on its gears. A tear fell. The clock ticked once more. The child's breath slowed, then ceased. Mai placed the clock inside her own chest. Her hair turned a shade darker. Door slammed. Serena woke, drenched, heart sprinting. She chalked it to subconscious mixing data with folklore. Classic researcher contamination. Still, she returned the stolen photo at dawn. Mai met her at the gate. "Your hands smell of unhung pictures," she murmured. Serena apologized, confessed curiosity. Mai beckoned her inside. The Crane Sutra. In the attic, Mai unfolded a bolt of silk embroidered with a single crane whose wings spanned floorboards. Each feather carried micro-stitches of pale thread, names, dates, and tragedies. "These are children I could not keep," she said. Each stitch slowed the clock inside me. She explained, during the 1918 flu, she was 12, watching siblings die. She prayed to Kwan for time to care for just one more breath. In fevered vision, the Bodhisattva offered a bargain. For every soul Mai nursed across life's threshold, a fraction of her own years would scatter like dandelion seeds, leaving her outward appearance intact but pushing grief deeper into marrow. Compassion will keep you young, the Bodhisattva warned, yet its weight will grow heavier than any age. Mai accepted. Decades rolled. Colonial skirmishes, Japanese famine, First Indochina War, American air raids, border conflict with China. Each crisis delivered orphans to her porch. She fed them, stitched their blankets, sang lullabies until tear on blade parted them. Each time she whispered, "Teep into the well. Continue." The spring of borrowed years refilled. But immortality, she sighed, is just deferred heartbreak. The banyan, witness to every farewell, never blossomed because it drank water mixed with unspent sorrow. Serena listened, rational mind flailing. She considered psychological explanations: trauma-induced delusion, prodigious memory, mutation in cell senescence. Still, a child's part of her drank Mai's words like well water. Experiment of reciprocity. Serena proposed a hypothesis. If Mai's agelessness depends on solitary burden, could distributed compassion restore mortal balance, like ritual load balancing on Bamboo Bridge? Mai consented to attempt an exchange trial. They organized a night of shared stitches. Villagers gathered in the communal hall. Mai provided silk scraps, Serena supplied sterile needles and threads dyed with natural pigments. Each participant stitched a single feather onto a large communal crane while naming aloud one present-day child who needed support: a niece with leukemia, a neighbor's malnourished son, a migrant's daughter left with grandparents. They pledged monthly aid. EEG caps worn by volunteers showed synchronized alpha waves. Cortisol in saliva samples dropped. At midnight, Mai led them to the banyan. 10 buckets drew water from the dry well. Each bucket now brimmed. Instead of watering the barren tree, villagers poured water onto seedlings, jackfruit, tamarind, flame vines they planted around the perimeter. The banyan remained leafless, but its roots seemed to exhale. Mai's face that morning displayed something no algorithm could compute: the faintest crow's feet at the eye's edges, time's first autograph. The mathematics of aging. Back in Hanoi, telomere assays produced inconclusive anomalies. My sample showed telomere's length inconsistent with chronological age, yet not impossibly long, akin to a woman in her late 30s. Repeat tests mirrored variants seen in some extreme long-lived Okinawans. Serena drafted a paper on epigenetic signatures of compassion-mediated longevity, careful not to mention bodhisattvas or wishwells. A peer reviewer remarked, "Data fascinating, but small sample size. N equals 1. Serena smiled. Indeed, Mai had become statistically singular, but maybe not forever. The banyan blooms. On the following equinox, villagers found pale green buds at the banyan's cracked bark, soft, timid. Mai watched, hand on trunk, tears silvering lashes. When the banyan flowers, folklore says, time resets its debts. That night she braided her black hair with a single gray strand, a gift from the returning clock. Serena left Truklam the next morning. At the bus stop, Mai presented her with a small silk square, a crane feather embroidered with Serena's name and the date of their night of shared stitches. "Carry this," Mai said. "It will not keep you young, it will keep you truthful." Serena pinned it inside her lab coat. Under fluorescence microscopes and grant proposal deadlines, she still hears Mai's voice. Time is lighter than you think. On stressful days, she touches the silk and whispers, "Deep, continue," remembering that aging is not an error to debug, but a story to redistribute. Meanwhile, in Truklam, the banyan's first blossom became incense for a new orphanage the village built beside the once dry well. Children laugh along bamboo corridors. They drink clear water drawn in daylight by many hands. And each evening, Mai sits on her veranda, embroidering cranes whose wings now shimmer with threads the color of dawn, not to delay tomorrow, but to stitch yesterday into fabric strong enough for everyone to share. Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps you have chased youth in mirrors or algorithms, measuring lines like fault maps, fearing the quake of another birthday. Close your eyes. Imagine a well whose bucket rises only when you whisper, "Continue," for someone else's breath. Picture a tree fed by that water, leafless until compassion is shared. Feel the first bud opening, not on the bark, but at the corner of your eye, where a laugh line hopes to sprout. Ask yourself, what small act could stitch one feather on a communal wing, trading a fraction of timelessness for a season of honest blossom? Story 22. The Clockmaker Who Wound the Stars. The mountain township of Ha Thin crouches on a saddle of mist between two granite peaks. Trains cannot reach it, nor buses, only a funicular that shivers like a prayer flag in the wind. At the end of its creaking ascent stands a round stone plaza tiled with tarnished brass, an enormous clock face whose hands have stopped at 11:59 for as long as anyone remembers. Newcomers find the stillness unsettling, but townsfolk insist the plaza keeps a subtler time, one measured not in minutes, but in breaths held between choices. Overlooking the plaza is a workshop with mullioned windows aglow at odd hours. Inside works Trink Kine, the last horologist in a family that once built celestial automata for Ngwin emperors. Kine is tall, stooped, and so dusted with flecks of brass filings that villagers joke the stars settle on him before they risk the night. Each dawn he sweeps the plaza with a birch broom, murmuring to the halted hands as if promising an eventual push. Each dusk he locks himself inside, winding pocket watches that never leave their velvet sleeves. Some swear Kine has not aged since the year the clock stopped. 25, 45, no one agrees. Some say he oils his own heartbeat with mercury. Children dare one another to spy through his window. They come back pale, muttering about gears that move without cogs, constellations etched onto glass domes, and a single key that hangs above his bench, glinting like a sliver of moon. But none of the gossip prepared Hathian for the summer night when the northern peak erupted with meteors. Streaks of white fire carved the sky, stones rained onto tea terraces, tremors cracked cisterns. Amid chaos, the frozen minute hand quivered, then dropped one notch, finally announcing midnight. At that very moment, Kine collapsed over his work table, the key clanging to the floor. Arrival of the chronopsychologist. Enter Dr. Ariana Vu, a half-Italian chronobiologist famous for mapping circadian disruptions after natural disasters. The provincial governor begged her to travel up the mountain. Villagers refused to reset their lives until the plaza clock moved again, and Kine, the only person who understood its workings, lay unconscious, a human mechanism unwound. Ariana rode the funicular through clouds bruised purple with after-storm dusk. On arrival, she heard no chickens, no radios. The town had stopped singing. Lanterns shuddered, teacups cooled beside unpaid bills. Only the halted clock ticked, in imagination, not fact. She found Kine in his workshop on a stretcher, pulse irregular, pupils darting under lids as though chasing runaway gears. No trauma, no fever. A neurologist might have called it idiopathic catatonia. Ariana, attuned to subtler rhythms, set a metronome by his ear. His breathing synced to it immediately, 60 BPM, but when she removed the beat, he slipped back into a rhythmic dream. On the workbench lay the fallen key, engraved with zodiac symbols spiraling into its bow. Beneath it, blueprints detailed a mechanism linking the plaza clock to a lattice of buried weights that absorbed seismic oscillations, a pendulum for mountains. But the last page bore a riddle inked in Kine's precise hand. Stars spin tighter the closer you listen. Loose them once and dawn arrives too fast. In the margin, smaller script, ask the watch of forgotten birthdays. The watch of forgotten birthdays. Townspeople guided Ariana to an attic above the herbalist's shop, where Kine stored generations of broken timepieces. Among them, she found a pocket watch with 12 photographs instead of numerals, portraits of villagers, each image taken on the day they were born. The minute hand hovered perpetually over one face, a woman cradling an infant, eyes wide in first breath astonishment. An inscription on the back read, "When memory stops dancing, wind her song." The infant's tag revealed her name, Min Lan, age 6. Ariana located the girl, now trembling with night terrors since the meteor shower. She learned Min Lan's mother died delivering her. The portrait was the only image of them together. The watch had been Kine's annual gift. Each birthday he advanced the hour hand to the next portrait, a ritual resetting grief into growth. But since the plaza clock froze, the watch lagged, trapping girl and village alike in a quarter past sorrow.
Ariana wound the watch. Nothing. She opened the back. The mainspring was intact, but the balance wheel missing. She remembered the key's zodiac bow, Libra scales etched where a balance should be. Perhaps the missing wheel lay in Kong's locked cabinet. She sought it, found dozens of balance wheels, each stamped with a date, none matching the watch. In frustration, she returned to Min Lan, who had begun arranging pebbles into spirals. The pattern resembled a galaxy. Ariana's chronologist brain clicked. Stars spin tighter the closer you listen. A galaxy's core winds fastest. If Kong modeled time like a spiral, the plaza clock's midnight drop suggested a sudden torque, meteor impact energy pulling on his buried pendulum, yanking time forward one tick and his mind backward into dissociative overload. Metaphor? Maybe. But Kong might wake only when inertia equalized. She needed a counter-torque, collective memory set in motion. The river of uncelebrated hours. Ariana proposed a ceremony. Villagers would bring objects tied to moments they'd postponed, a love letter never sent, shoes bought for a journey canceled, a cake recipe never baked. These would be hung as hours on strings radiating from the plaza's center, recreating the missing balance wheel in human form. At midnight, they'd all step clockwise, winding a living escapement to coax the big clock onward. Skepticism cracked into hope. For 7 days, they built the memory wheel. A widower contributed a violin mute he'd carved for an anniversary concert aborted by war. A teenage farmer tied a ribbon from her unused graduation gown. Ariana herself offered a boarding pass she never used to visit her father before he died, her own forgotten hour. On the 7th evening, clouds parted, meteors long gone. Kong remained unconscious, but breathing steadied. Ariana placed the key on his chest. At 1 minute to midnight, the drum beside the funicular sounded. Townspeople gathered on the brass dial, each at their object. The herbalist struck a tuning fork, A440. At the first vibration, they stepped. The plaza resonated, rattling buried weights. The minute hand shivered. Ariana's heart pounded in sync. Then, the hour hand lurched. Midnight passed. The town exhaled. Lanterns flickered back to life without being relit.
The clockmaker returns. In Hein's workshop, the key warmed, spun, then stilled. His eyes opened. He whispered, "Loose them once, dawn arrives." Ariana helped him sit. He thanked her without words, simply handed her the missing balance wheel, shaped like a tiny comet, carved from meteorite metal that had struck the peak decades earlier. "For the watch," he murmured. They restored the wheel, wound Minlan's watch. The hands swept briskly, catching up the lost year, then settled on the girl's current portrait, newly taken that sunrise. She giggled, night terrors forgotten. The galaxy of pebbles around your feet glimmered with dew. Neuroscience behind the pendulum. Later EEG studies revealed Hein's coma mirrored neural patterns of deep flow states, theta bursts entrained to low-frequency ground vibrations. The village ritual produced beta-gamma synchrony across participants, resetting circadian markers in saliva cortisol. Ariana published a paper, Collective Memory Oscillations and Post-Seismic Chronostasis. Peer reviewers insisted on shorter title. She refused. But no data captured the shift in mornings. Tea tastes sweeter. Gossip softens before judgment. And every equinox, the plaza clock leaps a second forward. Villagers dance one spiral, then resume life. Small torque against cosmic inertia. Hein once more sweeps the plaza, but he now allows apprentices. The key hangs on a public peg. Anyone may turn it at dawn if carrying a new hour to celebrate. Minlan does so most often, each twist unfurling confidence along her spine. Ariana visits quarterly. She brings fresh slate for Hein's workbench and leaves lighter, pulse-aligned with brass-rimmed sunrises. She keeps the boarding pass in her lab coat, but the ink has faded. Memory reprinted itself in movement. Closing meditation. Dear listener, perhaps a clock inside you has paused at some almost midnight. An apology withheld, a leap postponed, a love letter half-drafted. Imagine laying that forgotten hour on a brass dial beneath fresh stars. Hear a tuning fork vibrate. Step clockwise once, twice, until gears you didn't know you carried feel the nudge. The minute hand shifts. Time exhales. Ask yourself, which small object could serve as the balance wheel missing from your own watch of forgotten birthdays?
Story 23. The Library of Forgotten Clouds. Mist draped the plateau like linen over an unswept altar, softening every edge except the one road that climbed from the lowlands to Nuichiu, a high, cold ridge where locals claimed clouds came to die. Halfway up the road, tucked in a limestone cleft, stood an octagonal pavilion of blackened teak. Its eaves curved upward as if trying to sip the sky. Its windows were shuttered day and night. A weather-bleached sign above the gate read simply, Vun Thu Vo, the Cloud Library. No one remembered who built it. Some said the pavilion had erupted fully formed after a meteor strike during the Churn dynasty. Others insisted a Ming scholar monk founded it when exiled for heresy. But everyone agreed on 3 rules posted by the entrance in calligraphy almost invisible with age. Enter only when the bell rings. Borrow only what you can carry without hands. Leave a cloud behind. Few villagers cared to test such riddles, except Do Hai, a 27-year-old mail carrier from the valley. Twice each week, he pedaled up the Serpentine Road to deliver government circulars no one requested and poetry magazines nobody paid for. He knew the mountain's moods, the hour the wind sharpened, the minute orchids released their dusk scent. Yet in 5 years he had never heard the pavilion's bell. Until the afternoon, a thunderhead split in two directly above Nuichiu. The bell of condensed silence. Kai had just locked his bicycle to a cedar stump when a resonance, too pure for iron, too soft for bronze, vibrated through the fog. It did not travel through air so much as through bones, thrumming in his molars. The pavilion's gate swung inward. For the first time in memory, its windows glowed amber.
Rule 1 had spoken. Curiosity, stronger than caution, carried him across the threshold. Inside lay a single circular hall, lined with shelves spiraling toward a skylight. But instead of books, the niches held glass vessels, ampules, orbs, phials, each containing a miniature cloud. Some dark with unborn rain, some pink as first dawn, others swirling with silent lightning. Tags hung from necks of twine, inscribed in hand so fine it seemed woven by spiders. From the shadows emerged a woman in a moth-gray robe. Her hair fell like ink. Her eyes held dusk. She inclined her head. "You arrived with the bell." "I deliver letters," Kai managed, brandishing a soggy bundle. "For Mrs. Cloud Library?" "No post is addressed here," she replied, "yet everything deferred arrives eventually." She examined him as one might gauge river depth with a pebble. "Name?" "Dochai." "Occupation?" "I carry stories others write," he said before thinking. "Then you borrow clouds already." She smiled, not unkindly. "Take what you can carry without hands." He scanned shelves. One file glimmered violet, a storm fragment pulsing with chained flashes. Its tag read, "Tiang Sum Ju Tain Loi," thunder before words. He felt drawn, but instinct resisted. Another ampule cradled a pale spiral, like cream stirring into coffee. Tag, "The Do Tien Ke De Bei," a newborn's first breath. This time his chest loosened. Carefully, he tucked the ampule into his shirt pocket, carried not by hands, but by heart. "Rule 2 fulfilled," the custodian said. "Now leave a cloud." He had none. She guided him to a writing desk, placed before him a square of rice paper, a brush, and an empty globe. "Exhale memory onto paper until mist forms. Do not speak. Clouds dislike grammar." Kai closed eyes, conjured the day his younger sister died. Flash flood, hands slipping, his scream swallowed. Tears welled, slid onto the page. The pavilion chilled. Vapor whirled above ink strokes, spiraled into the globe. The custodian corked it, tied a label, "Noit hoi tiek hom ten," unnamed regret. Exchange complete. The monsoon of postponed letters. From that evening onward, Kai heard the bell whenever he neared the pavilion. Each visit he traded another memory for a bottled cloud. A grandfather's lullaby, iridescent cumulus. First heartbreak, drizzle clouds smelling faintly of jasmine. The private terror of growing older than his parents, thin, high cirrus shivering with starlight. He noticed side effects. Nights grew dreamless, mornings arrived with lightness in his limbs. Yet with each loan, his mailbag felt heavier, as if letters absorbed density relinquished by his memories. One dawn, he struggled up the mountain under weight that bowed the bicycle frame. Inspecting the sack, he found unopened envelopes swollen with moisture. Ink blurred into cloud-like wisps. Recipients downslope complained. Words inside letters had washed blank. Alarmed, he confronted the custodian. She listened, brows knitting clouds of her own. "You have displaced vapor that once anchored language," she said. "Ink is water with agreements. Break the balance, and sentences evaporate." "I never meant harm," Kai pleaded. then restore grammar to what you borrowed.
The Whispering Shelf. She led him to a locked shelf labeled Jaitua, surplus sky. Inside, larger orbs swam with dense storm systems. These hold memories left by warriors, widows, children unborn, she said. Each seeks transcription into words. Compose letters for them, ink will thicken. Thus commenced Kai's impossible correspondence. By lamplight, he uncorked bottles, inhaled vapor, and glimpsed flashes of alien lives. A Cham sailor watching Portuguese ships on the horizon. An opium courier weeping over broken seal. A seamstress stealing thread for resistance banners. He wrote their stories onto blank airmail sheets, sealing each envelope with wax of his tears. Deliveries transformed. Villagers received letters bearing tales that weren't theirs, but felt like déjà vu, unlocking tears of catharsis. The postmaster, baffled, shrugged. Mail misroutes were common. Illiterate elders asked schoolchildren to read aloud. Classrooms became theaters of ancestral confession. Ink stabilized. Kai's mailbag lightened. The custodian nodded. Balance repaired. The clouds coup. 1 month later, government officials arrived with a decree. The pavilion must be dismantled for a telecommunications tower. Progress climbs higher than myth, proclaimed their hard hats. Bulldozers idled near tea rows. The villagers petitioned. No record proved ownership. The structure existed outside cadastral memory. Officials set demolition for dawn 3 days hence. Kai panicked. Move the clouds, he urged the custodian. Clouds moved become storms, she warned. Night before demolition, the bell rang. Not the bone vibration hum, but a frantic clamor. Kai rushed in to find vials cracking, fog spilling across floorboards. Thunder before words shuddered. Newborn's first breath pulsed desperate pink. If they break here, she said, the mountain will drown. He looked at the stopped bulldozers, thought of bureaucrats. Then we release just one, he said, but write its letter first. They chose Zuntzu Kosui Bilup, fury of the buried spring, a cloud the size of a mango, ink black. Kai inhaled, vision flashed, water veins dynamited to reroute mining, earth screaming silent. He wrote until dawn, a plea from mountain bedrock, begging for a channel to sing through once more. As bulldozers revved, he uncorked the cloud on the plaza. Vapor rose, condensed, hammered rain so fierce machinery stalled, fuel lines flooded. Lightning struck the decree clipboard, reducing signatures to ash. Workers fled downhill. Within minutes, rain ceased, sky cleared. The pavilion remained. Officials, fearing public fury or divine omen, relocated the tower to a lower ridge. The bells farewell. Victory tasted of wet tea leaves, but the custodian looked weary. Pavilion survived, she said, but its ledger is full. Clouds must cycle. She placed the moth-gray robe on Kai's shoulders. You hear their stories now. I am off to valleys that forget their skies. She handed him the key. The bell rang, soft and bone-deep. She stepped beyond the gate and vanished into mist like ink dropped in water. Epilogue. Letters that rain. Today, Hai still pedals mail up Nui Chiu, robe hem flapping. At the 9th kilometer, he hears the bell, enters, trades. School children volunteer, learning calligraphy on vapor. The mountain's weather has grown gentle, as if tamed by narrative. Down in the valley, people receive letters postmarked Cloud Library, Latitude of Regret, Longitude of Mercy. Some contain recipes in extinct tongues. Others hold single words that blossom into life choices when read aloud. No one questions their arrival. Everyone understands Rule 2. You carry what matters without your hands. If travelers linger at the plaza at dusk, they may glimpse a figure sweeping brass tiles, pauses often to breathe the sky.
They might think him ageless, but he merely inhales clouds, exhales story, aging at the speed memories learn to forgive. Closing meditation. Listener, perhaps you too store clouds in hidden rooms, vials of half-forgotten sorrow, stormlets of rage uncorked in dreams. Imagine a pavilion inside your ribs. Enter only when the bell of breath invites. Offer one cloud, receive another story to ink across silence. Feel the manuscript of your body grow lighter. Ask yourself, which vapor of yours is ready to be distilled into words, and whose rain might those words soften?
Story 24. The Vendor Who Sold Shadows. Cold rain stitched the dawn sky above Phuphong, a seaside quarter wedged between basalt cliffs and brine-white surf. The fisherman's market was a tangle of tarps billowing like broken sails. But one stall stood apart, a low bamboo kiosk with no fish, no fruit, only rows of delicate shadow silhouettes pinned to parchment scrolls. Some shadows showed a woman pouring tea, others a child skipping stones, still others a soldier balancing a carp on his bayonet. Beneath the kiosk's slanted roof sat Bui Kain, a wiry man whose left eye glimmered silver where a pupil should be. He signed each scroll with a single kanji, Ig, image left after light. Locals claimed Kain could cut a living person's shadow free with scissors forged from eclipse metal. Tourists scoffed until they noticed gaps in the morning light, strangers whose bodies cast no outline on the wet stones. These shadowless patrons always left with lighter shoulders and heavier purses. The village children called them hollows and swore they heard the missing shadows crying at low tide. The mayor tolerated the trade because Kain signed his taxes in perfect order and because the kiosk drew pilgrims who rented rooms and bought grilled squid. But after 3 years, the priests at Lingsun Pagoda petitioned to close the stall, warning that to part a soul from its silhouette is to unbutton the night. The petition lay unanswered on the mayor's desk, until the morning the pagoda's own abbot, Venerable Tik Bao Tai, was found wandering the cliff road casting no shadow at all. A constellation of absences. Gwen Mit An, a 30-year-old clinical psychologist completing her doctoral thesis on dissociation in post-conflict communities, arrived in Phuphong the day after the abbot's disappearance. She had read a short note in an academic listserv. Coastal village reports surge in shadow loss, possible mass conversion disorder. Anne smelled a more intricate wound. She found the abbot seated in a thatched clinic, eyes bright yet depthless. When Anne shone a flashlight, his pupils contracted normally, but the beam passed behind him without silhouette. He spoke calmly. My prayers felt heavier than my breath. When the shadow vendor offered to shoulder them, I agreed. Anne asked what he felt now. Light, he said, and empty as a rungless ladder. That evening, An visited Khan's stall. Rain had broken. Sunset lit the sea in copper, but the vendor's lanterns emitted no flame, only soft pools of darkness balanced in glass bowls. "How much for a shadow?" Anne asked. Khan's smile revealed a chipped canine. "Price varies. Regret per gram, memory per centimeter. Better to trade than pay." "I want to buy back someone else's," Anne said. "Impossible. Shadow bonds follow only the root." He tapped his chest. "Yet you may borrow one if you carry equal weight." He unfolded a scroll. Abbot Tai's shadow, depicted kneeling under a banyan. Though ink flat, it seemed to quiver. Anne felt a tug in her diaphragm, an empathic vertigo she'd known when clients dissociated mid-session. "I'll exchange my own," she blurted. Khan studied her. "You carry scientific daylight. Losing its outline will feel like eclipse." Still, he produced scissors slender as moonsliver. Silvery iris widening, he snipped the air along her feet. A cool wash trickled up her spine. Street lamps behind her flickered, their beams passing unblocked. Khan pressed a blank parchment to the ground. Her severed shadow adhered like a moth to silk. In return, he rolled Abbot Tai's silhouette and handed it over. Deliver before dawn, shadows stale with sunrise. The Hospital of Intertwined Breath. At the clinic, An unrolled the parchment under moonlight. The shadow peeled off, slid across the floor, and reattached to the abbot's sandals with an audible sigh. His spine straightened, pupils glistened with startled tears. He whispered, "Wait returned kindly." As gratitude, the abbot spoke of Kung's past. Once an apprentice court painter in Hui, he'd lost his left eye during the 1968 Tet fighting. Surgeons replaced it with a silver prosthetic, rumored to reflect hidden spectrums. Kung discovered he could perceive traumas clinging to bodies, visible to him as dark tethers. He wandered, cutting pain-laden silhouettes, believing he performed mercy. But mercy without integration seeds hollowness. Anne felt wind move oddly through her, for she still lacked her own outline. She inspected clinic lights, still no shadow. Fatigue nipped her cognition, thoughts unanchored. She realized shadows metabolize psychic gravity, keep consciousness stitched to body. To retrieve hers, she must craft an exchange of equal healing. Prove to Kung that shadow reclamation need not reattach guilt. The ritual of restitching. Anne spent the night interviewing villagers who had sold shadows. All reported transient relief followed by flattening affect, insomnia, loss of appetite from music or prayer. She observed subtle motor lags, turning corners without leaning, as if forgetting three-dimensionality. Classic depersonalization, but amplified. At dawn, she gathered them in pagoda courtyard. Using black sand, she sketched life-size outlines on stone tiles, labeling each with titles like Mother After Stillbirth, Fisherman After Drowning Friend, Bride After Cancelled Wedding. She instructed participants to stand within their sand silhouette, recount aloud a memory they had tried to orphan. The abbot rang a bell at each confession, monks chanted Nam Mo Tio Tai. Minutes stretched into a tide of weeping. As stories stirred, wind lifted black sand, swirling into hovering shapes, ephemeral shadows seeking reunion. Anne's knees shook. Without her own anchor, she nearly fainted, but monks formed a supportive arc. Kung arrived, drawn by bell resonance. He watched sand shadows merge back into owner's feet, leaving petals of black grains. Tears welled in his metallic eye. "They can carry it," he whispered. "I only took what I could not endure seeing." Anne knelt. "Return mine. I will hold it properly now." He raised the moon scissors, but instead of cutting air, he sliced a line across his own chest silhouette, dividing it into two halves. One half drifted toward Anne, aligning beneath her. Warmth surged, her dizziness cleared. Khan's shoulders relaxed as if unburdened. Half shadowed, half bare, he bowed. Shared weight, equal gravity. The economics of shade. Over weeks, Anne and Khan collaborated. Rather than excision, they taught threading rituals, breathing techniques while painting one's outline onto rice paper, then layering it with gold leaf to highlight resilience. Participants burned the paper at the shoreline, smoke folded back into their living shadows, integrating pain transformed through artistry. Salivary cortisol dropped, polyvagal readings improved. Anne published somatic relinking via symbolic shadow work in coastal trauma survivors. Peer reviewers balked at mystical language. She inserted data tables but kept lunar metaphors. Khan closed his stall, reopened as Hio Chil Bong, the shadow mendery. Instead of scissors, he offered ink, salt, and story circles. Tourists still bought souvenirs, tiny lamps casting gentle silhouettes, labeled, "Please keep out of direct forgetting." Some evenings, when tides recede, children claim to see orphan shadows dancing on wet sand, lightweight toddlers waiting less for rescue than for recognition. The mayor, once skeptical, funds community workshops rather than new breakwaters. Storms seem gentler when stories circulate. Anne returns biannually, her shadow intact but edged with silver from Kind's gift, reminder that carrying light requires room for shade. Closing meditation. Dear listener, Perhaps you have at times felt tempted to sever parts of your story, memories too heavy, grief too sharp. Close your eyes. Sense the outline your body casts, even in darkness. Ask which segment yearns to be cut away, and which longs to be resewn with gentler thread. Picture holding scissors in one hand, ink brush in the other. Choose the brush. Breathe in, wait. Breathe out, shape. Let the shadow remain, but annotate it with gold veins where fractures healed. Ask yourself, which unattended silhouette within you might be waiting not for removal, but for recognition under a softer lantern?
Story 25. The Empty Boat Arrives. Night unzips the harbor of Von Cook with a slow sigh, spilling black silk between anchored junks whose hulls creak like sleepy ribs. On the outermost wharf is moored a plain wooden vessel no larger than a fisherman's dory. It bears no name, no sail, no oars. Every tide lifts it, every ebb leaves it undisturbed. Yet no one has ever seen it approach or depart. The villagers call it Chik Thuen Hung, the empty boat. One rumor claims the boat belongs to a hermit monk who slips on moonlight slippers and rows only in dreams. Another says it is the 13th coffin of a drowned dynasty waiting for its emperor's ghost. Children insist that if you board the boat at dawn, it shows you a life you might have lived, then returns you before breakfast with wet pockets and new scars. For years, the harbor master marked the vessel benign, hazard to navigation, immobile. Until the afternoon when the rising spring surge flung freighters against breakwater and the empty boat vanished, only to reappear 30 meters upriver tied to a bollard never used before. At its bow lay a sealed bamboo cylinder addressed simply, "For the one who still listens." The harbor master, wary of curses, carried the cylinder to Von Cook's tiny post office. The clerk, a stooped woman named Thao, wiped pearl dust from her spectacles, a residue of old nacre inlay work, and broke the wax. Inside, she found crisp parchment and a set of 6 coins older than any mint she knew, each stamped with a distinct emblem: a bridge, a bell, a crane feather, a bamboo slat, a shadow's outline, a cloud. The letter read, "To whoever has tended the harbor lights while these stories unfolded, the empty boat has gathered 24 offerings. One tale remains unwritten, the tale of return. To compose it, 6 witnesses must meet at low tide and place their coins upon the boat's ribs. At moonrise, haul the craft onto shore. Burn no incense, ask no gods, simply listen. A friend signed only by silence." Thao felt the words hum through bone. She recognized the emblems. Echoes from the region's quiet myths whispered these past 2 seasons. She pocketed the coins, shut the office early, and set off to find their owners. Gathering the 6 witnesses. First coin, the bridge. It belonged to Le Von Phuc's apprentice, now the keeper of the bamboo span on Nui Chio. He accepted, telling Thao of Phuc's resting place beneath eastern piling and how coins sometimes surfaced near the foundation after storms. Currency minted by memory itself. Second, the bell. Sister Minuet, still itinerant, was conducting a breath chant seminar at Linsun Pagoda. She listened to the summons in silence, then slid the cracked bell from her satchel, the double note already vibrating in agreement. Third, the crane feather. Mai of Truk Lom stitched another blossom into her eternal bolt, clipped off a silvering thread, and folded the coin inside. "Eternity is overripe," she whispered. "Time to harvest." Fourth, the bamboo slat. Clockmaker Trint Kunch shut the plaza workshop, locked the pendulum weights, and wound a travel watch to 11:59. "A good minute to depart," he said. Fifth, the shadow outline. Psychologist Nguyen Mian arrived wearing moth-gray robe fragments, Kind's old garment repurposed as a scarf. Half her shadow retained a silver edge. She carried an ink brush steeped in midnight.
Sixth, the cloud spiral. Mail carrier Do Hai pedaled all night, a phial of newborn breath cloud glowing in his breast pocket. They converged at Von Cook's wharf under lanterns subdued by fog. The tide withdrew with a slurp, bearing mudflats that glistened like obsidian mirrors. The silent launch. The empty boat waited unmarred. Its interior smelled of camellia wood and distant rain. 6 ribs were grooved to fit coins exactly. Each witness placed theirs without speech. At the final click, the hull exhaled, a sound like pages rustling. Moonrise smeared silver along the horizon. The boat's planks absorbed light, revealing faint carvings, fragments of the 24 previous stories. Glass bells, lychee groves, brass clock hands, a vendor's silver iris. In the center, an uncarved space in the shape of an ear. They hauled the vessel onto sand. A hush settled so dense it became texture. Within it, each heard something unique. Mai heard the banyan's first blossom drop, striking air like a tiny gong. Kine heard the plaza's minute hand sigh its next breath. Minguet heard a flute note bending into quiet. Kai heard letters opening themselves and reading aloud. An heard the rustle of ink settling into healed silhouettes. Thao, the clerk, heard pearl dust collapsing back into sea. When the moon reached zenith, the carvings glowed, lines lifting off wood to form threads of light that wove above the boat. Skein of story weaving itself closed yet ajar. Then everything settled. The boat lay inert, its ribs holding 6 coins fused into a single medallion, bearing a new emblem, an ear within a circle, open at the top. A final parchment fluttered onto the sand. The empty boat is empty no longer. It carries listening itself. Each witness may speak one line, weave them together, launch the vessel at first tide. Weaving the last tale. They huddled by a driftwood fire, composing lines. Water forgets no names. Kai. Silence is a bridge with no toll. Minguet. Grief is the eldest clock, always early. Kine. Compassion stains shadows brighter. An. Time blossoms when shared. Mai. Stories are letters the tide never loses. Thou. They etched each line onto the hull. Dawn blinked, tide returned, lapping eager. Together they pushed the boat back. It floated, medallion shimmering. As water swallowed its weight, the boat became transparent, then invisible, save for 6 reflections drifting seaward like cautious swans. A minute later, a thin ripple brushed the wharf. No boat, no coins, only the hush of something fulfilled. Epilogue. Ripples in ordinary time. In New Chio, villagers find their bamboo bridge humming faintly. Dogs no longer bark when foreigners cross at dawn. In Fufeng, shadowless patrons return to reclaim silhouettes, paying with inked confessions that turn the tide's grief sweet. In Truk Lum, the banyan now fruits sparingly. Each fruit holds a single seed shaped like an ear. Children plant them along rice dikes. The plaza clock in Ha Tien advances 1 second every solstice, then pauses, honoring patience. Letters from the Cloud Library arrive in coastal mailbags stamped with a new emblem: open ear, open hull. Recipients read them aloud in marketplaces where strangers pause to listen. Thao retires from the post office, opens a small booth by the harbor where anyone may deposit or borrow a story. The sign above reads, Ben Nye, the listening peer. Closing meditation. Dear friend who has sailed through 25 tales, sit by your own harbor a moment. Feel the tide of breaths, the creak of ribs you wear as vessel. Ask, what single line would you inscribe on the hull of your listening? If any part of these stories touched your heart, if a single moment made you pause or brought light to a hidden corner of your soul,
then this journey has already done its quiet work. The empty boat is not a destination, but a space we continue to share, across silence, breath, and the stories that live between us. We invite you to reflect. What did this bring up in you? Which part lingered long after the words faded? Let us know in the comments below. Your voice may be the bridge for someone else still searching. If you feel this offering has value, share it with someone who may be drifting or simply needing a place to rest. And if you wish to keep walking this path with us, to float a little further down the river of quiet truth, subscribe to The Empty Boat. There are more stories waiting and more stillness to come. Until then, breathe gently, walk slowly, and remember, even the emptiest boat can carry light.